Okay, everyone, good morning. Thank you all for being patient. It is 9:07 a.m. and we're going to call this meeting to order. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Perea. Councilmember Maxwell.
Present.
Councilmember Vang.
Present.
Councilmember Richardson is absent. Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Arias.
Presente.
Council President Carbasi.
Here, and just to remind the public, Councilmember Richardson has an excused absence. He's on military service. Next is invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Will everyone please stand? And our pastor with Grace Evangelical Lutheran Church, please come on forward. Yes, thank you.
Let us pray. Hỡi giáo vật chữ tu chỉ luôn tu theo luôn tiệt tế. Nu nó giờ bé inu chẳng chân cần cầu ở bé giờ thời chọn được bé luôn trong Fresno nó. Tàu tổ qua kế trong đó nó giờ sĩ thật cho kế chỉ khó theo cho bé luôn ninh họ luôn trong Fresno nó một đôi giờ tổng tế. Giờ đến lúc xưa nó thọ có lọ qua tụi cho theo tụi cá lỡ cho hậu kế có lần theo tàu luôn ninh và mình theo luôn ninh rong tàu bé trồng ninh sẽ đợi nhau tàu họ luôn rồi Fresno nó. Thọ có phòng có một đôi chút xua tụ council member hoặc là tụi cho bé luôn trong Fresno nó cho lỡ cho hậu kế theo chọn cái sẽ hiểu lỡ xóa lỡ số tụ giờ đến nó ít bộ trái giờ nó bé theo hở có lòng được chỉ sử dụng bé. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. And now it's the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Perea, would you please lead us? Okay, next we're going to move on to the approval of the agenda. City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from the agenda?
Yes, first I want to announce we have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi interpreters online, and we also have Spanish interpreters in chambers, and they will announce their services.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Hael, and my colleague Ruben is towards the back of the auditorium today. We are there available. We're from Focus Interpreting. We will be your in-house Spanish interpreters. We are more than happy to help. We have headsets available if you're in need of assistance. Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Hael. Mi compañero Rubén se encuentra al fondo del auditorio el día de hoy. Somos de parte de Focus Interpreting. Seremos sus intérpretes de español el día de hoy, así que si usted está en necesidad de una interpretación en español, nos puede buscar. Tenemos unos dispositivos disponibles y con mucho gusto los podemos ayudar el día de hoy. Gracias.
Thank you. First up, we have the 10:13 a.m. item, file ID 25-536, regarding the appearance by Matthew Gillian. It has been removed from the agenda by the speaker. Next, we have the 5:30 p.m. file ID 25-597, regarding the consideration of a text amendment application number P24-00794 and related environmental findings for environmental assessment number P24-00794 has been continued to the May 22nd, 2025 meeting by staff. There will be a workshop held on the May 15th, 2025 council meeting. Next is 2P, file ID 25-441, regarding the approval of the final tract map number 6392, has been removed from the agenda with no return date by staff. Next is 2R, ID 25582, regarding a resolution of intention to annex the territory known as assessor parcel number 404-090-48, 404-090-53, and 404-090-54 has been tabled to May 22nd, 2025 by Councilmember Maxwell. 2S, file ID 25-2548, regarding actions pertaining to the summary vacation of a portion of a public street easement on North Fresno Street, south of East McKenzie Street, has been removed from the agenda to a future date by Vice President Arias. Closed session item 5B, ID 25-623, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, government section code 54956-9, subdivision D1, Park 7 LLC and Land Value Management LLC, has been tabled has been removed with no return date. Items moved to the contested consent calendar for further discussion. 2D, ID 25538, regarding actions pertaining to the water main replacements in the area bound by Clinton, Tillman University, and West Avenues, has been moved to contested consent by Councilmember Maxwell. Item 2I, ID 25-614, regarding an agreement with Syncal Business Finance Group, LLC, for a period of 10 years, has been moved to contested consent by Vice President Arias. And finally, 2K, ID 25574, regarding actions pertaining to upgrade of the City of Fresno's radio frequency communication system, has been moved to contested consent by Councilmember Maxwell and Vice President Arias. That's all the changes I have.
Thank you, Clerk. Council members, are there any other items that you wish to remove, continue, or pull from consent for discussion? Let's start with District 1.
None, Council President.
Thank you, Council Member. District 4.
Council President, I had originally asked that 2R be continued to the next meeting. Instead, I'd like to table or pull it for discussion. So let's have that on contested consent instead.
Noted. 2R as in Richardson. Move to contested consent. Thank you, Council Member. We're going to move on to Council Member Vang.
None.
Okay. Council Member Esparza.
None.
Thank you. None. Council Vice President.
None, Council President.
All right, and I have none. So is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Maxwell, seconded by the Vice President. Any opposition? Okay, motion passes by 6-0. Next, we move on to the best part of our day, the ceremonial presentations. And we have, again, a morning session and an afternoon session. In the morning, we'll have 4. We're going to start with the Michelle Carmichael Day. And I am the sponsor of that proclamation. So if we can have our Special Olympics folks come on forward. Molly, who's going to be speaking for Special Olympics other than Michelle?
Mike Marciano.
Mike? Okay. I'll hand it off to you in just a moment, Mike, okay? Okay. Mike and Mike, it's easy. Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. So we get to honor a lot of great organizations that come before us, and a lot of those organizations only exist and thrive because of people that step up to help. And we get to honor someone that has had, 55 years of service to Special Olympics, and that's Michelle Carmichael. And I'm going to pass it off over to Mike to talk about Michelle and what she's done and why she's so important to not just this generation, but previous generations that have gone through the Special Olympics program in the Central Valley.
All right, first of all, thank you to the City Council for allowing us to celebrate Michelle in this way. It means a lot to the organization, it means a lot to our athletes and our program. As you can see, the support we have with family, friends, and our athletes. Michelle is celebrating this year 55 years of service, volunteering with Special Olympics Northern California. It probably goes way back further than just the 55 years. She is the matriarch of Special Olympics here in Fresno in general. She started our swimming program, She's not known just locally. She's known on the state level, the national level. She's attended many USA Games, World Games. Without her, Special Olympics here in Fresno doesn't exist. So thank you, everybody, for attending today, and thank you to the City Council, and congratulations, Michelle.
Would you... I know it's a bit nerve-wracking. We would love to hear from you. Would you mind sharing a few words and maybe inspiring some others to come and provide the kind of service you provided to this organization? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Just to let you know, I hate every second of this. Basically, I was very blessed because when I was 13, 14 years old, I had an opportunity to teach handicapped children and young adults how to swim right here in Fresno at Frank H. Ball Community Park. And I remember I had no idea what I was getting into. I was just a little girl. And the lady that was in charge told us to get in the water and make sure they have fun. It was all about just having fun and feeling comfortable. Back then, I thought a handicapped person had crutches or was in a wheelchair. I didn't know they existed in the form of people with Down syndrome and autism and other intellectual disabilities. And I thank God every day that they're in my life, because after that hour of volunteering as a young girl, I went home and I looked at my mom and I said, I know what I'm supposed to do for the rest of my life. And voila, I'm here. And I've never looked back, and it's been an honor to do things. I feel like I'm the lucky one, because I thank the parents so much for putting people that I love, I truly love, they're my family, in my heart, and giving them opportunities to shine and excel, because that's who they are. And I thank you for this honor. The biggest honor is just everybody supports Special Olympics. That would mean the most to me. Thank you.
So, City Clerk, would you read the proclamation into the record?
Whereas Michelle Carmichael has devoted over 55 years of extraordinary service and dedication to the Special Olympics movement, first with Special Olympics California and later with Special Olympics Northern California, demonstrating an unwavering government commitment to the mission of the organization as its athletes, and whereas Michelle's profound impact on the lives of athletes, families, and the Special Olympics community is immeasurable, as she has dedicated her time, energy, and expertise to enhancing the experience of all participants, ensuring excellence in both athletic performance and personal growth. And whereas through her tireless efforts, Michelle has played a pivotal role in the development and success of various sports programs, including the formation of the swimming program in Fresno, where her leadership has transformed the program into a unified and successful team, providing athletes with opportunities for achievement and growth. And whereas Michelle has consistently elevated the standard of excellence for her athletes, integrating physical training and holistic personal development, strategies such as goal setting, journaling, and motivational exercises, fostering the growth of well-rounded, confident individuals. And whereas at the state and national levels, Michelle's invaluable contributions to games management, fundraising efforts, and her role as the head of delegation for World Games, USA Games, has provided critical support to Special Olympics events, ensuring her long-term sustainability and success. And whereas Michelle's leadership at the international level has consistently led to outstanding achievements, guiding athletes to success at the Special Olympics, World Games, and USA Games, while maintaining a strong athletic first philosophy. And whereas Michelle's relentless dedication, her innovative approaches to coaching and athletic development, and her advocacy for the needs of athletes have left an indelible legacy within Special Olympics Northern California, Special Olympics California, and broader Special Olympics movements. And whereas Michelle's tireless work and passion have not only transformed the lives of countless athletes, but also shaped the future of Special Olympics programs at every level, ensuring that athletes she has mentored will continue to excel and inspire future generations of athletes, coaches, and volunteers. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jared Dyer, and this Fresno City Council do hereby recognize Michelle Carmichael Day in the city of Fresno.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you for coming up. You guys did great. Thank you. Thank you very much. You're not done yet, are you? Can we keep going?
No, I thought when they did this, it was like my obituary and retirement speech.
Okay.
Can't be retirement because I'm volunteer.
Good. Good news, Michelle's not stopping, so we'll see you for your 60th. Okay. Next is one that is very near and dear to me, is National Bike Month. If I can have our folks from AAPI and Bicycle Coalition to come on up. I know we have some bicyclists among the council. You guys are all welcome to participate in this one. So, oh, I didn't give Michelle her proclamation. There you go.
Oh my
Sorry, there you go.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I won't forget now. So we'll start off with the proclamation. Okay. Every year we do celebrate National Bike Month, and this city council has done a heck of a lot. I mean, this generation of council members has dedicated more support to our Active Transportation Advisory Committee. Several other members are here today. Also to supporting more forms of multimodal transportation, from bike lanes to safety improvements, and also more to memorialize those who we unfortunately lose. And one thing that my good friend Joe has taught me is they're not traffic accidents, they're collisions because they're all avoidable. And I do say that every time because it's something that he seared in my brain. We can take action to avoid the loss of life or severe injury to our loved ones who are out there. And so I'm going to pass it off to Laura Gromas, chair of our ATAC.
Thank you so much, Council President Kabasi. And we're excited to be here to celebrate Bike Month, Mayor's Bike Month. And it's very important for us. The Active Transportation Advisory Committee, our goal is to create a more active transportation-friendly city, and that includes walking and biking. Biking is good for our health, it's good for our environment, and it's really great to create community, because if you slow down and bike or walk through your community, you can really experience it. We're excited for this month. We're excited for a lot of great events. We're going to start off next week, Wednesday, with a bike ride with the mayor. Paul is going to talk a little bit more about that. I want to make sure to thank everybody that is an advocate engaged in this work. We have a lot of great people that stand up to create encouragement events and then really work on events and initiatives to increase safety on our roads, because that's really crucial. When we're not protected by a car around us, we are much more vulnerable on our roads. I also want to thank City Council and the administration for all their work to make Fresno a more bicycle-friendly city, and especially Public Works, who are doing so much to create the infrastructure that is needed. Thank you so much. Next week is a bike ride with the mayor, and Paul is going to tell us more about it, and you're all invited to participate.
The mayor will go too.
Who's going to speak? I can speak, but you can first. Yeah, thank you, Council President. Briefly, every year I get the opportunity to bike in Fresno, albeit on an electric bike. I'm kidding. This year I'm gonna get the real one, but it is an opportunity firsthand to be able to ride and to be able to see some of the things that our bicyclists have to navigate within our city, which is exactly why we're doing what we're doing throughout our city and doing what we call road diets, shrinking the roads, slowing traffic, creating bike lanes, protected bike lanes, because we have far too many pedestrian deaths and bicyclist deaths in our city, right, Joe? And so we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can as a city to prevent that from happening and the loss of a loved one. So it's my honor to be able to participate. I believe that's next Wednesday. if I'm not mistaken. So anyway, it's my honor to be able to be a part of National Bike Month.
Thank you so much. We very much appreciate you participating. And Paul is going to tell us more about our 3rd annual Bike Ride with the Mayor.
Thanks, Laura. Paul Marquez and I, along with Mohammed, are the 2 mayoral representatives on the city's ATAC. We're excited for the 3rd annual Bike Ride with the Mayor event. As far as when it starts, it's going to be starting at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, right here at City Hall. We're going to ride out to Chinatown and back. So it's a very easy ride. See a lot of the construction going on with high-speed rail, and just an area in which we're looking to revitalize, but really it's still bikeable. So definitely invite everybody to attend that. One other event I do want to mention, it's not really an event, but it's Bike to Work Day, which is on May 15th. So take that opportunity to get out of the cars and bike to work. Also, we're partnering with FACTS to have free rides for those bicyclists out there. There's a lot more events going on in May, and I'll hand it over to Edna Pedroza, the chair of the Fresno County Bicycle. Excellent.
Hi, everyone. My name is Edna Pedroza. I'm the chair of the Fresno County Bicycle Coalition. May is Bike Month, and we have a lot of events going on. This is Julie Kanji. She's the director of Bike Station. She's got a list and a poster if you guys want to take pictures afterwards, or you can visit fresnobike.org. Here's Julie.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having us. Thank you for recognizing May is Bike Month. This proclamation is about bikes and the power they have to transform how we move, how we feel, how we connect. Getting on a bicycle is more than just transportation. It's joy, it's freedom, and it's therapy. Riding a bike improves our physical and mental health, but it also does something more. It connects us with the world around us. So often we drive past things without seeing them. But when you're on your bike, you notice. You see the mural. You smile at your neighbor. You hear the birds. Every ride becomes an experience. And getting to your destination feels good. Here in Fresno, we do have safe places to ride. And the more people riding bikes, the safer and more visible we become. This proclamation is about building a stronger, healthier, and more connected Fresno. There are more bike groups popping up here in our county. Whether you're into road riding, cruising, mountain biking, bike packing, family rides, or doing tricks, there's a group for you. And if you're a solo rider and a commuter, that's awesome. May is Bike Month for everyone, and that's something we're celebrating all month long. Thank you.
And thank you so much. Before we close out, I just want to thank Laura for recognizing our staff. We have Scott Mosier here. Scott, would you say a few words?
All right, thank you. I just want to say special thanks to the ATAC members for your commitment, each month. Wonderful group, great opportunities, helping moving forward. But a big shout out to our staff who works on, as noted, on the infrastructure, both planning and implementation. So Andrina Aguilar, Amy Scrivener, and Assistant Director Jill Gormley, the team of hearing those ideas, the vision, pursuing grants, turning these ideas into real projects and getting them out on the ground. So looking forward to May is Bike Month and an exciting ride next week. So thank you all for your commitment.
Thank you all. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor, for your support. City Clerk, please read the proclamation into the record.
Whereas National Bike Month is celebrated in the month of May and was first established in 1956 by the League of American Bicyclists, and whereas biking is a pollution-free form of transportation that aids in improving our air quality, public health, and reduces traffic congestion, and whereas the Fresno City Council established the Active Transportation Advisory Committee composed of community members with interest and expertise in bicycle and pedestrian issues to make Fresno a more active transportation-friendly city, and whereas the City of Fresno recognizes National Bike Month as a time to encourage residents to ride their bikes more frequently to improve personal health, reduce emissions, and create healthy communities. Now therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim May 2025 to be National Bike Month in the city of Fresno.
Okay, thank you so much to our Bicycle Coalition members and ATAC members. Our next proclamation is sponsored by our Vice President and for National Tennis Month.
Thank you, Council President. I have the honor of allowing my staff, Carla Martinez, who is an avid tennis player, take the lead on this conversation, because as you know, I don't play tennis, but I know other people do. So Carla, take it away.
Thank you, Council Vice President Miguel Arias. We are celebrating National Tennis Month today, and I did want to give our speakers an opportunity to say a couple words on what they're doing here in the city of Fresno. Specifically in District 3, we have had a lot of improvements to some of our tennis courts, and they're doing great work. So Camilla?
I wanted to say thank you so much, because if you have not been out to Revolving Park tennis courts and the bike teams, right out there, they're beautiful. The courts have been resurfaced as of a year now, this month. They resurfaced them with our Measure P money. More people are coming out there to play tennis. I'm a member of one of our clubs around town, but these courts are better than my home club. They've got lights that are wonderful, lots of people out there playing, and our numbers have grown. And as part of Tennis Month, that we have found out that tennis has added longevity to people's life, their social activities have improved, their critical thinking skills, because you have to always be thinking about the next best shot you're going to make out there. But we wanted to say thank you to the council member Arias, and Carla has come out to our courts too to honor tennis as a lifelong sport. And we want to invite our board with Jesse. I'm the president of the Revolving Park Tennis Club. Jesse's our vice president, with an invitation to come out to Revolving Park.
Thank you, Camilla. Yeah, once again, thanks to the city of Fresno for resurfacing the courts. The courts are looking great. On Tuesday nights, all the courts are full with doubles programs and what have you. Kids and adults, beginners and intermediates. Everybody's enjoying the game out there in Revolving Park. This coming May, we're honoring the Armed Forces Day tournament. It's about the 5th or 6th year in a row now that we have honored our veteran tennis players on Armed Forces Day. So come out on May 16th, 17th, and 18th. And it's also our little fundraiser for the Revolving Park Tennis Club. It provides, tools and tennis courts and nets and straps and stuff. So if you can join us, we would like you to come. Thank you.
And I do also just want to say that there are community nights at Revolving Park Tuesdays and Saturdays at 6 p.m. You don't need to have your own racket or your own equipment. They will provide stuff for you. So if you're just beginning, if you have youth who are really interested in the sport but don't have access to those things, they are more than welcome to come. City Clerk?
Whereas the United States Tennis Association, originally founded as the United States National Lawn Tennis Association on May 21st, 1881, was established to standardize the rules of tennis to promote a sport's growth across the nation. And whereas tennis is a sport that promotes healthy lifestyles, fosters community, and provides recreational enjoyment for individuals of all ages, with over 25.7 million people participating nationwide, and whereas the USTA is the world's largest tennis organization with over 550,000 members, and supports programs like the Revolving Park Tennis Club through grants and participantships that increase access to the sport for people of all backgrounds and abilities, and whereas the Revolving Park Tennis Club, established in 1931, has served the Fresno community for generations by promoting equity and access to tennis, and now includes over 100 volunteers working alongside the City of Fresno's Parks Department to provide inclusive programming for all ages and skill levels, and whereas community-driven improvements to Revolving Park include resurfacing courts and new amenities, have revitalized tennis engagement in Fresno and supported the health and wellness of local residents. And whereas the USTA recognizes the month of May as National Tennis Month to celebrate the sport's benefits and encourage participation through the local government, facilities and events such as those held at Revolving Park tennis courts. And now therefore be it resolved, we, the City of Fresno, Fresno City Council and Mayor Jerry Dyer do hereby proclaim the month of May Public Parks Tennis Month in the City of Fresno.
We do have one more request, and we'd like to invite all the board. We wanted to invite the board to come out to the council members to come out and play on our Armed Forces Day or on our Saturday and Sunday. As Carla said, we have rackets and balls and everything ready for you to come out there and play. It's a wonderful place.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much. Now, our final proclamation for the morning is sponsored by the Mayor and Councilmember Richardson and the City Manager, and that is National Police Week and Peace Officers Memorial Day.
Council President, I'm joined by the Honor Guard. I think Captain Alvarez, are you coming up here? Yes, I heard Chief Casto say you're coming up here, and Chief Casto as well. And this is a proclamation that is sponsored by myself and Councilmember Richardson, who is serving our country in Africa. But really, it's supported by all of our council, and we have Councilmember Maxwell and Esparza here with us. And I do know that we have one of the things that we all agree on, whether we're in the administration or the city council, is how important our police officers are and public safety is and keeping us safe. So yeah, if we could have all of our council that would like to stand with us. This is an opportunity for us to be able to recognize not only the officers, but the families of the officers. Folks that go out there day in and day out and put their life on the line. And unfortunately, on occasion, we have police officers that lose their life in the line of duty. And I had the privilege, and I do say privilege, to wear this police uniform for 40 years. And it was an honor to be able to do that. And I got to see firsthand the sacrifices that were made. I spent far too many nights in the hospital with police officers and their families after a police officer had been shot or seriously injured. And during my time as a chief, I had my number one goal was to never lose a police officer in the line of duty. And I'm proud to say that we maintained that goal the entire 18 years I was a chief. And today I know it is Chief Casto's number one goal as well. And I have a saying, and that is that although it is a police officer that wears the badge, it is the family that carries the weight and the burden of that badge. Because when their loved one leaves the house, they're not certain whether or not they're going to come back. And they also have oftentimes during Christmas, during Thanksgiving, there's an empty chair at the table. And it's because their loved one is out there protecting our city. So I wanted to give each of our council members an opportunity to be able to say a few words regarding this important day. And I'll start with Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. I know we're probably going to go through the whole line here, so I'll keep it relatively brief. It's a privilege and honor to stand here with Chief and Captain, our officers, to celebrate kind of our dual role in terms of National Police Week and also Peace Officers Memorial Week. Having the privilege of being serving as a council member here, one of the primary mandates of local government is public safety. And just want to say a thank you as always to our department and our folks who are serving, keeping our streets safe, being literally on the front lines. And with respect to the memorial portion of our proclamation, I mean, those are officers who have given it all, and thank God we haven't, in the line of duty at least, lost officers in recent memory. But whenever there is an incident or something occurs, and we hear an officer was involved, there's always a pit in our stomach. We're holding our breaths, kind of waiting to hear the news. And so, again, thank you to our folks who are serving, folks who have served. We appreciate your service.
Thank you. I know most of our officers are out on patrol, but for the officers and the chief present here today, I just wanted to extend a heartfelt thank you, not just from me, but all the constituents that I represent, all the businesses that I represent. they see you out there every single day. You guys are awesome at coming to the District 4 community events, making a presence, building those relationships with the community. Over the past 4 years, Mayor Dyer and the council have really tried to spearhead an effort to bring on more Fresno police officers, and I think that's been very visible in the community. We've been able to restore the El Dorado Park bicycle unit. Like I mentioned, all the community events we have throughout the year, we have a big presence, and that means a lot to the community to have that visibility and to have that communication with the parents, of course, but also with the children, and to build that good example and be a model for something that they could become someday. I think the families in my district are acutely aware of the sacrifice the officers make every day. They go out on patrol as well as their families, again, not knowing if they're going to come home that evening. And so it's a huge blessing to have all of you. We really appreciate your dedication, your sacrifice, and the service to the city of Fresno. So thank you all very much. God bless you guys. Hand it over to Council President Carbasi.
Without sounding like a broken record, on behalf of the residents of Northwest Fresno, I want to express my sincere thanks for your service. What the folks can't see on camera now is we have a lot of our deputy chiefs and our captains here today. We also have Captain Jordan Beckford from Northwest. We're very lucky to have you. We have a good history of Northwest captains. We have Deputy Chief Farah, who was my first captain when I started, and that relationship really makes a big difference for me to be able to serve as council member. As Barza said, our number one responsibility is the public safety of our residents. So people don't see what you see. It's a very hard job, but what we do know is by the support of the city and the council and the public, we've increased the number of officers out there. We have reduced violent crime. You've reduced violent crime. And thank you to Chief for your leadership. We're very, very proud of you, and I think that's why you see we're unified here today. It's the one issue that can unify us. So thank you all for that.
Thank you, Council President. There's a reason why right now we have the most number of police officers in our city than we've ever had, and that's because this council, this administration has really invested in public safety at a scale that we haven't seen before. And so on behalf of District 1 and my constituents, I just want to thank every police officer out there. I've done about 8 ride-alongs, and I only got a glimpse of what our police officers have to deal with each and every day on the street 24/7. And I'll say that I'm a tough person. I'm pretty strong, but I could never do the work of a police officer. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for each and every one of you and everything you do on behalf of our city of Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Perea. Mayor Dyer, Chief Castro, and Captain Alvarez. Being the newest member on the dais, it is my honor to be here today. And as many of you don't know, my family is in law enforcement. I myself have 10 years as a peace officer. And what the mayor said is so true. When a police officer leaves the house, we don't know when he's going to come back. And so on behalf of the constituents in District 5, I appreciate the 900 plus police officers that we're able to hire here in the city of Fresno. And all of those, I have one favorite, which is my wife's baby brother, who is stationed in Northeast. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Before I have our police chiefs speak, I want to beg to differ. Councilmember Perry, you could be a police officer. I've seen how tough you are.
First, I just want to thank our officers that are not listening, but most of them are home sleeping or they're out working, but I definitely want to say I thank you for your loyalty, your faithful devotion to this community, and every day our staff works to make their job easier, safer, but we couldn't do it alone. Incredibly, this council has been very supportive of things that we need to make their jobs not just easier, but the technology, the equipment, the training to do their jobs and to keep them safe. And we thank you. And I remind them all the time that Fresno's a tough place to work. It's very busy. We work a lot harder. They earn every penny of that pay. But they're incredibly fortunate that the council and this community supports them the way that it does. And that's what makes it worth working here. Lastly, we did have an officer injured in the line of duty this year. By the grace of God, he was not killed, but he was significantly injured, and he will be honored in Washington, D.C. this week during Police Week, and that is the reason Captain Alvarez is here, is he will be accompanying Sergeant George Amirian on that trip to be honored, and he's going on our behalf. So thank you very much. Thank you to my staff for being here and for being servant leaders to your people, that it's our job to make their jobs easier, the people who are out there handling the calls and taking the risks. So thank you, and thank you to the community that supports us and the council that does as well.
Thank you very much, Chief. And Clerk, if you would please read the proclamation, and we'll take our photos, what we do best as politicians.
Whereas the mayor and city council of Fresno acknowledge the sacrifices made by the men and women of law enforcement in Fresno County who lost their lives in service to its citizens, and to the ceremony in their honor celebrated at 12 noon Thursday, May 1st, 2025 in Fresno County Courthouse Park. And whereas the Congress and President of the United States have dedicated May 15th as National Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the week in which May 15th falls as National Police Week, and whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the duties, responsibilities, hazards, and sacrifices of their police department, and the members of the Fresno Police Department recognize their duty to serve the people by sacrificing or safeguarding life and prosperity, by protecting them against violence and disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression. And whereas the men and women of the Fresno Police Department unceasingly provide a vital public service, and now therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City and the Council of the City of Fresno, do hereby call upon the citizens of Fresno and upon all patriotic, civic, and educational organizations to observe the week of Sunday, May 11th through Saturday, May 17th, 2025 as National Police Week, with appropriate ceremonies and observances in which all our people may join in commemorating law enforcement officers, past and present, who by their faithful and loyalty devotion to their responsibilities have rendered a dedicated service to their communities, and in doing so have established for themselves an invisible and enduring reputation of preserving the rights of the security of all citizens. Be it further resolved that we call upon all citizens of Fresno to observe Thursday, May 1st, 2025 as Peace Officers Memorial Day in Fresno in honor of those law enforcement officers who, through their courageous deeds, have made the ultimate sacrifice in service to their community and have become disabled in the performance of duty. And let us recognize the past and pay respect to the survivors of our fallen heroes.
Thank you very, very much. And I want to just invite all of you to come out today to the Peace Officer Memorial, 12 o'clock, Courthouse Park. And it is a very fitting tribute and one that I think all of you would enjoy. So thank you very much. God bless you guys, and please stay safe.
Okay, next we're going to move to our reports and comments. We're going to start in order. So let's start with Council District 1. Councilmember Perea, do you have any reports and comments today? Will do. We're going to move on to Council District 5. Councilmember Vang.
Thank you very much, Council President Karbasi. Just a few comments for today. I've been here less than 1 month, and I want to thank the council member staff for lending some of their staff during this transition period for me and my staff, and also the mayor's office, and for, again, lending me their staff and allowing me to navigate literally what City Hall is like. I'm really appreciative of that. And of course, George and White, again, taking my team by the hand, and in the next couple of weeks, I should be able to have my team together. I also want to thank Pastor Lou Vang for the invitation this morning. And it is appropriate, notwithstanding the fact that today is May 1st, It is the month of May, and it is the Asian American Pacific Islander month for the whole month of May. And the AAPI month initially was instituted in 1978 for the first 10 days for the month of May, and that was changed in 1992 to the whole month of May. And also in 2021 by the Biden administration, the previous name was the Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, but in 2021, that was changed to the Asian American Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And so moving forward, the month of May will be known as the Asian American Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. The month of May was chosen for two reasons in 1978 to honor the contributions of the Asian American community. First being that the first immigration of Japanese American was on May 7th, 1843. And additionally, it was also to honor the Chinese Americans who contributed to the building of the Transcontinental Railroad, which was completed on May 10th, 1869. Thus, the month of May was honored as the AAPI month. Now, Asians is not homogeneous. It is very diverse. And according to the definition here, Asians include East Asians, Southeast Asia, and people in the Indian subcontinent. So there are over 50 ethnic groups speaking over 100 languages here in the United States of America. The earliest documented arrival of Asians in what would become the United States was in 1587. 1587, when Filipinos arrived in California as part of the Spanish expedition. The reasons why this month was honored was instituted by Congress was to honor the contributions of the API community. Today, there are doctors, lawyers, educators, health specialists, business sectors, business people, and of course, politicians. Both blue and white collar workers of API descent contributed largely to the economy and to the building of this great country. But there are a few historical notes that I wanted to touch upon, being that this is the month for us to remember, to honor, and to remind the contributions and also the struggles of the API community here. The Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, which was signed into law by President Chester Arthur, was the first major United States law to restrict immigration based on ethnicity, and that was to restrict Chinese immigrants from coming into the United States. And that was the very first major policy by this country to restrict immigrants simply based on race. And notwithstanding the obvious Executive Order 9066, which was signed by FDR on February 19th, 1942, to force the removal of citizens of Japanese descent into concentration camp, or in some cases they termed relocation centers. And Fresno Fairground was one of those sites where American citizens of Japanese descent were rounded up in the Central Valley and initially stationed there and then shipped to other relocation centers in the West. In total, there were about 120,000 people of Japanese descent who were part of that relocation roundup. On a brighter note, I want to touch upon an individual that rarely gets the credit or the accolades, and that is Larry E. Leong. Larry played a crucial role in organizing farm workers in the 1960s, along with Cesar Chavez, in leading strikes and advocating for improved wages and working conditions for farm workers in the Delano area. And he largely, with the help of Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta, formed what we know today as United Farm Workers, and also the passage of the California Agricultural Labor Relations Union. So on a positive note, the API community in our backyard contributed to the formation of the labor movement here in the Central Valley. Two quotes from Larry Ilion. Quote, "You go to the United States where they pick money on trees. Did that happen? Hell no," unquote. And another one is, "To go on strike, you suffer a lot of hardship. Maybe you get hungry, maybe you're gonna lose your car, maybe you're gonna lose your house," end quote. And that's from Larry Ilion. Another example of the API community contribution and also how they got here was the Vietnam War, in particular, something that is personal to me, which was the secret war in Laos. There was a war in the country of Laos from 1961 to 1975. Nobody knew about it because obviously it was secret, funded by the CIA. And the reason why I'm here is because my father and his cohorts fought in the war on behalf of the United States. And so the United States, when they left Southeast Asia, the waves of refugees from Cambodia, Vietnam, and Laos, again, came to the United States and contributed largely to the economy and the building of this nation. On May 14th will be the 50th anniversary of the Hmong American coming to America, per se. There will be celebrations throughout the city this weekend, Friday and Saturday, and Sunday at Fresno State. Other local school districts are also celebrating this 50th anniversary of the Hmong diaspora here in the United States. And the reason today why we have the AAPI Community Honor in the month of May is to uplift the Asian American community, to make them more visible, to promote capacity building, and also to acknowledge the contributions to the United States. And equally important, a reminder to themselves of their history, the culture, and the language, so generations do not lose their identity. Just a few statistics that I want to put out there about the API population here in the state of California. Going back to 1860, the Asian American population in the state of California was 9.2 in 1860. 1900, there was 3.8. In 1940, that was 2.4%. And then in 1990, that rose to 9.6, and 2010 is 13, and today is roughly about 16 or 17% throughout the state of California. In the city of Fresno, according to the 2002 census, the API community in the city of Fresno is at 14.4%, which is 76,000. To put that into perspective, the city of Tulare has 72,000 and Madera has 70,000. And again, for the whole month of May, we will be celebrating the Asian American, Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the city of Fresno. And there will be more news coming from me in the couple of days with regards to how the city is going to celebrate this month here at City Hall. Thank you very much, Council President.
Thank you, Council Member. I really appreciate your thoughts on that and representing your community. That's a big deal. Next, we're going to move on to District 7.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Just start off with a big thank you to our Public Works team was working very hard to deliver several projects citywide, but particularly in District 7. Just a brief reminder to residents to please be patient as workers make essential infrastructure improvements within our area. A couple updates. Cesar Chavez Boulevard to Maple, Huntington, and Chestnut, the paving. That paving began last week. Crews this week are finishing up on the striping. On the McKinley repaving, that's been completed from Peach to Chestnut. Crews this week again are finishing up on the striping, and crews have begun work at the Wishon and Cortland for the addition of a traffic circle there. So construction is expected through mid-June this summer within that neighborhood. Separately, this week had the honor of joining community members and labor organizations at Union Park over the fairgrounds for Workers' Memorial Day. We gathered to honor the lives of Central Valley workers who have been injured or lost due to unsafe working conditions. It was a very powerful reminder that far too many working families still face unnecessary risks on the job. And we must continue to advocate for stronger safety protections, more enforcement, and a culture that prioritizes the well-being of every worker. So it was great to join folks there. And lastly, we had this past weekend the Great American Cleanup for this year. And I want to thank, again, the incredible volunteers who came out all across the city, but especially in District 7, to support cleanup efforts over at Webster and Leavenworth Elementary neighborhoods, again, this past Saturday. So their dedication to a cleaner and litter-free Fresno means a lot to us, means a lot to the neighborhoods and the families we represent. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We're going to go back to District 1.
Thank you, Council President. Just want to acknowledge and say thank you to my team. This weekend, we were very busy with 2 Beautify Fresno events, one in the Tower District and another west of Highway 99. Also want to give a shout out to Supervisor Chavez for joining us in the Tower District. Collectively, between those 2 events, we collected over 1,500 pounds of trash. So just incredibly thankful to everyone who came out to make those events a big success. And then despite the weather, we did have another big successful event with Porch Fest. I'm excited to share that we did sponsor the trolley service, which hauled everyone from porch to porch throughout the day. And we had over 480 passengers on that trolley, 480 passengers. And so thank you to General Services and Fresno Police Department for your support to help make sure everyone was happy and safe during that event. Want to remind everyone that this Saturday at Fresno City College from 8:30 to 5:30, we have the San Joaquin Valley Book Fest. I will be making a pit stop there this weekend and encourage everyone else to do so as well. Finally, I hosted another District 1 town hall a couple days ago over at Inspiration Park. So just want to thank all the city departments for being there and sharing important updates and resources with my constituents west of the 99. And my final comment is today we did learn that PETA will be at Irene's Cafe in the Tower District at noon protesting. I want to encourage everyone to show up, and while we do support everyone's right to protest, they're targeting one of our favorite small businesses in the Tower District, and so we want to make sure that everyone is safe but heard in their protest. And so I will be out there this afternoon joining Irene's and their patrons and just making sure that we stand with them in their small business in our community. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we're going to move on to District 4.
Thank you, President Carbasi. Just a quick update. I want to thank the over 1,000 volunteers that came out on Saturday, as well as Mayor Dyer. We were at Cary Park doing a major facelift. This is one of our most used parks in all of Central Fresno. It has some of the most amenities, but it also needed a lot of TLC, especially after COVID-19. There were a lot of encampments. The irrigation wasn't working. The play structure was decades old. The baseball diamonds had fallen into disrepair, and a lot of the hockey leagues wanted upgrades into the hockey rink. And Saturday, we were able to provide a lot of that. We're doing turf renovation for the baseball fields. We added new bleachers. We added an ADA pathway. We did renovations to the hockey field. We upgraded the pétanque court. And Mayor Dyer and I had the pleasure of building the Kaboom playground ourselves. So you might want to let that get tested out a little bit before you let your kids use it. But it was a really great time. teamed up with some volunteers who are also part of the Great American Cleanup, and just want to thank everybody for taking the time out of their Saturday morning to be there. Cary Park looks a lot better than it did a few years ago, and that's in thanks to Measure P. These are dollars that we were able to use to invest into our local parks, as well as the commitment from this council and the administration to make those investments. So thank you to my colleagues and the administration as well. That'll conclude my remarks, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. We're going to move on to the Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. A couple of updates. We continue to host informational meetings for our mobile food vendors. The upcoming ones are May 6th at Cortiva's Kitchen and May 13th at the Fresno Area Hispanic Foundation. So just a reminder again, we start enforcement of mobile food vendors on June 30th. So we've given quite a bit of trainings and opportunities for education for the vendors that vend in our city. City manager, I'm trying to get an update on our mural art policy. I know we've been working on it, and I know on top of budget, it's probably not on the top of the list, but the reason it's on my list is I'm starting to see murals pop up in my district, and as I get questions on why did we have that photo or that image, you know, who approved it, I'd like to have some ability to say we have a process, we have a policy, especially in the anticipation for the next release of Measure P funds, which I believe is going to be September. So we can maybe get through budget and to try to make some progress would be helpful. And a couple of other notes. I recently got to see some of the data around the prosecutions of Prop 36 in our county. And as was noted in today's recognition of our police department, this council has made our police officers the highest paid in the Central Valley. We've added the most police officers in the city of this history, in the city's history. And yet we see rampant drug use, open drug use in major corridors, in small corridors and streets in our city. And we don't seem to be making arrests. And definitely, as the data demonstrates, we don't seem to be prosecuting these cases. So City Attorney, if you can get a hold of the district attorney and figure out what the plan is for actual prosecutions. You know, when the residents ask me, why aren't police making arrests of somebody, you know, engaging in meth on Belmont and Van Ness or in front of Muir Elementary, I go to the police chief and the mayor, officers make the arrest, then only to come to find out that there was no prosecution of the arrest. And we're back into doing this all over again. So it's become a revolving door of folks being arrested and not being prosecuted either for illegally camping out in public spaces or engaging in public drug use, and I think it's time for us to have a much more public conversation about that. I would remind the county that they have a county jail that's completely empty right now, and instead of using it for storage, they should be providing some kind of drug treatment for folks who are being arrested and not prosecuted. On that note, PG&E has come to my attention that they're potentially delaying the opening of the United Health Center's clinic in West Fresno. It should have been operational. Also looking at potentially delaying the 22 new families that just finished their homes in West Fresno. So we reached out to PG&E, and fair warning, PG&E, we've been as friendly and as patient as possible. If folks cannot move into their homes that they built with their own hands, and if we can't open up a health clinic on time, then we're going to have a different conversation about whether we go down the path of a public utility versus continue our relationship with PG&E. On that note, I also want to take a moment to just talk as a Fresno Unified parent. You know, I first want to congratulate Misty Her for being named the permanent superintendent at Fresno Unified. As a parent of Fresno Unified, I'm committed to public education and seeing my kids attend neighborhood schools and public schools in Fresno Unified. And for years, there's been this very public tension between labor and the district. You know, FTA has made it a point to engage in what I would describe childish attacks on an ongoing basis. The district looks like they've responded with similar childish attacks on social media now. And, you know, it doesn't do anyone any good, especially the kids of the district who are literally not learning while the adults are engaged in childish attacks and rhetoric back and forth. It's a fact that labor negotiations, relationships are difficult. But I would challenge people to look for the police union, the FACTS union, Public Works, and our labor partners, and us publicly going at it, hosting board games, attacking each other on social media. That's just a basic expectation of leadership, that adults get in the room, resolve adult issues, and focus on the primary scope of the public agency. And I would ask Fresno Teachers Association, that behavior hasn't resulted in more kids learning at grade level. It hasn't resulted in better math scores. And now that the district is engaged in the same level of childish behavior, I don't see where the district improves if this is the now new normal for employee and labor relations and the operation of the school district. So I would ask those two groups across the street, they have 70,000 of our kids under their responsibility. The record is clear. Kids have not made up the lost learning that happened during the pandemic. The district is in financial dire circumstance that's going to lay off thousands of potential employees. The taxpayers just awarded them an additional $600 million of new money to fix schools. I think the public has done its part, and now it's time for the adults across the street to put kids in the forefront and actually get them learning at grade level again and fixing the schools in our neighborhood. So I would plead with both groups to stop with the childish behavior and act like the adults in the room, because the kids are watching and they're suffering when they're failing to lead. Thank you all.
Thank you, Council Vice President. I have nothing to report. I just want to make a request that the administration do their best to reach out to the residents or anyone that wanted to participate in this evening's hearing, because as a reminder, the 5:30 text amendment hearing has been moved to the 22nd, and there will be a workshop on the 15th, correct? Okay, thank you, City Manager. And next is Mayor Dyer. You have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. And just a kind of a response to Councilmember Arias. I actually did meet with the DA the other day on this very topic that you brought up, and I think that data was about 2 months old. Pleased to say now, I think there were like 126 cases that have been submitted countywide, and I think they're prosecuting 124 of those now. But it is a learning curve, I can say, for our department. It's amazing. The fact is that all the officers that have been hired under the most recent Prop 47 type of criteria, and now that Prop 36 has come into place and stiffened the penalties, there's a learning curve for those folks. So we're going to be making sure with our police chief that learning curve is overcome quickly. Did have the opportunity to participate this last week with Councilmember Arias, Annandale and Ivy area, 22 new homes with families that are being brought in. And I'm sorry about the delay with PG&E. I didn't know that, but it's unfortunate. But we contributed on both of their phases $5.5 million of city dollars, thanks to the support of this council, partnering with Self-Help Enterprise. But the most recent is 22 families who are going to move into homes. Also got to participate in the Great American Cleanup. 1,280 volunteers came out this Saturday, and 15,000 pounds of trash removed from our city. And that's on top of the efforts of our quad crews and a number of other groups that are out there, our HEART sanitation team. I'm not sure if folks know, but we clean up about 375,000 pounds of trash a month in our city. So about 4.5 million pounds of trash a year that our folks take care of. And as Councilmember Maxwell said, we were at Cary Park. We worked on the rock climbing wall. Councilmember Maxwell and I put that together, so I would probably, none of you should probably be on that wall. I can just assure you that. Especially you, Councilmember Esparza. Central Valley Honor Flight, I had the opportunity to be there last night welcoming home vets. I know Councilmember Maxwell goes every time, but what an incredible thing to be able to watch 62 vets returning from Washington, D.C., the memorial, and the number of cheers and tears that were spread. It was quite fascinating. It was a great show of support. Did attend the National Day of Prayer this morning at the front of City Hall at 7. and met with folks and prayed with folks and shared with them, to their surprise, the incredible sweet spirit that we have at City Hall and the unity that between the council and the administration. They were shocked to hear that, but the truth is, it is a sweet spirit here at City Hall, and I'm proud of that. And then Saturday, be participating in the 50 Years of Freedom, the Hmong American Day, along with Councilmember Vang, and I look forward to that. 8:30, I believe, is at Fresno State. And thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, anything to report?
Yeah, very quickly. Responding to Councilmember Arias's, I have to take full responsibility on the mural policy. It is on my desk, has been on my desk. I have one more thing I have to get through on the budget, which I'll be done on Sunday, and I will get it done, but I have to accept responsibility. I hold my people responsible, and I admit it, it's on me. I'm late, and I'll get on it.
Great. Thank you, City Manager. Okay, so now I think we broke a record, 10:15. We're about to get to business. This is great. So we're going to now move on to our 9:15 a.m. number 1 hearing to consider the vacation of a portion of the public street easement on the southwest side of South Golden State Boulevard, north of East Jensen Avenue. We're going to start with a staff presentation, if necessary, Councilmember. Oh, okay, so no need for a presentation. Thank you, Jill. Any questions by the council on this item?
Council President, I'd just like to say for the record that these were conditions placed by the city in order for the development to proceed. The development has met their conditions, so that's why we're now in a position to vacate the property, which is exactly how I would prefer to move with vacations. It's the last thing we do after the developer has done his part as requested. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve if there's any public comments.
Yeah, so we'll hold your motion. We'll come back to it. We're going to have public comment. I'm sorry. Before we go to public comment, any more questions by the council? Okay, public comment on the 9:15 a.m. number 1 item. Anyone on the public, please feel free to come up and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. I'm not seeing anybody come up. Okay, we're going to close the public comment portion. Any more comment from the council? Okay, so I'm going to close the hearing and come back to the council. There was a motion made by the council vice president. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Councilmember Vang. Any opposition? This item passes 6-0. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to the 9:15 a.m. number 2 item. This is a hearing to adopt resolutions and an ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding Community Facilities District number 11, annexation number 155. And this is in District 7. Councilmember, do you want a presentation on this matter? No. Okay, so no staff presentation. Thank you for coming up. Appreciate that. Any questions by the council on this item? Public comment. Anyone wishing to comment on the 9:15 a.m. number 2 item, please do feel free to come up and you'll have 3 minutes. Okay, no one is coming up.
Motion to approve.
Okay, motion to approve by Councilmember Esparza. We close public comment. Motion approved by Councilman Esparza, second by the Vice President. Any opposition? There being none, the item passes 6-0. We're going to move on to our 9:20 a.m. hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding the City of Fresno, CFD number 11, annexation 154. And that is also in District 7. Do we want a presentation for that, Councilmember?
No, it's pretty standard item. No.
Okay. Any questions by the council? Public comment time. Anyone wishing to comment on the 9:20 a.m. hearing? There being none, we're going to close public comment. We're going to bring it back to the council. Any motions? Motion to approve by Councilmember Esparza. Is there a second? Second by the Council Vice President. Any opposition? There being none, this motion also passes 6-0. We'll now move on to the 9:25 a.m. item. It's a hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding City of Fresno, CFD number 18, annexation number 003. This is in Council District 4. Would you like a presentation, Council Member?
No, Council President.
Okay. Any questions by the council? Public comment on the 9:25 a.m. item. There being no comment, bring it back to the council. Are there any motions?
To approve.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Maxwell. Is there a second?
Okay.
Second by Councilmember Esparza. Sorry, I heard him first. And any opposition? I'll register a no vote. So the motion will pass 5-1. Next is the 9:30 a.m. hearing. Let's see, I apologize. Yep. 9:30 a.m. hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding CFD number 9, annexation 68. It's in District 2. I'm not asking for a staff presentation. Any questions by the council on this item? This is the time for public comment on the 9:30 a.m. hearing. Any public comment? There being none, we're going to close that portion. I will make a motion to approve. Second by the Council Vice President. Thank you. Any opposition? This item passes 6-0. Now we're going to move to our 9:30 a.m. item. Another one, annex territory and levy a special tax regarding CFD number 9, annexation 68. I'm sorry. I apologize. The 9:40 a.m. I apologize. This is the TEFRA hearing for the purpose of financing and refinancing the acquisition, construction, development, and equipment of a 114-unit qualified residential project. Staff presentation on this, Council? Yes. Yep. Yes. Okay. Santino, you have the floor.
Sure, yeah. Good morning, Council. I can provide just a brief opening. There's 3 TEFRA hearings that we're presenting today. The purpose for them is to be held in the jurisdiction where the proposed tax-exempt financing is to occur. This first one is for Dakota Fresno LP. They've asked the California Municipal Financing Authority to be the issuer for tax-exempt financing in an amount not to exceed $50 million. This amount will be used to finance and refinance the acquisition, construction, development, and equipping of a 114-unit qualified residential project to be owned and operated by the borrower at the location of 3787 North Blackstone. The debt to be issued by the financing authority will be the sole responsibility of the borrower, and the county or city rather will have no financial or legal obligations or responsibilities with regard to the repayment of the debt. The adoption is solely for the purposes of satisfying the requirements of Government Code 6500 to conduct a public hearing, allow the council and the public to express any opinion on the projects. And with that, I'm joined with representatives of the projects and the financing authority for any questions that you might have.
I have Council Vice President punched up.
For the benefit of the general public and for a refresher for me, remind me, we're hosting a hearing for a private party to borrow money to refinance and acquire a property or reconstruct a property. What is the actual project that the money's being borrowed for?
Sure, so I can have representatives of the project come and speak to the project. The purpose of the hearing is they're gaining access to tax-exempt financing. And as a result of that, it requires for the local jurisdiction where the project exists to conduct a public hearing and just allow the general public and the council to weigh in on the project and plan of financing.
So can we have the applicant speak to what the project is?
Sure.
Good morning. Nice to see you all. I'm Jessica Hofberzak with AAPI Holdings. So we're thankful for your time today. The Dakota is going to be a new construction 4-story apartment complex right at Dakota and Blackstone. You've probably seen Smugglers has already come down. So now we're going to build affordable housing, and 45 of the units will be dedicated to our veterans.
In the case that who's the actual owner of the facility?
So it's a tax credit deal, as you've heard, so it's a limited partnership. Actually, Fannie Mae is the main investor, so they own the bulk of it for the tax credit period. And then there are 3 general partners. Housing on Merit is a 501c3 organization, my firm, AAPI Holdings, and RH Community Builders.
So are the owners nonprofits?
One of them is, yes.
And if this financing structure was to fail, or the project fails, who remains the ownership of the property itself?
So there's a lot of fail-safes within the tax credit program, considering Fannie Mae is banking on those tax credits and their investment. So if there were to be a general partner failure, the limited, which is Fannie Mae in this case, would have the ability to step in and identify a replacement to make sure the project continues to provide the affordable housing for the 55-year compliance period.
And if the project for some reason doesn't get to completion and you end up with a 3-story half-built project, who steps in legally to make sure the project is completed, and who owns the debt?
So that's us. We have the guarantees for completion of the project and for recapture of the tax credits.
And when you say us, what is the actual company that?
AAPI Holdings California LLC.
LLC, and that's a private LLC?
That's correct.
Correct. So there's several nonprofits plus private LLCs. So the private LLC is essentially the owner at the end of the day?
Well, really, the investor owns 99.99% of it because it's ultimately a tax structure. But yes, there are then 3 general partners. One is the 501c3, which helps us gain access to welfare tax exemptions, and then 2 for-profit general partners who post the guarantees.
And after the 55-year period, who retains ownership of the property?
Well, at that point, the ownership would remain intact. I suppose in theory, it would no longer have to be affordable at that point. But in all reality, what happens is projects get re-syndicated after that first tax credit period, and we just keep pushing the affordability out further and further.
The reason I ask is I've had several projects in my district that started in this, model where they received new market tax credits, they received public financing, they received city contributions, redevelopment agency contributions. They're supposed to be affordable for 55 years. At some point, the ownership wants to, make it private at market rate and pay back whatever loans they receive from the public sector. And then the project has become private. The rents double in price, and is nowhere near the 55-year mark of the lifespan. So I'm trying to just make sure we're all clear about who we're doing business with and who's ultimately the owner.
Yeah, I've been doing this 20 years now. That's never happened within our portfolio. We still own and operate everything we've ever developed, and every unit that was ever affordable is still affordable. So
And you have a right to make it market rate after 55 years, or can you do it prior to 55
you
years?
cannot do it. It's recorded under the city's home loan, as well as every state funding source and the tax credits.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Any other council members have any questions? Okay, we're going to move on to public comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to public comment on the 9:40 a.m. TEFRA hearing regarding the 114-unit rental project. Okay, we have no one coming up, so we're going to bring it back to the council and close this hearing. Any discussion or action by the council? Oh, I have Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, this project's in my district.
Yes.
It's a great project. We went out and did the demo just a few weeks ago now. So it's something we've been working towards for a long time, several years. So it's great that we're finally getting to the final stages here of making it a reality. So I'll make a motion for approval.
Okay, thank you. Motion by Councilmember Esparza, second by Councilmember Perea. Any opposition? There being none, the motion passes 6-0. Thank you. A bit of trivia. My parents had their wedding reception at the Smugglers. They got divorced, though, so I don't know what that means, but a little levity doesn't hurt. Okay, we're going to move on to the 9:45 TEFRA hearing, and this is regarding the terraces at San Joaquin Gardens. Santino, you have.
Sure. Thank you, Council President Carbasi. I'll spare the same briefing. This project is for human good. They've also asked the California Municipal Financing Authority to be the issuer of tax-exempt financing in the amount not to exceed $205 million. A portion of this will be used for the rehabilitation, to finance the rehabilitation of the terraces at San Joaquin Gardens located at 5555 North Fresno Street in the city of Fresno. And again, happy to take any questions that we can help with.
So, any questions by the council? I just have Councilmember Maxwell right now punched up.
Not a question, but again, a really great project. This is an amazing facility located in District 4. I think the toughest town hall I've ever had is with the seniors at Terraces at San Joaquin Gardens. They hold you accountable. They are very active and involved in the community, and it's a great project, and be happy to support this today. Thanks.
Great. And then I have Council Vice President punched up.
Is the applicant here? I have a couple questions. I recall seeing this project on the infamous list of repeat offenders for wasting water and watering over your allotted use and, going routinely over it. Is any of this money that you're financing or seeking to finance from the state going to go to addressing the water use issues we've had at that location?
Not that I'm aware of. It's going towards refinancing existing bond debt from 2015 and 2020. That's the predominant amount. And then there's an additional $50 million that can be used for additional capital projects or needs for the terrace at San Joaquin Gardens, in addition to other communities within the California Obligated Group. So I don't know that there's anything specific regarding the watering that is allocated from these funds.
Okay. City staff, city manager, how are you dealing with folks who continuously violate the watering restrictions? I know some of them, there's a fine structure, and some people can afford it, continuously pay the fine structure, but not abide by the city water requirements.
I'll have to get back to you on that. Let me get a report from Brock.
Thank you. Sorry, I just recollect seeing the name of the facility as one of the top tier facilities that continuously, gets fines and pays fines, but continues the behavior of overwatering, which might be necessary based on your design of the facility. But I just wanted to make sure as we go into water rate increases, I want to be thoughtful about whether we're addressing the frequent users of that system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Any more questions by the council? Okay, we're going to go to public comment. Again, this is public comment on the 950 TEFRA hearing regarding the 60 apartment units. I'm sorry, 945 TEFRA hearing regarding the terraces at San Joaquin Gardens. No one is coming up, so we're going to close the hearing and bring it back to the council for discussion and action. This is in Council District 4, I believe, correct?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by District 4. I will second that motion. I'm sorry, Council Vice President will second that motion. And any opposition? Okay, that item passes 6-0. I believe our last TEFRA hearing for the day is going to be the 9:50 a.m. TEFRA hearing regarding 60 units. And we'll start with the staff presentation, Santino. Thank you.
Sure. Again, thank you, Council President. So this hearing is for Pleasant View. They've asked the financing authority to be the issuer of tax-exempt financing in an amount not to exceed $20 million. This amount will be used to finance the acquisition, rehabilitation, improvement, and equipping of affordable rental housing that includes 60 apartment units plus ancillary facilities to be located at 3555 North Pleasant Avenue.
Got it. Okay, council members, any questions on this matter? All right, there being none on this one. Again, public comment. I don't see anyone here, but I want to give an opportunity, of course, on the 9:50 a.m. TEFRA hearing regarding the 60 units. Okay, no one's here to comment on that, so I'll close the hearing and bring it back to the council for discussion and action. Tell you what, I'll make a motion to approve. Second by Council Member Perea. Any opposition? There being none, it's 6-0. Thank you very much. Good job, Santino. Okay, that was our 9:50 a.m. item. Our 10:05 a.m. item has been continued, so we're going to go to our 10:10 appearance by Ashley Mireles Guerrero regarding concerns about SEDA. Come on up.
Hello, council members. My name is Ashley Morales Guerrero. I am both a proud business owner and resident of District 3 here in Fresno. Just last week, I stood before you guys to celebrate the official proclamation of Indie Bookstore Day in Fresno, a moment that was not only meaningful for my business, but for so many others across the city who care deeply about local commerce and community. So I want to thank you guys again for that recognition. Today, I return with serious concerns about the proposed SEDA development plan. While there are a number of pressing issues from environmental impacts like air and water pollution to unanswered questions about infrastructure, I want to focus on one critical issue, which is the budget. Earlier today, I signed an extended lease on our business location in Fresno's Chinatown, and I made that decision after attending Councilmember Miguel Arias's town hall, where I was encouraged by the plans for beautification of the area. But even then, I had questions about the timeline, and I'm not alone. Many of my neighboring business owners have expressed similar concerns, not only about timing, but about whether the promised funding will ever truly materialize. Over the past 6 months, as part of the Chinatown Foundation's pop-up initiative, we've welcomed over 1,000 new customers to our shop and neighboring businesses, and it's been a sign of what is possible when we invest in long overlooked parts of our city. And with the beautification project on the horizon, we're planning for larger events and expanded outreach to draw even more visitors from not only Fresno County, but across the state. We've had people come to visit us from as far as Reno, Nevada, after seeing our business on social media. So we are drawing people from out of state to come visit Fresno's Chinatown. The plans and our momentum depend a lot on the City Council's follow-through, and we fear that funding the SEDA project with lines outside of the city and even outside of county lines risks drawing attention and resources away from downtown and the South Fresno projects that are already long overdue. SEDA is being presented as bold and forward-looking, but I see it as another instance of urban sprawl that leaves the heart of our city behind. Thank you. Oh,
One more minute left.
Yeah. So the mayor has repeatedly communicated commitment to South Fresno and downtown revitalization, and that commitment must mean more than words. I urge you to please finish what you have started, invest in the projects that have already been promised, honor the neighborhoods like mine that have waited patiently for real change. We don't need another shiny development on the outskirts. What we need is meaningful, equitable progress here at the core of our city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Our 10:13 a.m. speaker requested to be removed from the agenda, so we're going to move on to our consent calendar. So do any council members wish to register a no vote, abstention, or recusal on any consent items? And then, of course, pulled items will be heard immediately after consent. Council members? Okay, there is none. We're going to take public comment now on all consent, including contested consent items, closed session items, and unscheduled communication. So anyone here to speak today on any of those items, please come on forward. Again, this is a request for public comment on consent, contested consent, closed session, and unscheduled communication. I think we have one speaker coming up, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Council President, does this include any public comment on today's workshop as well?
No, we don't do public comment workshops. If they want to comment, they can. This is unscheduled, they could, but we don't usually take public comment during a workshop.
Okay, thanks.
Would you like to? Yeah. Thank you, council member.
Thank you. I wasn't intending to speak today because I know that the item that I'm concerned about is a workshop. Can't make comments on that. But I do want to point out that it is very difficult for the public to attend workshops when you do not make them a timed item. And it ends up being essentially a denial of participation when people cannot predict. I talked to probably 10 people today who said, I have to work, or I can't just go and sit there all day. Those of us, we're kind of rare who can just come and wait on your discretion to call on us. So I would like you, I understand, Council President, that the way the agenda is set up is in your purview. And I would request that when there is a matter of public interest, as you've done with the text amendment, that you set it for a time certain, preferably at a time when at least a few people can attend, and that you also make public comment at a time certain, available at a time certain. I know you do it with respect to each agenda item, but unscheduled public comment should be at a time people can anticipate coming in and spending half an hour maybe, but not 4 or 5 hours waiting for you to get around to it. So if you would kindly take that under consideration, we'd appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you, Patience.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Okay. Any more public comment on consent, contested consent, closed session, and unscheduled communication? Okay. There being none, we're going to move on. Is there a motion to improve the balance of the consent calendar? Motion by Councilmember Perea. Second by Councilmember Vang. Any opposition? There being none, the balance of the consent calendar passes 6-0. Okay, we're going to move on to contested consent, and let's see if we can do this in alphabetical order. The first item, 2D, as in David, was pulled by Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you, President Carbasi. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, how are you doing?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I had a couple of questions just about the process in which this contract was awarded. I noticed up until, maybe this very contract, that when these types of contracts are put out for bid, they request either a Class A license or a C34 and a C36. I see that in multiple instances throughout 2024 requesting one or the other. And I'm guessing the reason for that is because the California Contractor State License Board defines the Class A license as the highest level of license available for contractors. That includes most, if not all, of the requirements for the C34 and the C36 license. I'm curious why all of the sudden we are requiring both the A and the C34 and the C36. That has not typically been a practice in the past. It seems redundant. It seems like we're making it more difficult for folks to bid on these projects by requiring all those licenses when the A seems to be sufficient. And the last time I checked, the bidder that had the A license bid at $5.7 million, and we're awarding it to somebody who came in at $6.3 million. This is a $600,000 difference because we're asking for a requirement that has never been asked for previously in the city of Fresno. Can you explain that?
Yes, Francisco Magos, Assistant Director, Capital Projects Department. So with any project, we always like to go back and look at what our licensing requirements are, see past practices. And for this one, although it is a deviation from what we have done in the past, we feel that the licenses that we required on this project are sufficient and that it didn't require or obstruct any other qualified construction business from bidding on this project. And in fact, the contractor that is being awarded the project does have both licenses.
Yeah, I think most folks assume, I think rightfully so, that when they get the A, they no longer need a C34 and a C36. It's kind of like asking somebody, you got to have a real ID, but you also have to have a California ID. Having the real ID should be sufficient. What is not sufficient enough for your department to be able to give this somebody that only has the Class A license?
Well, with this project in particular, it is in a neighborhood where the water services and water mains are within the rear yards. So we are doing several, if not most of the new residents that are getting the water services in the front yards. There'll be a lot of plumbing that will need to be done, transferring the water service from the rear of the yard to the front of the yard and all of the plumbing associated with that. So the license requirements that we had was Class A and a Class A, which is a pipeline contractor, or the Class A and the C36, which is a plumbing contractor. So we feel that the plumbing contractor is appropriate for this type of project with all of the on-site plumbing that would be required.
Can somebody that holds a Class A not have those skills for plumbing and pipe fitting?
It's not that they may not have those skills, but the other licenses, the C34s, a C36, any of the other C-type licenses, those are more specialized. So those particular contractors do focus mostly on that, whereas a Class A is, very general in nature, and, although they could particularly do that work, if they didn't have a subcontractor that had that particular skill, it may not be their core competency.
So as you mentioned previously, we would require one or the other. When did that practice stop? When did we start requiring both the A and the C licenses?
Well, we've always required some sort of combination of a Class A or the Class C34 and C36.
Well, what do you mean by combination? I'm looking at a couple of examples here from last year. No bid will be considered for award unless the bidder at the time of the bid opening is licensed with a Class A license or a C34 and a C36. So it was an either or.
Correct.
So when did that practice stop and you start requiring that they have both the A and the C licenses?
Yeah, so it was, again, like I mentioned, we like to go through every project that we work on and reevaluate the licensing requirements. So this would be the initial one that we've done this on.
Okay. Who makes these decisions? Are they made on a case-by-case example? Because it seems unfair to the folks bidding on this that it would change to require one or the other. Sometimes it requires both, sometimes just one. How is that decision made? Is it codified somewhere? Who's making that decision?
Yeah, it's not something that's codified. We would work with either our client departments, our own project managers. We work closely with our engineering consultants too to always see what they're seeing in the industry and see what is appropriate.
So in the past, we've awarded these kinds of contracts to folks that have just held a Class A. Were there issues with the work performed?
Not that I'm aware of. Every project has, its own unique instances and issues, but I'm not aware of any significant, delay or detriment to any project.
Councilmember, can I add something?
Sure.
I understand the concerns that were raised by the unsuccessful bidder, and regardless of whether or not we change the bid spec, it is the responsibility of the bidder to review the bid spec to figure out what the requirements of the bid spec were. And if at that time they noticed the change, that there was a change in the license requirement, they could have submitted a question about why the change, isn't the Class A sufficient. They didn't do that. So we are required under our code to follow our bid specifications.
And I could appreciate that. I've never spoken to these contractors before.
Right.
I'm not going to bat for them. I'm not holding their water.
Yeah.
What I disagree with, it seems arbitrary and capricious that we would change the requirements on a case-to-case basis instead of codifying this somewhere. I feel like it should be both, or it should be one or the other, and not change given on the contract that's being put out there for a bid.
But every project is different, so I would agree that if it's a similar project that has the requirement to move connections from the backyard to the front yard, that those bid specs should be the same.
Is it the same as some of the ones that we've put out in the past? This is the first time I'm seeing them to require both.
Well, I understand, but also we have a new department that is trying to look at things a little bit differently and how we deliver projects and try and make sure that we are digging deep and looking at the requirements. I'm not saying on this project, but we have had problems in the past with contractor performance, with not having the right subs
not
or
any
the right
of these
experience.
projects that, from
there
what
could
I'm hearing.
be. I mean, we could go back and look, but once again, I think that this is a valuable conversation, and I think it's a valid point. And, unfortunately, I wish that this discussion and the person could have brought this up before the bid was awarded, because once the bid is awarded, it's out of our hands. Because now that we have followed our process to do anything different.
The bid has not been awarded.
Sorry, but the bid evaluation, bid open, and the bid evaluation, and the bidder has been selected based on following the bid specs.
Yeah.
So I understand your concern.
The specs were not followed. I'm not contesting that. I don't think I could support this or future awards unless there is something concrete that a bidder could follow. Under these circumstances, we're going to require both. Under these circumstances, you could have the A or the C34 and the C36, and that would be sufficient instead of this case-by-case basis. That doesn't seem just to me. I don't know the business that you're recommending gets awarded today. Hopefully they do a good job if this passes. I don't know them. I don't know the other contractors. The process to me just seems flawed, and for that reason, I can't support this item today.
Understood. Yeah. And we will, again, look at every project and ensure that we're evaluating the licensing requirements accordingly.
Okay, next we have Council Vice President.
Legal counsel. The council is within its right to reject both bids, right? And restart this?
Yes, you can reject all bids.
Okay, so here's my challenge. I concur with my colleagues' concerns. And I, too, don't know either of these companies, but I did just Google them. One of them's in Selma, one of them's in Fresno. But what I'm struggling with is staff is recommending the contractors whose bid is $605,000 more. And the last time I checked, we're in the process of potentially raising water rates for users. So why would we intentionally award it to a contractor who's more than $500,000 more expensive when we can simply reject the bids and start over?
Well, we could reject the bids, but we, as city manager noted, the apparent low bidder, which is West Valley, did follow the specification requirements, and they do have the licenses. We could rebid the project. That's probably about a 3-month delay.
Which, on that note, based on the staff report, none of this is emergency work, so nobody's going to not have working water, we take another 3 months, correct?
Correct, but
This is all preventative work?
preventative work. These are steel water mains, from like the 1930s.
Yeah.
This is work that's been identified by DPU as, being important so that we don't have any potential failures. So we could do that, but again, we would risk the delay, and there is no guarantee that the next bid that we put out, that the bids will be at the same price that the lowest bidder put out, and it's in our experience that they're usually higher. So we may be at the same dollar amount or even higher now that the bids have been made public.
Yeah. What we do know for sure is this work is not urgent. As a person who just replaced this 100-year-old cast iron sewer lines this last weekend, I can appreciate 100-year-old lines, but they're pretty sturdy, especially if they're not, broken. It's not time sensitive. What's before us is $600,000 above the cheapest contractor. Both contractors seem to have a good working history with the city, so it's not about quality of work. And there was some level of confusion on the specs. That you're right, staff followed the procedures that we have laid out, but ultimately we have the responsibility to, award bids or reject them. I don't feel comfortable supporting a bid that's $600,000 more than the previous bid when we're getting ready to raise rates on, ratepayers on this specific water fund. So I'd rather we go back out, reject all the bids, put it back out, and if it comes in higher, so be it. If it comes in lower, great. But with that, I'll make a motion to reject all bids and ask staff to, rebid this project.
I'll second that.
Okay, then there's been a motion and a second. Any other council members punched up to speak on this item?
I'm not a council member, but
Oh,
I'm
I'm sorry,
punched up.
I just saw it come through. I'm sorry. City manager.
Before the city manager goes, I do want to say thank you to staff. You guys followed the process. This is exactly how it's supposed to work. And we have our role, and you've followed your role to the teeth. So I do appreciate staff's work and your explanation today.
Council member, that is exactly the path I was going down. Unfortunately, once again, I wish the issue would have been raised when it was in the middle of the process, so we could have had the conversation and made changes at that time. But unfortunately, it wasn't. And once it did come to it, there was nothing that we could do legally. Our hands are tied. We have to follow the process. So it's certainly within council's prerogative. I understand the $600,000 difference. I think, I am concerned about that as well. I do want to make sure and note for the record that there were some communications sent by folks and that were raising these issues, and I just want to remind them that they need to adhere to the regulated communication policy, which they violated. So in the future, if an issue like this comes up again, I would encourage them to go through the process, follow the process, notify the right people. I wasn't included, which is what the process would be, our purchasing department, me, but and I'm not saying this was impacting you, but it does create some concern for the person who did follow the rules when the communication protocol is not followed to the T. So it's certainly within your prerogative. I'm not going to fight you on it, and we'll do whatever the council wants us to do.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I do want to have one clarification. It doesn't have to be at the dais, but city attorney, I do want some clarification and guidance from legal counsel on this. Once an item appears on the agenda and those who are being recommended or not being recommended communicate with the council, is that a violation of the communication protocols? Because my understanding of the Brown Act, once it's on the agenda, people are free to communicate with us. So it doesn't have to be on the spot, but I do want some guidance going forward, because I do believe, my understanding is it's an appropriate communication. As long as the bids have been open, people know who's been recommended and has been placed on the agenda. Now they're just a member of the public who get to communicate with the council. Not that we've engaged in two ways, because we haven't.
Right.
But I do believe that's protected communication. So
Agreed. I look forward to that conversation.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Interesting conversation. I kind of like to know the answer to that at some point, because I don't want to reward someone for bad behavior when we have good bidders. At the same time, I think it's fair to say this is we need to be very careful how we spend the money. What was it, $650,000, council member? $605,000. Well, that's a lot of money, and we want to make sure to keep costs low for our ratepayers. So I will support the motion as well. Any other comments from council? Okay. Any opposition? None. The motion fails 6-0. The motion passes 6-0. The item doesn't move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to move on to item 2I as an igloo, and the vice president was the person who pulled the item. Aye. B people.
Yes, staff, I rarely see a 10-year contract agreement, and so what I'm trying to understand on this proposal here is for 10 years, and there's only $100,000 available for lending. So is it really worth a 10-year contract, and isn't there, city manager, something less that we can do? I mean, $100,000 of available funds to loan, does it really take 10 years to engage in that process? So if you can just educate me.
Yeah, Kelly, why don't you go ahead and take.
You're right. Well, there's about 180,000 available currently to lend, but the nature of this program, it's the revolving loan fund, so it's a much bigger pot of money that is consistently revolving back in. So in 6 months, there could be a lot more, a lot less, as loans are repaid and then funds are reloaned out. It's a constant process. This was originally a grant. The first one was a grant we received in 1980, and it's just been growing and revolving.
My specific question to staff and the city managers: can this be done in-house? Can we just have the economic development department be the processor of these loans, given that it's such a small amount?
Well, I mean, there's still like an underwriting component and something that we don't have internal expertise in. I guess, could we hire somebody with banking experience? I can tell you we don't have that experience now, but it requires underwriting, loan evaluation, something that generally that banks do that we don't do. We could possibly do it in the future, but we're definitely not set up to do that now.
Okay, second question is, was this put out to bid?
Yes, it was.
Who responded to the bid?
We had 2 responders.
Who else was the other?
Fresno Area Hispanic Foundation.
And what was the difference in, why you selected it's been the one that we've had for a while, right?
Right. And historically, we've only had one that's responded.
Correct.
So we were excited to have another contender. And CENCAL just has the skilled expert staff that is required to handle a program of this size, a federal program with some significant requirements and reporting requirements, both the city and the federal government, EDA, require. They were also the most responsive to the RFP. CENCAL was most responsive to the RFP.
Loan fees too.
I'm sorry?
The loan fees charged were cheaper.
Yes, absolutely. So in addition to being more responsive to the RFP and clearly stating their commitments to follow all of the regulations that are required by the EDA to keep this fund and keep this program here in the city of Fresno, they were just very clear in their response. And then while there's no direct cost to the city for this, because all of the money that the administrator receives is from like administrative fees and things like that, we want to make sure that this is affordable for our businesses. These are businesses that can't get traditional bank financing. So we really want to make sure that we're being a good steward of the funds and we're assisting our businesses. And the chosen administrator or chosen respondent was about $600 less when you look at an average like $50,000 loan. These are small loans.
I struggle with this recommendation because I've been on the council for 6 years and I've yet to ever hear from CENCAL doing and lending money and having money available for City of Fresno businesses. It's just, I don't know if it's lack of marketing, lack of outreach. I've never known them to be in this business except when their contract comes before us. On the EDA stuff, the Hispanic Foundation does this work. They're an FDIC or lender as well, so I don't see the difference. I'm not ready to go down this path again for 10 years. 10 years is a long time for me. And if this is not strictly who does it cheaper or who has, the experience, I like to understand from CENCAL is how are they going to promote this? And how many businesses have been awarded in the last few years? What is their success rate? I like to have more information before I agree to a 10-year relationship. Because from my perspective, I'm leaving in a year and 6, 7 months, but we're committing to future councils to be in this relationship, and I'd rather do it with more informed information than simply a one-paragraph summary of the proposal. So I would just ask for more time on this item at this point.
Council Vice President, would you be open to maybe a shorter term?
I would be to open shorter term as well. 10 years is a long time.
Is there a recommendation from staff?
Is there any reason why we couldn't go 5 years, Kelly?
We could go 5 years.
Councilmember Max, I'm sorry, Kelly.
We could do that, yeah.
Councilmember
I
Maxwell?
was just going to ask the same question. How did we come to 10 years? Is that what we've done in the past with this organization?
Historically, we've been 10 years. However, last time was a 5-year contract, so we could go back to the 5 years.
I'd be open to that and maybe some options to extend.
Okay.
But yeah, 10 years seems like a long time.
Okay.
Well, Council, if there's no objection from staff, were you ready? Would you move forward with a 5-year today?
I would. I would also be open to tabling this item to next meeting and having staff recommend a 5-year with extensions or something of that nature. I don't want to just do it off the dais.
I'm fine with doing it off the dais.
Are you?
Yep.
All right, then let's make a motion for a 1-year contract.
A 1-year contract?
Yeah, since we're
I'm
doing it
fine
on the
with
fly.
5 years. Sorry. Oh, you got me. I'm good with 5 years.
So is that a real motion?
Let's just get it done, you guys.
No, is that a real motion, Council?
My real motion would be to approve with the 5-year and the condition that you actually come forward with an outreach plan. Because I, again, don't have any idea that's an available option for small businesses.
And I'd be happy to send you a copy of the administrative plan, which is the way that they market the program, and we also market the program.
That's
Our
fair.
staff does. And there are 28 loans currently out right now. I can share those industries with you if you'd like me to.
Perfect. So I'll make a motion to approve a 5-year agreement and staff to provide council with the administrative plan.
Okay, I'll second that motion. Any more discussion from council members? Okay. Any opposition? There being none, the item passes 6-0. Thank you so much, staff, for working with us. Great. Good job, Kelly. Next is going to be 2K, and that was pulled by Council Vice President and Councilmember Maxwell. Council VP. Okay, Councilmember Maxwell.
Hey, good morning, Director.
Good afternoon. Brian Horn, CIO for City of Fresno. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Hanging in there.
I'll try to make it not too rough for you. You know, we had back-to-back meetings. I just didn't get enough time as I would have liked to delve into this. I know the communication tower conversation is one that we had at length last year and kind of the year before. Can you kind of walk me through what this project is? What is the scope? Is it new towers, existing towers? How many towers? How much equipment?
You bet, you bet.
Yeah.
So the equipment that runs our public safety radio communication system, the entire system is end of life and support, and we need to make sure that we upgrade it. Let me set the stage a little bit for this.
From a software perspective or a
hardware?
Hardware.
Software, hardware, base stations. Towers will not be replaced. We have enough towers. We're moving the technology from a unicast to simulcast, so we're going to get a little more coverage, which we really need. We've got weak spots that this is guaranteeing the coverage for us now, and it's supposed to be more stable and redundant for us.
And this is going to affect all the towers within our service
Yes.
area?
Yes.
Okay. And how long do these upgrades last for? Like, what is the life of the project?
The system's been in place since 2011, so we're going to have 10 years out of it, and we'll have the ability and flexibility to upgrade and make adjustments as we go along if we need to.
So not the opinion of the administration that new towers are needed?
No new towers are needed at this point in time because of the equipment's going to take care of the coverage for us.
Okay. Remind me the cost of this.
$4 million, roughly.
That's something that you had predicted last year during budget season? You added that into your budget?
Something we've been working on for about a year, yes, and we did put some of this in our budget for this fiscal year, yes.
Are we able to do all the necessary upgrades at this time, or are there things being left out of the project because of financial constraint?
We're doing all that we need to do at this time, yes.
Okay. And I assume we've talked to POA and Fire, and they've given the green light. They're on board with these projects?
Yeah. Councilmember, I have police and fire here, and I want to acknowledge there has been an ongoing committee comprised of both police and fire. Of course, Chief Casto, Chief Alcorn. From the police department, we've got Nick, Greg, Steve Casto. Fire department, we've got Will Vega. Justin Hill was involved. We've got Deputy Chief. We have been meeting regularly. We have Tate, who is the vendor here, who has come in and done a presentation that has gone through and addressed the concerns that have been raised by police and fire about coverage gaps and degradation of signal static. And what we are presenting to you with the hardware upgrades, our vendor is committing and guaranteeing that they provided a coverage map, that we will have the coverage that they have modeled for us.
Really quick, City Manager. So we're not just making improvements to our current signal area, but with these requirements, we'd also be increasing the available signal throughout the city of Fresno so that there's less parts of town where previously communication was choppy.
Yes.
At best.
Correct.
Correct. Is there a service map that was provided as an attachment to this where I could see?
Is the coverage map an exhibit?
We were careful about providing things to the public that we wouldn't want to get out to the public. So probably behind closed doors, I can do it for you.
Security reasons.
We're trying to be careful about our public safety network to make sure that nobody can hack it, get involved in it. So, I'm sorry?
Everywhere. The entire city is covered.
We're not asking for the, secrets of the CIA. We're asking to see confirmation that the reception that currently does not exist will exist.
Yes.
Why can't you provide us a visual of that confirmation?
I got one more question before you answer that, Director.
Go ahead.
When will we see the effects of this go into place?
It's a 2-year process. Yeah. So we'll be a couple of years out to get this done. It's going to take a little while.
Okay.
It'll be complete within 2 years, hopefully 18 months.
It'll be completed.
There is some funding that is part of the mayor's 26 budget. We put most of the money. We were doing the evaluation and we did not have the complete evaluation done at the time of the budget last year. We were previously focused a lot more on towers. And then as the report was completed, we got the information a little more settled, and we were short a little bit of money, but that has been put in the fiscal 26 budget. But we feel very confident, and you're more than willing to bring up police or fire and ask them directly. But I have been in the room and have asked them directly, are we good? Are you got, anything else? Is this?
Take your word for it. Like I said, I just had not had the opportunity to delve deep into this.
You can tell that our city manager is very intrinsically involved in this. It's near and dear to her heart. She's been a great player in this and helped us out quite a bit.
Our public safety people have a little PTSD from apparently being promised for decades that this was going to be fixed. So they are a little gun shy of having been promised that we're going to fix the system. But I think the amount of time and energy that we have put into this collaboratively and identifying the problems and bringing Tate in and going through the presentation and letting them have the input necessary, I hope that they are finally at the place to see that this is coming to a reality. But still, I think they'll believe it once it's up and operational.
Like you said, it's been a long time coming, which is just why I want to make sure that we do this right. I mean, I've heard from officers before where they run into those areas where they have no signal and creates a dangerous situation. Happy to support this today. I appreciate the time you took to answer the question.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Anytime.
Back to the Council Vice President.
Unlike my colleague, I'm not going to take any city manager's word because former city managers gave me their word too that we had no problem, and that was not accurate. And they tend not to do that because they don't like telling the truth. It's more because there's budget constraints and there's other reasons why they're not wanting to commit to the fix. So I do want to hear from the police and fire folks front and center and who's going to answer and go on the record that this is going to resolve the issue. So who's going to volunteer their badges and their faces for going on the record?
Can I add one thing? We have a guarantee from the vendor in writing, in the contract, that this is going to solve our problems. And we put the vendor to test, by the way.
Thank you. But we wouldn't be here if the previous vendors were meeting their obligations.
Well, no, hold on. It's not that they were meeting their obligations, they did, but we let the product go out of like past useful life and the service period expired. So they didn't do anything wrong. I would say that we as a city did not dig enough deeply into the problem to understand what the problem was and to understand the condition of the hardware.
And I appreciate that, but the council has never been told that. We've always been assured that the system's working, It's one-off officers who are not getting reception. They prefer to use their walkie-talkies. The system looks great.
I've
right?
never told you that.
You haven't.
Okay.
Previous managers have, and I'm now going on my 4th city manager, so hence why I need people on the record.
Okay, so we've got Castro
And people, hopefully, that are not going to retire in a month, that will be around to confirm that you made a commitment that this was going to be the solution.
Before we go to Dr. Sergeant Castro, I think the point of the council is, so when I was running for this seat back in 2018, 2019, both the Firefighters Association and the Police Officers Association made it very clear they're concerned about radios. When I did the Citizens Police Academy, I learned how critical radio reception is to firefighter safety and police officer safety. And we just had National Police Week that we honored. So it's important to us to make sure this works. I know it's important to you, to this administration. I just want to make sure they're not going to come back and say, oh, well, we tried our best, but there's still a problem. I want to be really clear. Are you going to come back to us?
Well, all I can say is the coverage that is proposed, which covers our city, is being guaranteed by the vendor and is in the contract. As with anything, when you're switching over and you're upgrading and you're rolling out, can little technical things go wrong? Yes. Do I think this is going to solve the problem to the best of our knowledge of what we know? There could be something that comes up when we do the switchover where we find that we thought this was something, but it wasn't. I feel confident that this is going to solve the problem, but I'm not going to guarantee you there aren't going to be any little tiny hiccups. I think all the major hiccups are covered, but I can't guarantee that there won't be a little hiccup.
I have a question for Brian. Brian, I think that you have a lot of trust among this council because historically, whether it comes to our own office equipment or preventing us from getting hacked and ransomware, you've done a very good job. I think it's a very fair statement. Why is it taking so long? Is it supply chain issues? Is it staffing issues? Why can't this whole system come online faster? Did you say 18 months, 24 months?
About 18 months, yes, because we have to upgrade things in a cycle. So I can't just upgrade one unit and put everything online. That unit needs to have the other thing upgraded so they can talk to each other. So we're going to have to go out to every tower and make sure all the towers, the receivers are installed, the transmitters are installed first, and then we can bring everything up at the same time. Otherwise, we won't be able to talk to each other.
And is it just going to be us in-house doing that, or is it staff from the contractor?
The contractor's coming in and doing that for us.
Okay.
And staff will be working along with them.
I'm just trying to see, again, I'm not familiar with this process and how this works. I'm just trying to see if there's any way to make it work faster. I mean...
let me bring the vendor up for a moment.
Sure.
And that way he can... I'd like him to answer that.
I mean, it's 18 months, I get it. It may not seem like a lot, but we've been years where it hasn't been perfect, and it's one of those things where failure's not an option.
Right.
So.
Oh, I agree.
Howdy, I'm Travis Whitlock. I'm with Take Communications. I'm an engineer. Did base design on this system. So to answer your question on the 18 months, a lot of what we're doing ahead of time is prep work to make sure that what we have set aside as the design right now works for what actually gets designed. So we are monitoring all of the sites. There are spectrum frequency concerns that, as you guys have deployed over the last 10 years, have caused congestion and interference, and a lot of that is what you're seeing wrong with the system today. So we have to make sure that we get that stuff right. So that's just, a lot of this is probably, I would say, 8-9 months worth of laying the foundation to make sure that all of the equipment that we have, the spectrum, we understand what it is. When you start combining frequencies and you start combining things into the hardware that we're deploying, that's where you can create issues, and I think that's a lot of what you're seeing today.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to request to have updates sent quarterly to the council with how things are progressing, because by the time December 2026 rolls around, we're going to ask you to come back, and we want to make sure this is actually implemented on time.
I have no problem with that.
Council President, I have some questions for...
Yes, Council Vice President.
As the council member mentioned, as officers were complaining to us, staff was telling us there's nothing wrong. previous staff. As vendors were coming to us with a $30 million solution, staff was telling us we have a much cheaper solution. When it comes to emergency radio access and communication, I'm concerned that you guys brought in the flea market version versus what we should be doing for the public safety apparatus that we are as a major city. So in my most recent ride-alongs of police, I'm seeing our officers engaging and communicating through walkie-talkies versus a radio system, which one that also raises concerns with me about. Walkie-talkie information is not recorded, and police communications are supposed to be recorded for purposes of future liability, for incident reports, for describing what took place. So for my IT person and police, are you guys going to go away from the walkie-talkies, the over-the-counter market walkie-talkie devices when this thing is fixed? Or are we still going to be, we're doing a workaround to our failing system?
Steve, aren't portables recorded?
Yes, ma'am. Portables are recorded.
The data and the conversations are recorded?
What do you mean by data?
The messaging that you guys are all using with officers, the texting, the walkie-talkie communications, the audio, is all that recorded?
Yes, on the public safety radio system.
I'm not talking about the public radio system.
Okay.
I'm talking about the walkie-talkies that you've handed officers.
The portable radios?
Yes.
I guess maybe we need to understand specifically what you're talking. You're talking portable radios are recorded.
Talking about the radios connected to the vehicle or the radios connected to your badge systems and your apparatus. I'm talking about the walkie-talkies that officers have been given to communicate. No, not those big ones.
I'm not sure. Do you know what walkie-talkies he's talking about?
I'm not familiar with the walkie-talkies that you're mentioning.
Okay, so let's have a conversation about the walkie-talkies that your officers are using to communicate with one another. Because it's not the radio system, it's not the official system. So,
sure.
On that, my other question for fire is this: part of the limitation of our current system, you as a fire department have imposed on developers of housing projects that are typically more than 3 or 4 stories, the requirement to put a huge transmitter inside their building. Those things cost between $300,000 and $750,000. That cost then get passed on to people in higher rents and higher leases. So with this proposal, are you going to go away from mandating that equipment because the new system will now be operational up and down all these high rises that the council is approving being constructed, especially in downtown? Or is that still going to be done?
The way that the emergency responder radio coverage system works, it's a state mandated in the state fire code that buildings that don't meet a certain level of reception inside a building has to have some sort of repeating device so that communication can occur between police and fire, not between them, but they can communicate back into their own system seamlessly. So that requirement is not just the city of Fresno, that's a statewide requirement.
But my understanding is the reason we make the mandate occur locally is because our system cannot go through walls. It's not up to par to go through walls. It's not up to par to go more than 3 or 4 stories. So is this new system not only going to deal with the dead spots in flat land, is it going to deal with the high rises and the high density units that we are on a daily basis approving? Or are we still going to mandate these repetitive technology in these buildings? And here's my concern. We can control what level of technology and infrastructure the city operates and acquires. We cannot control that when these buildings get sold to some third-party investment group, that they're going to maintain these repeat transmitters. So the last thing I want is to have a fire in a brand new 5-story building in downtown Fresno, only to find out that the private owner did not maintain the equipment, and our system, after we spent millions of dollars building it, relies on that third party to maintain their system for it to work. So is this system going to work absent whatever the private owner puts inside his building?
That's a really complicated question because the building types are all different, construction types are different, and the materials that are used are different. So if you are not sitting directly across the street from a transmitter, you likely may build a building that you can't penetrate with a radio signal. So I can't guarantee what you're asking me for in that answer, because it's not a simple cut and dry, will this solve that problem? Because it won't solve that problem. The farther you get away from a radio transmitter, the less likely that it's going to have the same level of penetration.
I understand that.
So in that case, then yes, those would still be required.
Council member, where we first encountered that problem, and I think you're recalling, was on Parkway, as we started converting some of the motels into residential, and that was sort of where we first encountered the issue of the communication. And I think in buildings like that, which is kind of an apartment building, this definitely will help. For the high-rise, for the huge Amazon buildings, those are always still likely going to have that requirement. And Ted, you can correct me if I'm wrong. But where this will help is sort of the traditional smaller end apartment complexes where we were having interference and problems with the signal transmitting. But on the major huge projects construction, it's a state fire code requirement. It is going to continue to require to have that infrastructure.
And I'm not worried about the distribution centers and Amazons, right? What I'm worried about is this. In a 3-story apartment complex in the central Fresno, reception didn't work. In these old buildings that we are renovating, the reception also didn't work in a brand new construction of the Monarch in Chinatown. As we go down the path in Hotel Fresno, it also didn't work. Now that's much bigger building. I can appreciate that. But whether it's an old JCPenney building, the old Gottschalk's building, all these buildings that we're asking to convert from office to residential, I need to know and have some level of assurances that the system you guys are recommending building is being built to accommodate those conversions to occur. If it's not, then why aren't we just building it now, with that in mind? Because that's every decision, every plan in the city calls for higher density, for higher, for more floors, and for renovation of historic buildings that we know are a ton of cement and brick and every other material. So that's what my concern is. I don't want to spend $10 million only to know that we're still requiring the developer to put $1 million worth of transmission and transmitters, and it would only work if they maintain that transmitter up to whatever modern requirements are necessary. So.
Councilmember, I don't think these systems are built to do what you were talking about. When there is a responsibility of a type of development to make sure that the communications work to the interior, I don't know that it is a city's responsibility or a city builds a system to accommodate every private development that might go into our city. I think that what we focus on the majority of our built environment. And I think, why it has been highlighted even more is because we've become a more dense city, right? So before we kind of had like a low-level development platform, and as we've built up and we have gone in and rehabbed and put more people and buildings in the interior, that is where we started to see the problems. But I don't think these systems get designed and built to accommodate the potential build out of every building in Fresno. I think that would be a cost put on the city of any city that is in the tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars that frankly, I don't think is our responsibility.
Let me ask you this, City Manager. How good is this system going to be good for?
I'm sorry, how long?
How long?
I think we said 8 to 10 years. 10?
8 to 10 years. And what's the cost of it? What's the total cost all in?
We're at $3.8 million, I believe, is on this particular cost. For
all in, all the other improvements that you guys have made.
Yeah, $4 million completely with the updates we need to do to our Zetron network as well. So $4 million is the whole thing. Yes.
So $4 million, and you're guaranteeing us that for at least 8 years, the system will not have a reception problem.
Yes. Now on the ERRC that you're talking about, I can address a little bit of that. We will have an improvement on signal strength there. I mean, it's like Ceremonial and City Manager said, it's not going to be perfect because buildings are different, but there will be an improvement.
So did the vendor want to, I see him tapping you, Brian.
wanting to give you a specific answer. In our proposal...
Can you speak into the microphone, please? And introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Alfonso Hamilton, Vice President of Sales for Tate Communications.
How are you?
Yeah, I want to make sure I answer your question. Number one, we are providing a coverage guarantee. So there is some modeling that has been done with the cooperation of fire and police that, as I understand it, has been approved that address coverage. That's number one. And if that coverage doesn't exist, we would engineer a solution that addresses the modeling that we presented. That's a guarantee that we have in the contract. Number two, with respect to life of the system, the base stations, which are the computers that are the primary job of communicating, carry a standard 15 to 18-year warranty. In this contract, we are providing 10 years of coverage for the system. And all of that is optional, so the city would need to decide, do they want 2 years, 5 years, or 10 years? But we've made a proposal to provide coverage for over 10 years.
Does this system, Director, shift us to a new signal that's required for emergency services? Isn't there a new signal that we're all required to transition to?
Sorry, could you say that one more time?
A new bandwidth, a new channel, a new system. I read somewhere that we are now all public safety agencies are required to go into a new channel or bandwidth or wavelength, whatever you call that.
There have been some requirements to do that, not right now, and not all the agencies are doing that. So what we've chosen to do is to make sure we're interoperating with our agencies here in the area, the agencies. You're talking about the 700 megahertz, and that's not here everywhere yet.
So we're not even transitioned to a new standard?
We'll have the ability to go. This is going to set us up so we can go later. But right now, the concern was coverage and interoperability and making sure we had stability.
But since it's going to take us 18 months to be ready to go, why not just transition to a new platform now?
It's a lot of engineering, a lot of upgrades.
How much more money is it?
I don't believe any of our neighboring jurisdictions who we communicate with are doing that. Like, this is something that I think needs a more regional perspective.
Yeah, but we're the elephant in the area, and we have high rises, they don't. So what would be the cost of us transition to a new standard?
30 million, 40 million.
That's a big dollar amount.
Yes.
It looks like a public safety tax,
yes.
A bond.
Frankly, my number one goal and why I've been so personally involved is to get them the coverage that they need in the field. That has got to be the top priority. They've been complaining about it forever. Apparently, you guys were promised. We dug in, we figured out the problems, we've worked collaboratively to come up with the solution, and this is going to get us the coverage and get the signals for what the officers and the firefighters need in the field.
My last question on coverage. The council later will discuss the growth area to southeast Fresno potentially. Will this process cover all new growth areas, or will there be an addendum and more money added later if we expand?
It covered we plugged in the boundaries of the sphere of influence. Yes, it will cover.
It'll cover it.
So no new additions if we decide to grow 15,000 new homes?
No, we should be fine.
Okay. And I have some assurances from you guys that this thing is going to go through the walls of downtown buildings, and when there's a fire or an incident, public safety is going to be able to communicate with one another?
Yes, it'll be better, and yes. So
hold on. I want to make sure we're not over-promising here. It depends on the building.
Listen, people communicating during a fire in a high-rise is kind of important.
I think either Tate or I'd like to hear from Tate if they can speak to that a little bit more, and then if not fire, every building is different.
I appreciate the vendor, but the vendor, I want to hear from the folks who are going to be responsible for the employees. And keep in mind, folks, that we're in negotiations with our labor partners. So what I don't want to hear a month from now or 2 months from now is that the commitments and the promise that were made that this would solve it are not true. And then we end up in a, animated public conversation about not having the full scope. So would this resolve those situations?
William Vega with the Fresno Fire Department. I'm going to say we looked at some coverage maps from the vendor that provided the word we're looking for is in-building penetration that improved it. As you mentioned earlier, several different construction types present several different problems. So I am going to say that the coverage maps that we reviewed and the guarantee that they, now I would actually ask, probably want to refer to them. Secondly, it does improve the in-building penetration.
Okay. So I have an old plaster home, and reception inside my house is not so good as it is in the front yard, right?
Correct.
Construction to build is different. I get that. But my secondary and my last question is this: have we tested the system in our older buildings and in the high rises to confirm that their coverage maps and their penetration calculations actually work within our buildings?
If you're good with it, we did look at those maps. I'd like to defer that.
Yes.
But have we tested the
Well,
system?
we don't have the system to test yet,
But
but
you can't-
they run modeling. If we could have the engineer come up and talk about, they run modeling of what the coverage ratios are, what the penetration. Could you talk to that a little bit, please?
Is there any test that you can do outside of modeling on a computer screen to confirm that your penetration, calculations actually result in radios working within our older 10-story buildings?
Yes. Yeah. So to answer your question, the values are not arbitrary. They're based on standards that all radio manufacturers have to follow. And it basically falls into different values of how much attenuation, how much are we knocking down the signal based on what building that is. So we've sat down with police and fire. We've been able to zoom in on specific locations of concern, specific to in buildings, and we've looked at if we considered it with the least amount of loss and the most amount of loss, what would that signal look like? So yes, we have tested that.
So can City Manager, can you, not in this public space, but can you provide me the buildings that were used to confirm that the radio systems would work in penetration? I'd like, are we talking about a 3-story apartment complex that's brand new? Or are we talking about the storage facility in Chinatown that's 10 stories and solid cement? I like to know what you guys used to determine your modeling and penetration.
Yeah, so it falls across a range, right? So in terms of signal strength, we've done anywhere from a 3 dB loss to a 20 dB loss, which is solid concrete, steel. I mean, like your Amazon warehouses that are essentially a bunker. Those are the ones that are going to be the most difficult to look into it. We have modeled all the way down to that level to try to understand what does the coverage look like in the absolute worst case scenario.
Yeah. And again, I'm less concerned with Amazon and having their products burned down. I'm more concerned with high-rise buildings and people burning. In my district,
Understood.
I have several 10-story buildings with elderly that are disabled and wheelchair-bound, and I want to make sure that the modeling has been tested on those buildings. If you guys are guaranteed that reception is going to improve and that you don't need any new towers, right? Because in my world of telecommunications, zero experience, but when you complain to Verizon, their response is a brand new tower. What you're suggesting to us is we don't have a tower solution. The additional tower is not the solution for us and to deal with our reception issues. I want some level of assurances that the buildings, the old buildings built with brick and steel that house elderly who are disabled are going to be able to communicate with fire and police. I don't want to just see a basic modeling on paper. I want some testing done if we're going to go down this path and not build out a whole new system.
And that's no problem because those are more standard building materials, which were within the spectrum of what was tested.
Thank you. Those are all my questions for today.
So, thank you. I think those are great questions. I'm glad we're getting into this technical space. I think we've had a lot of discussion. Unless the other council members punched up, I'm going to make a motion to approve. Thank you. Seconded by Councilmember Maxwell, but with the addition that we will get quarterly reports about implementation, and at a December meeting in 2026, planning out already, you'll come back with a presentation about how things are going. And the vendor will be here too.
I could agree with that, yes.
Appreciate you.
Yes.
Okay. That's the motion. It's been seconded. Any other discussion from council? Any opposition?
I'm not satisfied.
Mike? Mike.
I said I'm a no because I don't have the assurances I need that this system's going to deal with the significant high density elderly population in the units. So unless I see some evidence that's been tested, I'm not willing to take a risk on simply signing off with, computer modeling.
Okay, fair enough. So that is one nay. Any other opposition? There being none, the item passes 5-1. Thank you very much, staff. Next, we do have a workshop, and we're going to get to this before we break for lunch. And let's not forget, we have those afternoon proclamations we're coming back for. Oh, I'm sorry. Which one was it? Oh, you did. You did. I'm sorry. Councilmember Maxwell, 2R as in Richardson. The floor is yours.
Who do we have to speak on item 2R from administration?
They're coming up.
Good morning. Good morning again. Is there an urgency to pass this item today?
There is.
What's the urgency?
The property owner has informed us that they are looking, Adrian Gonzalez, Public Works, has informed us that they are looking to begin leasing some of the units. So they're looking to start occupying the building within the next few weeks.
And they can't do that if this doesn't pass today?
No, they cannot.
Why is that?
Well, hold on. Yes, they could. However, it would require that the tenants be allowed to vote on the annexation into the CFD. And right now, when it's in the control of the developer, it's one vote to annex into the CFD. And we generally have required that with one vote because if we don't have this in a CFD, then that in essence means that the general fund or a city funding source would be responsible for the maintenance. So I just perfectly technically clear, it could, but it means we don't want to create the opportunity to have the CFD voted down by tenants.
Who's the property owner and how many units?
Oh, I'm not sure on the units. That's the Alice family.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that.
It's a few hundred, isn't it? Oh, Mr. Ellis is here.
Yeah.
The developer is here.
That's okay.
Okay, I believe it's a couple hundred units.
Yeah,
It's pretty large.
Significant development, yeah.
Sure. Obviously, the council member that represents the district is deployed, is not here today. I'd prefer for this to get his blessings. I would prefer also not to boot it to the 25th or whatever. Is there a possibility that we could put this onto the 15th when we're hearing the budget so that Councilmember Richardson, well, I think that conflict is contested.
And Council Scott Mosier, Public Works Director. Just wanted to add that the item today is only a resolution of intent that sets the hearing for May 22nd. So as I understand, Councilmember Richardson would be here. Resolution of intent, it's not the binding item. These CFD items always have the 2 votes. So the council would have the prerogative at the time of the hearing on May 22nd to make that decision.
Or you could push this one to the 15th if that's the prerogative of the council.
Correct, and that wouldn't conflict us out of the 25th vote to put this into effect.
There is, staff, is there a time period that has to happen between the resolution of intent and when the hearing is set?
Yes, we have a minimum of 10 days, and then we also have the noticing requirement, which is 7 days. So
okay, so we couldn't do it.
We couldn't do that,
If we
yeah.
waited till the 15th, there wouldn't be enough time between the 15th and the 22nd.
That's the 7 days noticing requirement.
I heard a 10 days too?
Yes,
10
correct.
days between the resolution and the actual hearing
and the public
date.
hearing, yeah. 10 days.
What is that requirement tied to? Is that an internal policy you have?
That is in the municipal code and in the Melrose Act.
If I may, council member, city attorney, my notes indicate that they have Councilmember Richards as a conflict on this item. Is that accurate? Because if we're waiting for him and he's conflicted, it's kind of pointless, isn't it?
Councilmember, I'd prefer to discuss that offline.
I think that may be contested.
Well, I'm just going off the notes that have been
Understood.
provided to us, so I need clarity on that.
Sure. I get that you're bound and to the developer. I'm not trying to jam you up. I hope it goes through. On behalf of the council member who asked to speak on this, all my colleagues may disagree with me, but I'm going to ask that it be heard at another time, but I'll hear what my colleagues have to say.
Council President, I understand that this item will be heard on the 22nd, correct? And that today's item is just a resolution to initiate the public hearing for this project?
That's correct.
Okay. Motion to approve.
Motion by Councilmember Perea, second by Council Vice President. Any further discussion? Any opposition? Okay, passes 6-0. Great. Staff, do we have time to move on to our workshop today?
We're ready. They're right here in the front row.
Talk about the SEDA workshop.
But hold on a minute. This PowerPoint, I mean, this is a big issue.
Mm-hmm.
It's 40 pages. So.
Well, we have 20 minutes. I don't want to have a very long lunch, and we really can't come back before, there's no closed session. We can't come back before 1:30 because we have ceremonials and they're expecting that time frame. And then I don't want to start at 1 and, start at 1. So why don't we start the presentation now and get through as much as we can. We'll break and come back.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
All right.
Great.
Council President, may I just ask point of order? Would you like us to save our questions after the presentation or each slide?
I know I'm like you. It's hard because I want to ask the question when I see it. I get it. Maybe keep a notepad and we'll wait till the end if that's possible. Thank you, Council Vice President. Good point.
All right. While we're queuing up, good morning. Jennifer Clark, Planning and Development Director. Council members, I am here to give a workshop on the Southeast Development Area and the Southeast Development Area specific plan. Our goal today is to provide a high-level overview of the context of planning in the Southeast Development Area, the proposed project, and our next steps. Are you? Okay. All right. So just a high-level overview of what we're going to be talking about today. So today the presentation will cover the history of planning in the Southeast Development Area, how the elements of the Southeast Growth Area Plan were incorporated into the current general plan, what the regional planning context looks like to dispel inaccurate information, and lastly, to discuss next steps. Good planning requires an evaluation of not only the history of growth, but of market conditions and expectations for the future. While this is a continuously evolving exercise, cities must plan for future populations. Beginning in the 1950s, Fresno anticipated growth. Not only that, Fresno looked at its surroundings to understand the trajectory of development. The Fresno 1958 General Plan identified the Southeast Development Area to accommodate growth and forecast residents living between Easton on the south, Clovis to the north, Belmont Country Club to the east, and Kearney Park to the west. That plan estimated that the population would increase from 160,000 to 400,000 by 1978. Not only did Fresno observe what was occurring in its surroundings, it partnered with the city of Clovis to plan for the metropolitan area. In the 1960s and 70s, Fresno and Clovis began collaborating on planning for the metropolitan area, and there was additional discussion and refinement of the Southeast as a growth area of the city, and this included the city extending as far east as McCall and identifying Temperance within the path of growth. The 1974 Fresno-Clovis partnership continued with this 1974 Metropolitan General Plan, which included additional standards for growth management, including adopting a 5-year urban growth management plan to control the pattern and timing of growth on the city's outer edge. The 1984 General Plan was the first to identify expanding beyond city limits to meet the city's need for planned growth, and it also identified the Southeast Development Area within it. It identified a holding capacity of what is now SEDA of over 30,000 new residents. In 2002, the Southeast Growth Area was formally depicted as a proposed growth area in order to accommodate a projected population of 790,000 by the year 2025. I will note that this morning, the city of Fresno learned that our current population, is, as estimated by the Department of Finance, is approximately 557,000. So there has been not as much growth as was originally planned in 2002. However, we'll talk about growth patterns in a little bit. The area was approved by the Local Area Formation Commission, so LAFCO, for incorporation into the city's sphere of influence in 2006. And a specific plan was initiated with robust community outreach. However, the plan was put aside during the recession. In 2014, the current general plan incorporated land use concepts from the draft formerly SEDA Southeast Growth Area Specific Plan, and the area was renamed the Southeast Development Area. Like the Southeast Growth Area, the Southeast Development Area Specific Plan has a total capacity of up to 45,000 dwelling units on approximately 9,000 acres. The general plan identified, and this was in 2014, identified that 1/3 of those units would occur in its horizon year of 2035. So in 2014, the plan projected that 1/3 of those units would be needed before the year 2035, with the remaining capacity to occur after that time. Based on population projections, the current general plan included a housing capacity of 76,000 additional units by 2035 and a total additional capacity of 145,000 housing units at build-out, which would be after 2050. At the time, the existing population of 495,000 was anticipated to accommodate 226,000 new residents by 2035 and 425,000 total new additional residents sometime after 2050. The Southeast Development Area is an implementation measure called out in the general plan. So developing a plan, a specific plan for the Southeast area, is called for in our current general plan. The current general plan calls for a balance of development in both infill and growth areas. In 2016, the City Council adopted a resolution committing to future planning for both infill and growth areas. In addition to the plans shown here, the Fulton Corridor Specific Plan and the Downtown Neighborhood Specific Community Plan were prioritized and adopted in 2016. General Plan Policy UF 12 calls that for roughly half of all new development in Fresno should be infill. Development since adoption of the general plan has achieved more than 50%, or more than roughly half. Approximately 74% of all new housing units have been constructed in infill areas. General Plan Policy UF 13 calls for roughly half of all new development to be located in growth areas. As of this time, only 26% has occurred in these areas. So what is a specific plan and why is it important? Why is it an implementation tool of the general plan? A specific plan identifies more concrete, more detailed information about an area. So rather than a general land use map, it provides specific land uses, circulation requirements, infrastructure necessary to construct or to implement the general plan. The Southeast Development Area Specific Plan includes components that go beyond the city's standard planning process. The list on the left shows the standard process. So from council determination that a specific plan is necessary, selecting a consultant, identifying a steering committee, holding public hearings, and ultimately adoption of a specific plan. The Southeast Development Area has had actually 2 opportunities for outreach, for development, for identification, pre the 2014 general plan and post in the last 3 years. In the last 3 years, there have been an additional 7 outreach events, numerous conversations with stakeholders, residents, interested parties, preparation of a draft specific plan and environmental analysis, and then listening to the residents, listening to stakeholders who have commented on the existing plan and on the original EIR, to come back and actually recirculate our EIR, to take those comments into consideration, to conduct additional studies related to potential housing demand, to prepare public financing options to present to the council. So in addition to the items that we normally do, we have continued to go above and beyond to try to make this a really great potential future plan. We additionally, after the conclusion of the specific plan, will need to create customized zoning, so identify specific rules and regulations related to development, and to identify where and how parks and trails will occur. But the city of Fresno does not exist in a vacuum. It is affected by surrounding jurisdictions and how they are growing at a pace equal to or exceeding that of the city of Fresno. Sorry, I went a little too fast. While the city of Fresno has been focusing on implementing its current general plan with its balanced development strategy of infill and growth areas, surrounding jurisdictions have constructed or are in the process of rolling out thousands of housing units that are dependent on Fresno jobs and infrastructure for their existence. Madera County, for example, has 16,000 units of 16,000 planned or completed units. Most are at a distance from existing communities or infrastructure. We talked a little bit about our joint planning with the city of Clovis. Since 2002 general plan was approved, Clovis has continued to plan and implement its general plan consistent with those previous metro plans and planning initiative. This has resulted in proposed, approved, and completed projects with over 15,000 housing units and millions of square feet of non-residential uses.
Continue, Director. Thank you.
Thank you. Why should the city consider the Southeast Development Area specific plan now? Fresno is still in a housing crisis. We have a low residential vacancy rate with elevated home and rental prices, a high percentage of rent-burdened households. Demand exists in all of the city's planning areas, both infill and growth. According to our housing market demand analysis, forecasted demand in Southeast Development Area is a little over 14,000 housing units starting in the year 2030. And planning needs to begin now to put the infrastructure in place. The report also forecasts the demand in the city's remaining infill and growth areas, totaling an additional 32,000 dwelling units during that same period, so double the demand for that in SEDA is in our existing infill and other growth areas. If the SEDA specific plan is not approved, piecemeal development will happen there anyway. There is a demand. It can and will occur. Unplanned piecemeal development has the potential to drain the city's resources. Waiting will result in disjointed piecemeal development without appropriate infrastructure or mitigation. SEDA has a residential capacity of between 40,000 and 45,000 housing units, and the specific plan calls for varying types, sizes, densities, and affordability levels to appeal to a mix of incomes, age groups, and lifestyles. Key features include an agricultural buffer along the eastern edge for compatibility between SEDA and the agricultural lands to the east, town centers with jobs, housing, schools, and shopping within proximity. A public facilities financing options report will provide financing options for development to pay its own way.
Director, I think this is a good time to stop.
Can I get one more slide and then we'll stop?
Okay.
Because then I'm going to switch to Sophia.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, good. This is my last slide. So just a quick overview. Here's the proposed Southeast Development land use map. The existing rural residential uses are in beige north of State Route 180. The plan protects those existing land uses. Mixed and neighborhood residential land uses are in orange and yellow respectively, town centers in red and blue, flexible research and development in light purple, and small amounts of office land in the darker purple. The arrangement of land uses puts residential, work, shopping, and schools within close proximity, including reducing vehicle miles traveled and associated carbon and pollutant emissions. The vehicle miles traveled per service population in Southeast Development Area today is 45 vehicle miles traveled per person per day. At build-out, SEDA anticipates vehicle miles per service population to be 5. So from 45 to 5 because of the land use patterns. The current city occupant average is 13. Wow. So that's where you can see kind of the difference between the way we've always done development in the past and the way we plan to do development in the future. And with that, I'm happy to take a break and we can go to lunch.
Thank you so much. We're going to go to lunch. We'll come back at 1:30. As a reminder, we are going to start with the ceremonial presentations for the afternoon, then come back to our SEDA workshop. Thank you, Director. CMAC working? Is CMAC back yet? Okay, there we go.
It is on this time.
So for those that couldn't hear, we're back at 1:34 from lunch, and the first proclamation is for Historic Preservation Month, Office of Mayor and City Manager.
All right, well, thank you, Council President. It's my honor today to be able to recognize Fresno Preservation Month in the city of Fresno. And we have all of our commissioners here up front that are part of our Historic Preservation Commission. And I want them to come up. We have first James Sponsler, our chair, Vice Chair Jason Hatwig, who I've known since he was about 5 or less. Paul Halajian, Commissioner. Elizabeth Laval, Commissioner. Sarah Johnston, Commissioner. Julie Federico, Commissioner. And Ryan Eddings, Commissioner. Come on up here, please, each and every one. Let me start by saying thank you to each and every one of you, because what they do for the city of Fresno is voluntary. And it is something that is very important to us as a city. And this month is important as well, because it is our opportunity to be able to promote awareness. And that awareness is about the value of our historical buildings within our community. We want to demonstrate our appreciation for the region's historical heritage. And again, the Historic Preservation Commission plays a key role in being able to allow us to preserve our history. It's amazing how many out-of-town investors come to Fresno, and when they drive downtown, they're in awe because of the architectural, the structure of our buildings, and which is what is appealing to them to come into our city and to be able to invest. And so we all know that it's important to balance the historical piece of our buildings and balance that with the cost it takes to renovate. And this commission is well aware of that. But they do a good job of making sure that we don't lose that historical perspective within our city. And so with that, I want to say thank you to each and every one of you, and give the city manager the microphone.
Just to repeat what the mayor said, thank you all. I know being on commissions at the city of Fresno is sometimes a thankless job, but we thank you. We understand the importance of it, and we also appreciate your desire to balance the old with the new in our community. Sometimes, it's very difficult to have an all or nothing attitude, because sometimes when you want all, you get nothing. So we appreciate the way that you're able to balance our traditional heritage with some of the new things coming into town. So thank you all for your service. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And before the clerk reads the proclamation, I always like to read the last part of it. And it is, now therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and members of the Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim May 25th, Fresno Preservation Month in the city of Fresno. So congratulations. And before I have the clerk, I'm going to have James, the chair, say a few words.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Manager, for recognizing us today. It's important for us to recognize that. We do have a number of events throughout the month going on. What we've provided actually to the council today is a calendar as well as a coaster that celebrates Historic Preservation Month. For the multiple events we have. We do have a kickoff ceremony this evening at the Archive on Kern at 5:30. Followed by multiple other items that are throughout the calendar as well, including pub quizzes, bike rides, a release of a new type of beer that's historic to Fresno that'll happen this year. And then one thing that we just want to point out is this year marks the 140th anniversary of the incorporation of the city. So October will actually be a significant milestone for the city of Fresno. And it's important for us to realize that it's taken us this long to get where we are today. And, it's continuing to strive and work towards a better tomorrow is where we're going to be. So thank you.
Thank you, James. I appreciate that. And with that, we'll have the clerk read the proclamation.
Whereas the month of May is National Preservation Month, which is sponsored by the National Trust for Historic Preservation, a privately funded nonprofit organization that works to save the nation's historic places. And whereas cities across the United States plan activities during the annual celebration, which promotes education, understanding, pride, and tourism And whereas in 1979, the City Council adopted a historic preservation ordinance and found that the City of Fresno has played an important role in the development of California, and that history is shown today through archaeological sites and through buildings, structures, objects, sites, and districts representing the commercial, industrial, social, economic, political, and architectural development of the city. And whereas the City of Fresno is collaborating with several nonprofit organizations and businesses on a series of events for the month of May to promote awareness and appreciation for the region's history and heritage. And whereas the theme for this year's celebration in Fresno is harnessing the power of place. Now therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor Jared Dyer, and members of the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim May 2025 Fresno Preservation Month in the city of Fresno.
All right, great job. Next up, we have for Councilmember Esparza, proclamation for Small Business Week.
Hello, welcome. I'd like to invite up our friends from the Better Business Bureau, as well as our friends from the Small Business Administration. Come on down, all who are here. Got a couple proclamations to present here that I'm really excited for this afternoon, but we're going to start. The first one's going to be National Small Business Week. Come on down. Don't be shy. So this afternoon we are here to recognize the incredible contributions that small businesses make to our economy during National Small Business Week. I want to thank again the Better Business Bureau, as well as our friends at the SBA, Small Business Administration, for joining us to celebrate our small businesses here in Fresno. Across the country and right here in town, small businesses really are the foundation of our economy. They create nearly 2 out of every 3 new jobs. They anchor our neighborhoods, and they bring vibrancy to every corner of our city. Whether it's a local craftsperson or a mom and pop restaurant that I just ate at, or a local tech startup, these businesses really represent the heart of the American dream, built by individuals with vision, with grit, and an unwavering belief, specifically in the future of Fresno. And as we all know, over the past several years, our small businesses have faced extraordinary challenges, including the economic shock of the pandemic, inflation, and supply chain issues and disruptions. But despite these challenges, they've remained resilient, found new ways to serve the community, and kept workers employed, not to mention continued to innovate really in the face of uncertainty. And so that perseverance really is something to be honored and recognized during Small Business Week. It's a reflection not only of the determination of our business owners, but also really reflects the strength of our community overall. I've got a few more stats I wanted to share briefly, and I'm going to pass on the microphone. No whiteboard. We'll save that for the SEDA presentation. So we have, in terms of statistics, we rank as a city second nationally for family-owned businesses, 5th for minority-owned startups, and small businesses employ just over half, 52.7% of Fresno's workforce. And that's why the city of Fresno is committed to doing our part to support small businesses and making it easy for entrepreneurs to break in and be part of our community. So you've heard enough from me about small businesses, but let me hand off the mic to the folks who are on the ground every single day supporting our community in this respect. Dawn?
Thank you so much, Council Member, and thank you to all of the SBA research partners who are here today who help us serve the country's 34 million small businesses. I want to recognize Valley Community Small Business Development Center. I also want to recognize SCORE, who are here, and thank you so much to the Better Business Bureau. We have 34 million small businesses here in the United States, and it's important to remember that every big successful business was once a small startup on their first day. And it's because of the work of organizations like the Better Business Bureau, the SBDC, and SCORE that small businesses are powering the economy, as the council member said, and creating jobs. And so for 60 years during National Small Business Week, we honor and recognize the really brave people here in the city of Fresno, all across the country, who do the very difficult work of running the small businesses that are powering our country. So we're honored to be here today to celebrate them, and thank you.
Thank you, John. Nate, a few words from the Better Business.
Well, thank you so much. It's a real treat to be here. We're honored to stand alongside SBA and VCSBDC, all the community partners. Small business is a real deal around Fresno. It's part of the backbone of the city. If you don't think about it Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, right? Then you should. So we're real honored. It's a real treat to be here. Thank you. We brought Glenna Gates from Spherion Consulting and Josh Grignani, who's an entrepreneur here in town, folks that are a part of the small business community, and some friends of ours from the office, Manuel and Kathy, been with the BBB a long time. So thank you very much. We are BBB Pacific Southwest and Central and Inland California. We serve about 2,000 small businesses in this area and about 23,000 across the region that we serve. Our sincere thanks to City Council, City of Fresno, Nelson Esparza, council member, and Michael Seeley from your office. It's a real treat. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so thank you to everybody here with us doing your part to keep our economy going. My staff, they know I'm a real stickler. When it comes to us going out to eat or grab a coffee or whatever we do, always try to buy local. I encourage every resident and the city to buy local. You want your dollars to stay here. You want our dollars to support other local folks and local entrepreneurs and local businesses. I spoke in generalities, but the economist in me wants to emphasize the multiplier effect of spending your dollars at a local business. So again, thank you to all for what you do. While we take a few photos, clerk, would you please read the proclamation for the record?
Whereas small businesses are the engine of the United States economy and the foundation of free and prosperous nation, built by men and women who work hard, take risks, and believe in the power of the American dream. And whereas small businesses make up more than 99% of all private sector employers and create nearly 2 out of every 3 new jobs in the United States, fueling opportunity and driving local economies across every corner of our country. And whereas whether in our fields or our factory floors or at the frontiers of technology, small businesses are driving the innovation of building the products that keep our country strong, competitive, and secure. And whereas in recent years, small business owners have faced unprecedented challenges, from recovery of a once-in-a-century pandemic to high record inflation, yet have remained resilient in their commitment to delivering for our communities. And whereas despite these headwinds, the American spirit of enterprise endures and now stands at the threshold of a new era of small business built on common sense, pro-growth policies that put our people, our workers, and our job creators first. And whereas the City of Fresno shares widespread commitment to making it easier for our hardworking entrepreneurs to get started and power our economy from the ground up. And whereas National Small Business Week has been proclaimed by the President of the United States since 1963, honoring the vital role of small business in creating jobs, growing the economy, and anchoring our communities. Now therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, Councilmember Nelson Esparza, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim the 4th through 10th of May, 2025 as Small Business Week in the City of Fresno.
Okay, last proclamation, also by Councilmember Esparza, is Isabella Marie Gonzalez Day.
Come on down, the whole family. All right, good afternoon again. Councilmember Esparza, one more time. Today, we have the privilege of coming together to recognize and celebrate a remarkable young woman who embodies the very spirit of excellence, dedication, and hard work. It's my honor to introduce Isabella Marie Gonzalez. Isabella is a senior at Clovis East High School and a proud resident of District 7 here in the city of Fresno. She's not just a star student, but also a powerhouse athlete with a deep commitment to both her education and specifically the sport of wrestling. Isabella has a GPA of 4.33 and has consistently demonstrated academic excellence by earning membership on both the Principal's Honor Roll and High Honor Roll. She's also been awarded the Academic Scholar of Distinction, which is really a testament to her dedication to her studies. But that's really just the beginning of Isabella's story. I'm particularly excited to kind of list off some of her accomplishments as someone who was a former wrestler myself half my life ago. I forgot to mention that to the family when we spoke earlier. So I have some experience in this realm, but never achieved the accolades that Isabella has. As a wrestler, she has already accomplished more by her age than at the age of 17, soon to be 18. Happy birthday, early birthday, this coming Saturday. She's accomplished more than most do in a lifetime. Just a glimpse of her incredible journey. She has claimed 3 Pan American Games championships and captured 3 California CIF state championships, earning the prestigious Champion of Champions Award back in 2023. She's been a 4-time CIF State Championships finalist, a 4-time Central Section Masters champion, and a 3-time Masters Most Outstanding Wrestler. Isabella has also been a 4-time Central Section Area Divisional, a lot of accolades to list off, divisional champion with multiple Most Outstanding Wrestler honors. And the list really goes on. What it boils down to is she, for 4 years straight, she has continuously won. Really incredible accomplishment. And behind every milestone and accomplishment is a devoted family cheering her on that you see here standing by her side today. Her journey has been shaped by the unwavering support of her loved ones, especially her father, who, as her coach at Clovis East, has not only guided her development, but also inspired a new generation of student athletes to pursue excellence in wrestling. And so after Isabella graduates this June, she'll continue her journey at the University of Iowa on an athletic scholarship, where she's going to pursue a degree in nursing, while also joining the 2-time defending NCAA D1 National Wrestling Champions. So just a really big deal. I told Isabella earlier this afternoon, she's somewhat of a local celebrity, now, and I wanted to have her here at City Hall to recognize her achievements, both in academics, but especially within her beloved sport of wrestling. When you wrestle, it's really it's very physical, but also very much of it takes a lot of mental resilience as well. And so for you to excel in a sport like this, and a sport where you get to sort of represent yourself individually, but you're also part of a larger team and doing your part, we're extremely proud of you here at the City of Fresno, and wanted to welcome you to City Hall and provide you the proper recognition for your achievements here within our community. We know you'll represent us well wherever you go, and the next stop is Iowa. So I do want to provide an opportunity for either Isabella or someone from the family to say just a few words as well.
Well, thank you for this honor. Our family is really grateful and thankful in front of our senior leaders to be recognized. What Bella's accomplished is just a testament to really good goal setting, hard work, perseverance, and a lot of discipline. Wrestling, girls wrestling in particular, is the fastest growing women's sport. And with this, I guess what we want is to inspire the young athletes as she was inspired when she started. And I hope that people understand that these things are tangible, through hard work, through just late nights, early mornings, and you could achieve your dreams. That's it. We're thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, again, it's really a pleasure to have the entire family here. We share in your pride here at the city. And with that is my pleasure to proclaim the 1st of May, 2025 as Isabella Marie Gonzalez Day. Clerk, if you please read the full proclamation for the record. Thank you.
And while he does that, Isabella, maybe you can show us some moves on the council member. With him?
When you wrestle for as long as we have, you develop something called muscle memory. And so I always know how to do the moves, but now I lose my breath going up 3 flights of stairs at City Hall. So I'll leave it to the sisters to demonstrate. I'm out. I'm retired.
Just for the record, his only reference to wrestling is Lucha Libre, the movie. Nacho Libre.
Whereas Isabella Marie Gonzalez was born and raised in Fresno, California, and is an accomplished senior at Clovis East High School. She has demonstrated academic excellence as an honor student with a weighted GPA as 4.33, and whereas Isabella Gonzalez has shown unparalleled dedication to excellence in the sport of wrestling, she is currently ranked as the #1 high school women's wrestler in the United States in her weight class and is recognized as the top recruit for the class of 2025. And whereas Isabella has achieved remarkable success on the international stage, placing 5th at the United World Wrestling U17 World Championship in Armin, Jordan, and securing 3 Pan American Games championships in 2021, 2022, and 2023. And whereas Isabella's accomplishments in high school wrestling include winning 3 California Interscholastic Federal State Championships, earning a Champion of Champions Award in 2023, and being a 4-time CIF State Championship finalist. Additionally, she has been a 4-time CIF Central Section Masters Champion, 3-time Masters Most Outstanding Wrestler, and 4-time Central Section Area Divisional Champion with multiple Most Outstanding Wrestling honors. And whereas in addition to her wrestling accolades, Isabel has excelled academically, being a member of the National Honor Society, receiving the Principal's Honor Roll and High Honor Roll distinctions, and earning an Academic Scholar of Distinction Award. She is also a lifetime member of the California Scholarship Federation, and whereas Isabella will continue to proudly represent the city of Fresno and District 7 in her academic and athletic journey at the University of Iowa as a nursing student, where she will be joining the 2-time defending NCAA Division I National Wrestling Champions on the prestigious athletic scholarship. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, Councilmember Nelson Esparza, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim the 1st of May, 2025 as Isabella Marie Gonzalez Day in the city of Fresno.
Congratulations.
Great job. No matter how many more years we work and whatever we do, we'll never have a resume like hers. It's not going to happen. Okay, we're going to resume our workshop on SEDA. I believe, Director, you did have the floor, but you're passing it on to, I think, is it Adrian's turn? Not yet? No? Not today? Okay. Okay.
Hey, Adrian, why aren't you home already?
So good afternoon, members of the City Council, Jennifer Clark. We're resuming our workshop, and at this point, I will be turning over the podium to Sofia Pagalatas, who is our long-range planning manager.
Thank you, Director Clark, and I will say Isabella Maria Gonzalez is a tough act to follow. Yes. Again, I'm Sophia Pagalatis, Planning Manager with the Planning and Development Department. And this afternoon, for the second part of our presentation, we wanted to take this opportunity to provide responses to the most common concerns that have been raised regarding the SEDA specific plan and set the record straight. So the first myth is that the SEDA plan is based on incorrect population projections. Make sure I'm tracking here. To be conservative, the SEDA specific plan and environmental impact report align with the general plan population projections in order to ensure adequate resource planning and adequate assessment of environmental impacts like water supply, traffic, and air quality. We are aware of the updated Department of Finance population projections for slower population growth. However, according to a housing market demand study commissioned by the city in 2024, the city's population growth will be 33 to 45% higher than the Department of Finance forecasts, and there will still be demand for housing in Fresno. Also, data just in from the Department of Finance shows that Fresno population grew by 0.8% over the last year, which is 3 times higher than their own estimates. Myth: SEDA is urban sprawl. Fact: sprawl is unplanned, piecemeal development disconnected from an urban area. In contrast, development in the SEDA has been planned for the last 20 years, envisioned in the area for the last 40. It is being planned not piecemeal, but connected to municipal services and integrated into the city's urban fabric. It is part of a comprehensive planning strategy that includes both infill and growth areas. Myth: the SEDA plan will result in a reduction of city services. Fact: specific plan policies call for self-financing for the development and ongoing maintenance of SEDA that does not reduce the City of Fresno resources dedicated to other areas of the city or burden Fresno residents outside of the SEDA. The Public Facilities Financing Plan Options Report, anticipated to be released in the next few weeks, details infrastructure and public facilities costs, phasing, and potential funding mechanisms. Myth: the SEDA will burden existing city neighborhoods or residents. Fact: SEDA has a tax apportionment ratio of 50% for new development compared to 40% for new development in the remainder of the sphere of influence. This means more property tax revenue for citywide services. Myth: and this is very similar to the last one, the SEDA will not benefit existing neighborhoods or residents. As stated, the SEDA would benefit existing city residents through higher taxes collected. This slide shows that new development pays more for services and maintenance than older neighborhoods. As we see on this slide, beyond property tax, only a few existing neighborhoods pay for perimeter maintenance through a lighting and landscape maintenance district or a community facilities district. New development includes community facilities districts, or CFDs, for interior and exterior maintenance, public safety CFD, which pays for the additional costs of police and fire services due to serving at a farther distance, development impact fees, and potentially enhanced infrastructure financing districts. So there are more mechanisms in place for newer development. And this map shows Fresno's special districts where these financing mechanisms exist. The purple areas are landscaping and lighting maintenance districts, and the remaining colored areas are various types of community facilities districts. Note that the city does not have any mechanism beyond property tax in the white areas to collect funds. Newer neighborhoods pay more because the city now has more financing tools to ensure that developers and property owners are paying their fair share for municipal services. Myth: the SEDA will result in blight within the city limits. Fact: the city's planning and investment in infill areas is ongoing. Director Clark already mentioned the infill plans that have been adopted or are underway. Investments in the city's infill areas include infrastructure in downtown, urban greening and street work in Chinatown, new parks and trails in Southwest, Southeast, Fresno and the Tower District, traffic signal upgrades throughout Fresno, Veterans Boulevard, Midtown Trail, and the Blackstone-McKinley grade separation, just to name a few. Myth: agricultural operations will not be permitted to continue in SEDA. Fact: the plan does not require the termination of agricultural operations. It will be a farmer or property owner decision that determines if and when agricultural operations will cease on a given property. The plan supports continued agricultural operations and includes an entire chapter devoted to community farming. It also reinforces the Fresno County Right to Farm Ordinance, which applies to subdivisions within 300 feet of agricultural uses. Finally, the plan does not affect the status of properties under Williamson Act contract. Do I need to, yes, sorry, thank you very much. Myth. Did I just skip? I might have. Okay, yeah, here we go. All righty. Myth: I will not be allowed to continue existing legal uses on my property. Fact: property owners currently living in SEDA will be allowed to continue existing legal uses on their properties. The SEDA plan does not require termination of existing legal uses, and the city has a special overlay called the Annexed Rural Residential Transitional Overlay that allows continuation of legally established rural uses such as barns, stables, corrals, coops, and the keeping of farm animals. The city will take my property through eminent domain. Fact: the use of eminent domain is not a part of the SEDA-specific plan. Property needed for public facilities is expected to be acquired through the willing sale of private property. Myth: annexation of all 9,000 acres will occur immediately upon plan approval. Fact: adoption of a specific plan does not trigger annexation. Annexations are expected to occur incrementally as individual development applications are filed. The Local Agency Formation Commission, or LAFCO, is the agency that approves or denies annexations. Myth: the city will require connection to sewer and water infrastructure immediately upon plan approval. Fact: adoption of the plan will not require immediate connection to sewer and water facilities. Connection is only required when the facilities are within 300 feet of a property, and then the property owner has 4 years to connect. Properties with wells may continue to use them subject to the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. The SEDA will increase vehicle miles traveled. Fact: the plan results in reduced VMT due to the land use pattern that puts jobs, schools, shopping, and housing in close proximity. The traffic study in the EIR determined that vehicle miles traveled per service population will be reduced in the SEDA area from the 45 that it is now to 5 at build-out. And I did, since I mentioned jobs, and we just heard about jobs in the proclamations, I wanted to mention that SEDA was designed to accommodate between 30,000 and 37,000 jobs. Myth: the SEDA plan will increase carbon emissions. Fact: all new development has the potential to increase carbon emissions. However, planned growth will result in fewer emissions than piecemeal sprawl. The plan addresses carbon emissions through its unique land use pattern, which puts jobs, schools, housing, and shopping within close proximity, thus reducing vehicle miles traveled and related carbon emissions. Myth: approving the SEDA plan will make us sicker. Fact: all new development has the potential to increase air quality emissions. However, planned growth will result in fewer emissions than piecemeal sprawl. The plan addresses emissions through its unique land use pattern, which puts jobs, schools, housing, and shopping within close proximity, thus reducing vehicle miles traveled and related emissions. The SEDA plan does not address reduction in farmland. Fact: the SEDA plan requires preservation of important farmland at a 1-to-1 acre ratio and includes several measures to protect existing agricultural operations. The plan does not require the termination of agricultural operations. the farmer or property owner would make that determination on a given property. The plan supports continued agricultural operations and includes an entire chapter devoted to community farming. It also reinforces the Fresno County Right to Farm Ordinance, which applies to subdivisions within 300 feet of agricultural uses. Finally, the plan does not affect the status of properties under Williamson Act contract. Oops, I just skipped. Sorry about that. Here we go. Myth, the SEDA does not have enough water to serve the area. Fact, a water supply assessment was conducted as part of the environmental impact report, and it analyzed current and future water supplies and forecasted water demand, and found that the plan will result in a 1.7% increase in the city's overall water demand, and that supplies are sufficient to accommodate the increase. Myth, the city is not responding to any prior comments received on the SEDA environmental impact report. In fact, in response to those comments, the city carefully analyzed all of them and made appropriate changes to the plan and recirculated the entire EIR in response to those comments. The city has recently posted all new comments received on the SEDA webpage and will respond to them according to the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act. Finally, myth, we're on the last one here. There is no demand for the SEDA, and all future housing can be accommodated in the city limits. Fact, a recent housing market demand analysis concluded that there is demand for over 14,000 housing units in SEDA in the 20-year period beginning in 2030. This analysis documents demand in the city's remaining infill and growth areas of double that amount, of approximately 30,000 units, in addition to the 14,000 forecasted for SEDA. So in conclusion, we're showing you the proposed phasing map here. The general plan identified 4 unique areas in SEDA, and you can see them here. There's the northernmost future phase, 3 future phases, and phase 1S, which is phase 1 south, and it is called South SEDA in the general plan. The general plan called for independent financial structures for each phase, and after careful evaluation of demand and infrastructure availability, phase 1S, known as South SEDA in the general plan, is proposed as the first phase. A public facilities financing options report that provides more detail on land use, phasing, infrastructure costs, and funding options is anticipated to be released in the next few weeks. And finally, what are the next steps? Next steps include bringing the specific plan and EIR forward for Planning Commission and Council consideration, closing out the SB2 grant that funded the EIR, and then more planning. The land uses in SEDA require new zoning, and a SEDA Parks and Open Space Master Plan needs to be completed in order to identify the best way to implement the general plan park standards in the SEDA. And that concludes our presentation for this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very thorough. I'm sure we're going to have a lot of discussion. I already have 3 council members punched up from earlier today. So we're going to start off with Council Member Perea.
Thank you, Council President. All right. My notes are a little scrambled because I got this late last night and I was trying to add a bunch of notes early this morning and during the presentation. So I'm going to do my best to see if I can hit all of my comments and questions. Sophia, I think you did say that in the next few weeks we will be getting a housing market demand analysis as well as the public facilities infrastructure financing plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then I read through most of the CEQA comment letters that have come in so far, and there is a general theme of what most folks are concerned about. And the community members that I have met with have said we are almost guaranteed to sue if the council passes the specific plan and EIR. And we have seen previously what happens when we have an EIR that has gone to court and has been deemed, whatever word we want to use, fill in the blank, it has been deemed not adequate. And so if this council does approve this specific plan, and maybe this is a question for our CEQA consultants, but actually no, we're the lead agency. So as it presently stands, the city is confident that we have a legally defensible EIR for this project?
We are.
Okay. I want to move to housing demand. So the city did commission a housing market demand analysis, which shows that our city needs how many housing units?
The report called
based
for...
Based on our population growth?
Right. So in the 20 years from now until 2049, approximately 47,000.
47,000?
Yes.
Okay. And did you say that SEDA will give us all 47,000?
No. The report projects approximately 14,000 units of demand in between 2030 and 2049.
Okay. I'll tell you that I am, my district predominantly includes the West Area Neighborhood Specific Plan, and so that group of constituency has been reaching out to me a lot over the last several months, kind of asking, what's going on with our plan? Why can't our plan go first? Is there a timing issue in which perhaps we could hear and approve the West Area Neighborhood Plan prior to SEDA? I just want to get a better idea of timing, and is there a specific order in which one plan has to be approved before the other?
I would defer to my director on that question.
I think the timing is on the grant, but I'll have Jennifer.
Yeah, so two things. One, it was necessary to recirculate the West Area Neighborhood Specific Plan, and we anticipate bringing that back to the City Council. That was released in March, and we anticipate bringing it back to the City Council later this summer. If we do not complete this phase of the planning effort for the purpose of our SB2 grant, we are at risk of having to pay it back. However, I will say the housing market demand study identifies an ongoing and persistent demand west of the 99 of 300 to 350 units per year through 2049. So starting today through 2049, a consistent demand west of the 99. And so we do see continued market demand in all of our market areas, not just Southeast Development.
Okay.
Yep.
And so collectively, staff is saying that the culmination of West Area Neighborhood Specific Plan, SEDA, and existing land within our city limits is enough to meet that housing demand?
So what I have seen and have identified and will be sharing with the council through the city manager in the next few weeks is that there is consistent demand in each of our market areas, including in Southeast Development area. The demand in the Southeast Development area will persist even if the city does not adopt the specific plan. And so demand finds a way, right? So that market demand will find a way to be built regardless of whether or not the specific plan is adopted.
Okay.
But Jennifer, I think because obviously the council member is concerned about her district in the West area, and that you'll see when we do the market study, it's all areas of the city. It wasn't just focused just on SEDA. So it does cover, as she said, the west of 99 area too, and the timing of as those come on, the time periods, right, Jennifer, if I remember correctly, how that gets absorbed by the market.
Okay. And then on slide 16, the question was, why now? Number 3 was, if SEDA is not approved, piecemeal development will happen anyway. Any future annexation would have to go to LAFCO, and it would have to, I guess my question is, wouldn't the Cortese, Knox, Hertzberg stop or discourage leapfrog development from happening?
So,
Piecemeal development?
right. So within the city's sphere of influence, development can occur without annexation. So the MOU that we just signed with the county says that if the city declines to annex, as long as it is built consistent and to the city's general plan land use, and is built to city standards, it can be constructed in the sphere, in the county, outside city limits. So development still can occur. So there would be an impact to the city without appropriate fees, without any kind of mitigation measures that are called out in this comprehensive document.
So developers would just be subject to county fees, development standards?
Correct.
And then the county would capture all of that revenue?
100%, yes.
Okay. One of the comments that came in, I don't know if this is true. It says population projections for SEDA are different than the numbers that were used for the West Area Neighborhood Specific Plan. Did we use different data for each plan?
They're all based on the general plan.
We use kind of the general plan as our benchmark, and I think the capacity in the West Area specific plan is commensurate with that.
Okay. So did we use general plan data for both plans, and when we were projecting population numbers and growth rates?
Yes, in a general way, I would say. Yes.
Okay. So our general plan was done in 2014. It's about 10 years later now. Are we looking to update our general plan? Is there anything in the works to do a comprehensive update? Because it sounds like the data we're using is 10 years old.
Correct. So the big ticket item that is coming to council in the next year is the climate adaptation and environmental justice elements. So those are required to be updated, and we are in the process of updating those. Those have a very enormous impact to the entire document. We've had this conversation previously about initiation of a new general plan. Do you want to scrap it and start over? And the length of time that takes. And the amount of resources that are necessary to do that are pretty high. So we've talked about the length of time that you're looking at 3 to 5 years before you could bring something back, and a price tag of well over $2 million in today's dollars.
Okay. One statistic I read, which again, I don't know if this is true, that the West Area Neighborhood Specific Plan utilized a 1.2% growth number versus SEDA, which used a 0.18%. Those are
both. So talking about population growth, and we touched on it a little bit in the presentation. At the time the general plan was adopted, there was an assumed 1.26% growth increase that the Department of Finance had projected for the city of Fresno, and it's what we're required to use for the housing element, for the RENA, et cetera. Our typical average for the city of Fresno over the last 40 years has been somewhere in the 0.67 to 0.75% growth range. Department of Finance a couple of years ago said, stop the presses. There's no more, growth. It's going to be 0.25 is going to be the growth across this region, primarily the Fresno County. Our demand study identified that we were looking at a historical average and an ongoing average somewhere in that 0.75 range. So the new numbers validate that in the past year, we've grown or in 2024, we grew 0.8%, which is right in line with our housing demand study. So the good news is the projections in the general plan and in our environmental documents are sufficient to cover any kind of additional growth. So we didn't limit it to, we're only going to do 0.25 or 0.75% increase in population, and therefore we only plan mitigation measures. We looked at what is feasible and reasonable, and what is that potential of the general plan. So from an environmental perspective, we were very conservative in evaluating that impact.
Okay. On page, I think it was slide 22, is when we start to talk about the financing of the growth of SEDA. It says specific plan policies call for self-financing. So is it expected that SEDA will 100% pay for itself? Or what do we mean by policies call for self-financing?
Yeah, I mean, yes, the answer is that the financing for SEDA would be financed by either the developers within SEDA or the residents that live there, not any residents outside of SEDA.
So the impact fees that residents are paying for, let's say, development in inner city for police or fire, none of that will go towards SEDA to pay for their public safety facilities?
No,
Yeah.
so what we again have looked much more deeply at this because of those concerns than we have in any other specific plan that we have written in the city of Fresno. So we have looked at what do we currently bring in each of those. So all of the new development would need to pay for the actual cost of infrastructure, of impact fees, and of ongoing maintenance. So neighborhood maintenance and the additional public safety CFD that is identified that currently all new development that's annexed into the city has to pay. So they would have to pay those. And so the delta, any additional cost that is incurred because of either the proximity of SEDA to the rest of the city and city services and or the cost of infrastructure would need to be borne by development. That is a policy in the plan, and that is what we have been working on in our financing options that we will be bringing back.
Okay. On slide 24, it says the SEDA will not benefit existing city neighborhoods or residents, and then there's a bullet that says fees paid by new neighborhoods in SEDA, property tax, CFD, public safety CFD, impact fees, infrastructure district. I have to imagine that a lot of these costs are going to be calculated into the price of a home that is sold at the end of the day. And so do we have any idea what the average cost of a home in SEDA is going to be? These are a lot of, and I think, new fees to be included within the price of a home.
That's a really great question, because whether it's the square footage of a new business that's being built or the price of a home that it's being added onto, certainly those costs would be identified and added on. I can't tell you what the price of a new home would be because we're not talking about a development project. We're talking about a plan. And what is that next step in that planning process? We do know that the average new home in Fresno is somewhere in that $400,000 to $450,000 range. Beyond that's my best guess, that we're going to be in the same average range. We're not going to see homes that are a higher or lower value.
Okay. I'm asking because I don't think we currently have a public safety CFD, do we?
We do. CFD 18.
Which is only for a portion of the city.
For anything but your own time.
New annexations.
Any new annexations, okay. And then is it expected that the city will front load the cost of infrastructure, and then as development occurs, the city will be reimbursed back, is that correct?
So the public financing options strategy is going to give the council several options to consider.
Okay.
I might add to that, in earlier conversations about SEDA, that conversation about the city front loading was predominantly around a new sewer trunk line along Temperance. However, since we are prioritizing South SEDA, which is bordered by North Avenue, where there is an existing trunk line, the need to focus on that and the thought of having to front load a lot of money, that goes away with the focus on South SEDA. So the options report will identify a number of options. It's always an option for the city to front load. Don't think that that's the preference, but it's an option.
Okay. How much time will we have in between when we receive those reports and when the item will come before us?
We plan to have the report to you within 2 weeks, and then when is it coming to them?
June 12th, so approximately a month.
Okay. My questions are a little nitpicky, but this could possibly be the single biggest issue that we will vote on, at least during my time. And so I want to be sure that I fully understand the grasp of what approving this means. Okay, so then going back to self-financing, it's expected that approval of this project, so at full build-out, SEDA will be paying for their own police officers, firefighters.
So that's not exactly the way the public safety CFD works, and we certainly don't want the public to think that SEDA has its own police force or its own fire department. It is not like that at all, right? So the purpose of the public safety CFD is to pay the additional increment of serving areas that are further away, right? So it's to cover that delta from what is the current cost of service to serving in that area. So it is not an additional service that is being received. It is not separate and apart. It is not dedicated. It is part of the uniform service that everyone has, and they are paying extra because it takes longer to get there, and there's a higher cost burden.
The Section 15-1606, the Annexed Rural Residential Transitional Overlay District, I think this is a really important thing to highlight again, so I'm going to ask you to do that because I recall a lot of the residents out there, their number one concern was they didn't want to annex into Fresno. They didn't want to lose their rural residential lifestyle. So Can you just, again, touch on that?
Absolutely. So the ANX overlay is a really great tool that we have that allows individuals, not just through the commitment of annexation and continuation of an existing use, but to commit to, if you had goats and chickens and horses before you were annexed, you can continue to have goats and chickens and horses in perpetuity. You have the right to do that, and it is commemorated or memorialized in a specific overlay. So that would be overlaid on your property, and so you have those additional rights on your property that go with that land forever. So you can continue to have those uses in perpetuity.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember, I might add also, it's a really simple concept for those who are concerned about their kind of ag, traditional rural lifestyle. If you don't want to have development on your property, then don't sell your land to developers. Really simple. We are not doing proactive annexations. We are not going to go in and force annexations for somebody who doesn't want it. So if somebody wants to stay and hand their property down generationally, great, you should do that. The issue is there will be people at some point who may want to sell their land for development, but for those who really are concerned, we're not going to stop them from their rural lifestyle.
And that's a good point. So the items coming before the City Council will be the specific plan and the EIR. No annexations?
That is correct.
Okay. Is there anything else beyond the specific plan and the EIR?
Not at this time. So what we anticipate coming forward in the future is the zoning code, right? So what would the rules be for development? And then after that, the Parks and Trails Master Plan. So again, no annexations, no development applications are coming with this specific plan.
Okay. I think the biggest thing that I'm trying to grasp at the moment is the notion of VMTs, which asserts that all newly generated trips will stay self-contained within SEDA. I think is what we're trying to say.
At build out. So the whole reason that the land uses are planned the way that they are is to allow for the majority of trips. Obviously, it's an average. 5 is an average, but would allow for all trips to be proximate to each other. The schools, the shopping, the jobs, everything is proximate at build out. So, which is what is analyzed in the environmental report. So currently, the average Fresno resident travels 13 vehicle miles per day. So family of 4, that's, you can multiply that out, right? So a individual person, 13 miles, vehicle miles per day on average. When SEDA is built out, we anticipate to be able to capture those within the footprint. There are going to be times when people are going to use other modes of transportation to get around the city and or leave the area. Currently, the population in that area uses 45 vehicle miles traveled per day because of the distance to go to schools, shopping, jobs. So it's a dramatic decrease.
Say that again, the 45 number?
So currently, correct me if I'm wrong, currently the VMT vehicle miles traveled per capita in the specific plan area is 45 vehicle miles traveled.
Okay. And I know this is an assumed average.
Correct.
Right? Because I would hope that anyone who moves into SEDA would still visit the Tower District, downtown, go to Edwards perhaps, go up to River Park, go to Costco. So I'm still trying to reason with that notion. And we're almost saying we're creating a whole new city, a self-contained city within our city.
It's an average, right? So if people can do the majority of their shopping, their school, their job within close proximity to their home, within a mile or 2 miles, then those other 3 miles, you add those up, there's 15 miles, I can go somewhere else, right? It's not a limitation. And it's a rough metric. So VMT is a rough metric that's intended to identify impacts, right? And so it is an average. It's an average among households, and it's an average across time.
I think, or maybe I misread something, but did we say that because the VMTs will be low, that we don't have to incorporate any mitigation measures?
Oh, there are many mitigation measures.
There are many mitigation measures. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. And if you want us to talk about those, I can let Sophia talk about the VMT or the vehicle miles traveled mitigation measures as it relates to the EIR.
Briefly, please,
Yeah.
Sophia. Thank you.
Sure. I can just mention in general that the plan, both the policy and the EIR, call for transportation demand management measures. So that would be really promoting the use of alternative modes of transportation, making sure that the active transportation infrastructure is very robust, and ensuring that public transit connections are available there as well. So there's a real focus on that in the EIR.
Okay.
And the plan.
Understood. I want to move on to farmland. I think I read that there's over 6,000 acres of, is it active farmland within the SEDA specific plan footprint?
There's different designations. So for CEQA, we look at important farmland as defined by the Department of Conservation. And for that, we have prime ag land of statewide importance, and unique farmland.
Do we know, is it around 6,000 acres?
It's approximately that. Yes, I believe it's 5, but.
And the mitigation would be a 1-to-1 replacement?
That is correct.
And
So
that would be on the burden of the developer or of the city? Who would be required to?
The project would be required to ensure that that occurs.
So the developer?
Yeah, generally speaking, so the developer, the owner of the project, the seller, right? So it could be a number of people, but that is a requirement for projects that there is a one-for-one replacement. So 1 acre of prime needs to be preserved somewhere else for the loss of 1 acre of prime within the project area.
Is the one-for-one for all 3 levels of ag or just prime?
Yes,
Okay.
for all 3. And again, the property owner is not required, if I own 40 acres of prime farmland and I'm actively farming them, I am not required in any way, shape, or form to sell my land and develop a project. I can farm that forever.
Right. And the one-to-one replacement, does the replacement need to occur in Fresno County, or can that be anywhere?
So we are, we have done this elsewhere for the city of Fresno. Our goal is within Fresno County. If we can't find, or the project cannot find a replacement in Fresno County, it needs to be proximate to Fresno.
And then when it comes to phasing of the specific plan build out, it looks like we're going to start with 1S.
So we are recommending in the phasing to begin with SEDA South as it was identified in the general plan because of its proximity to existing infrastructure and its ability to have demand, right? Plus, it has an additional mix of uses. It has a significant number of job-producing land uses in the area. So the flexible R&D space, which is comparable to Business Park in the general plan area. It has office. It has mixed residential and commercial uses as well as residential. So it has a really good mix, and it's proximate to infrastructure.
I see. Would there be anything stopping someone from starting at 1 North, 1N?
So again, in our MOU with the county, right, any project can move forward. It would need to comply with the current general plan. The city could put limits in place that could restrict development from occurring in different phases. It could have percentage development, certain percentage development has to occur before something else happens. But if development were to occur in a different phase, the infrastructure necessary for that phase would need to be borne by that development.
Okay. Okay, so this will be coming before us. Tell me again one more time, please.
Planning Commission, May 21st. City Council, June 12th.
June 12th. And we're going to get those 2 reports in a couple weeks?
Within the next 2 weeks.
Within the next 2 weeks.
If I'd love to get it done by next week. We just have one final review before we release it to you. If we can get it out sooner than 2 weeks, we absolutely will, but no more than 2 weeks.
And by us, that'll be released to the public as well?
We plan to release it via tray memo to the council, and obviously that's a public document.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to still do my research. This was very informational, but I really want to get to a place where I'm more comfortable with the understanding of how SEDA is going to self-finance itself, how we're going to contain most of these VMTs within SEDA. And then I'm going to be looking pretty closely at the housing market demand analysis and the public facilities, the fiscal impact analysis as well before making a decision on whether or not to approve this project.
Absolutely, thank you. And we're happy to offer any one-on-one informational meetings with any of the council. If you have questions that you'd like answered, we're happy to do that as well.
Next, we have Councilmember Vang.
Thank you very much, Council President Karbasi. And Jennifer, that offer on one-on-one, I will more likely take up on that offer and will utilize a lot of your time. This is the tip of SEDA for me. SEDA has been out there. It has gone through several evolutions. But I have the luxury of talking to constituents the last couple of months, and they too have SEDA on their radar as well as the rest of the city. I always say that it is always best to grow with transparency and not grow in the dark. And I agree with my colleague that this is going to be perhaps, if I'm lucky enough to be here for the next several years, the greatest issue impacting District 5 and even beyond the next decade. We are looking at 45 or 47,000 new homes and 150,000 people adding to the eastern side, in this case, southeast Fresno. And that is basically the city of Clovis, adding on to the north side and the south side of the 180 corridor. And so with that, let me just ask a question about the map. On page 39, there is phase 1 south and 1 north, and then 2 and 3. Specifically, it piqued my interest with regards to the area east of 1 south and south of phase 2. That has yet to be considered or been incorporated into SEDA. Is that because of infrastructure issues, sewage, et cetera, or why is that the case?
So if east of Temperance and south of Jensen is outside the city's sphere of influence. So to be considered in the future by the city would have to expand its sphere of influence. So that is why it is not included in the planning area.
And how does the city of Fresno expand its sphere of influence? Is there a procedure to go through the city and the county, or which jurisdiction are involved?
Ultimately, LAFCO approves it. However, the last time the city expanded its sphere of influence was with the 2002 general plan to add SEDA to the sphere of influence. So that was the last time we added to our sphere. And so it would need to be a general plan amendment. So amend the general plan to show where the city intends to grow and why, and would require the concurrence of the local agency formation commission, or LAFCO. So they would need to approve that. And we would have to show, as you said, council member, that there was infrastructure to serve it and that there was a demand for that area.
And what is the time frame in terms of trying to get the area east of 1S and south of 2 to be incorporated into the city's sphere of influence?
You know, council member, I would say that would take 1 to 2 years. It would be a lengthy process for the city to consider adding to its sphere of influence, but it's certainly something that the city, I would defer to the city manager.
I just want to make sure I'm clear. You're talking about expanding the sphere to go east of Temperance Avenue and south of Jensen?
Yes, I'm just asking for clarification and for logic explanation as to why that area was left out in the SEDA consideration. That's all. I mean, I'm not asking, let's bring that into
So a lot of
SEDA's.
people always ask, why isn't the city a square?
Correct, correct.
And so our boundaries really aren't a square, because if you look at the development of downtown and of the city, we've tended to try to follow our primary core and to stair step around that. So the west area, you will see that it stair steps to parallel the 99 highway and to surround downtown. The same is occurring on the other side as we move away from the city of Fresno, that we're stair stepping into this form. So if you think of a kind of a diamond shape, is more the size and the shape of Fresno. There are some square boundaries, but no, it is not currently squared off. And if we provided you the larger map of the city of Fresno, it would make more sense. So
let me also add, Jennifer, because I was here when we negotiated the last sphere expansion. It also is in collaboration and conjunction with the county of Fresno, as far as if they're okay giving up sort of their jurisdiction to a neighboring city. And when we were discussing the sphere of influence at that time, we were looking at sort of trying to shape our city, but then it was definitely a negotiation with the County Board of Supervisors at the time as to what they were comfortable, quote, giving us. And that was the terminology in that day and time, was from the county, we are the givers and you are the takers. And so they were willing to give us this portion.
So in that conversation with the county, was the area east of 1S part of that conversation, and the county declined to give us that area and give us the 1S?
I'd have to go back and see if we have files still. I don't remember specifically to that section. I just know that it was in the room and we're trying to figure out where we should we go here or should we go there? I don't remember specifically to that part, but it is in negotiations with the county.
The logic to this question is you mentioned the vehicle miles travel. To me, if we were to grow and take that into consideration, and we should take that into consideration because the smog, the pollution, and also the cost of travel beyond Southeast Fresno to, let's say, Northeast or Northwest for shopping, etc., it's important. And so if we were to maximize the vehicle miles travel, it would make more sense to me that if we're going to grow SEDA, we want to grow as close as possible without having one on the southeast and one on the northwest and the others on the east. And that's the logic to that question. And also west of 1S, south of Jensen, there's a lot of warehouses there. And obviously that would not be practical in terms of new growth in that area. But east of Temperance and south of Jensen, I mean, that's just farmland. And taking into consideration, again, the vehicle miles travel, it would make more sense to put everything within, perhaps, as you said, 5 miles of one another, instead of, let's say, if you're at the 180 and get off on Temperance or on Fowler to go to 1 South, that would be added perhaps 0.2 or 0.5 miles to your travel. And so that's the logic to that question. Now, understanding the geography of this area here, if my knowledge is correct, SEDA, the growth of SEDA will fall mostly, if not all of it, in Sangamon Unified and Clovis Unified, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Have we have any conversations with these two respective school districts in terms of preparation for growth? Because my understanding and my knowledge is that it takes years for a school district to prepare from the conversation level to the preparation level to the groundbreaking and to the opening of a new school. It takes 5 to 10, even 15 years to do that. And so we are in constant conversation and update with these school districts in terms of the formation and the growth of SEDA.
So from its initiation, the city was very deliberate in engaging the school districts. I will say that we continue to have regular meetings with Clovis School District on their development and where growth is occurring. We have had sporadic meetings with Sanger Unified and have reached out and are trying to set up those regular meetings like we have with the city, with Clovis Unified.
What was Clovis Unified's response in terms of the growth of SEDA? And again, Sanger Unified. Were they for or against or unknown, or?
Well, let's look and see. I mean, to be perfectly blunt, Clovis Unified has dictated the growth of this city for some time. The Terry Bradley campus is developed in the county within our sphere of influence and is being constructed before we have even annexed it into the city. So I'll let them speak specifically, but Clovis has been eyeing this area and has been planning schools for some time and has already been constructing schools more on the north end, obviously in the 1N area, but usually they build the school and then we're all playing catch up.
Have we received any official letters of opposition from these school districts to, at least currently, the formation of SEDA?
We have received comment letters on the environmental impact report from both school districts. So mainly kind of coordination, clarification type letters.
Nothing in the sense that one is opposed to the growth of SEDA, at least in this current stage? Not at that level?
No, I would say more just wanting to coordinate. Yes.
I, speaking for just Sanger Unified for the last, at least until a few weeks ago, growth is good for that school district. It is a smaller school district, and the more student it has, the better for the school district. That was up until a few weeks ago. I can't speak for the future for that school district, but it is, I believe, at that time, growth is good for school district. And also, I just wanted to point out that being that SEDA falls within the jurisdiction of Sanger Unified and Clovis Unified, one of the best two school districts in Fresno County. And so it would be very attractive to have families move to that area in terms of education, public education. What can also attract families, in my opinion, and from what I've heard the last couple of months on the stopping ground, is that vehicle miles travel analysis, meaning that if we can bring what a family or the community, not only in SEDA, but west of SEDA, Clovis, Kings Canyon, Clovis, Jensen, that area, is that if we can provide the necessities of medical offices, the shopping center, and Fancher Creek is going to be open very soon, but that itself may not be enough to sustain 150,000 people or 45,000 homes. And so, as I stated earlier, grow with transparency and not grow in the dark is exactly that, alluding to the vehicle miles travel. And in the last presentation, you mentioned Parks and Open Space Master Plan, and I think that will also be critical in terms of the growth of SEDA and the direction of that growth of SEDA. Because again, if you are going to include that 150,000 people, where are they going to find their recreation, their shopping needs, et cetera, et cetera? And so, yes, we are going to look at the specific plans in the future and also the environmental report very soon. But these areas, the grant, the zoning code, and in particular, from what I've heard when I was out there, is a lack of green space in that part of the city. And if you look at the last 25 years, east of Peach to Clovis to Fowler, Kings Canyon, and then Armstrong, and now Temperance, we really do not have the amount of green space elsewhere in the last 25 years of growth in the city of Fresno. And so that conversation around green space has, from what I've heard, extremely critical in terms of the direction of SEDA with regards to the eastern side of District 5 residents. And I am looking forward to having in-depth conversations and more one-on-one sit down with you and my office. And I am going to take this project because I think, aside from District 7, District 5 will be impacted in terms of proximity more than any other districts in the city of Fresno. And so I have a lot of questions, but in the interest of time, I will reserve those questions when I have one-on-one meetings with you. But the workshop, this presentation, is the start of an extensive and detailed conversation between my office and your department. Thank you very much for the presentation. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Bang. In the absence of the Council President, I'm officially in charge, so we begin with the inquisition of staff. So since it's a long afternoon, I'm gonna try and keep this lighthearted, but thoughtful. So I'm gonna do my own myth and facts. Myth is that we are fully prepared to make a decision because we've had all the information for a sufficient amount of time. The fact is, we all got this 50-page PowerPoint a day ago. The fact is, we have not even received the finance plan that's been talked about, that has been suggested pays for all this development. The fact is, we haven't even had the other part of the plan that's also been suggested is ready to go until the city manager releases it to us. This is by far, as Member Perea indicated, the single largest decision I'm gonna make in my tenure of two-term council member, and this is the least amount of information with the least amount of time I've ever had. I've had far more information, far more in advance on, a track map than I've had on thousands of homes. No fault of staff, but on another myth, in fact, the myth has been suggested that the state's requiring us to adopt SEDA. As you know, Director, I asked for the grant agreement with HCD on the funds for SEDA, and I did not read anywhere in that agreement any words such as the city shall adopt the SEDA plan, and the city shall adopt the EIR, and the city shall grow to the southeast portion, or the city shall pay the money back. So I think it's fair to say that there is no fact that the state's mandating we do this. I do believe it's good public policy to plan ahead and to develop environmental studies and to make sure we understand the cost of it. But I just want to be clear that this seems to me to be rushed for a conversation that's been going on for more than a decade. The first time today I'm hearing that you guys will be asking for action from us in June, but you won't get us the two most critical documents in this decision until maybe 2 weeks from now. That's not, and in the middle, and probably right after, the mayor releases his budget to the council. And we all get distracted with, billions of dollars worth of potential cuts and changes to budgets and negotiations with labor groups. I don't see us being able to do it justice with that short of a timeline. And I would hope that the state would not put us in a predicament where they would force our legislative hand, which I believe we have full authority to exercise, and force us into a hurried decision on thousands and thousands of new homes. So with that, I'm gonna go into some of the slides. And I do appreciate you guys numbering them so we can go very specifically to them. On the slide, the projections, you've indicated on the general plan projections, you've covered the fact that the general plan had indicated percentage of growth, correct? And the Department of Finance had adjusted recently their projected growth of the state, correct? And you believe that we're somewhat still in line between actual growth and the projected growth. Is that right? Is that fair to describe?
That is a fair description.
Okay. Are you aware that the school districts has been declining enrollment all across the city year over year? And that Fresno Unified was projected to be at, now is at 70,000, is projected to be at 50,000 in a couple of years? And that the growth of the rest of the school districts have completely zeroed out because the slow birth rates that have been occurring? Does your environmental impact study include the declining enrollment of the school districts within their jurisdictions and the growth of these school districts or lack thereof?
So school district enrollment is not an impact that is evaluated by the EIR.
Okay, fair enough. I read in one of the many articles over the last couple of years that Sanger Unified, Clovis Unified, Century Unified are in the precipice of reaching their maximum borrowing capacity to build new facilities. Do we have that information on what is the capacity of Sanger, Clovis to borrow funds to build new schools, or would they be solely dependent on impact fees to finance those new schools? Do we know by any chance?
I don't know what the school district's bonding capacities are.
Can we get that information in an upcoming memo? Can we connect with the school districts and understand what their bonding capacity is to build new schools? Because if we're going to greenlight new developments, they will have to respond with new schools, correct?
Hold on, Councilmember, I want to correct you. This is not greenlighting new development. This is a plan. This is planning for growth.
I understand
so
that.
I hear you, but like the misnomer that this is, we're going to approve this plan and boom, bam, boom, we're
I'm
opening
not
for
suggesting it's going to
development.
happen overnight.
Yeah.
That's why I believe there's no urgency to adopt this in 2 weeks, because this is not growth overnight. So your best projection of new growth occurring or new houses being constructed would be how soon if this plan was to be approved in June?
We're anticipating 2030 is the first new development.
Okay, so 5 years from now, approximately? All right, so we have some time before we have to make a decision here. On your, you made a reference in one of your slides around if we don't approve a plan, what we should anticipate is sprawl development and leapfrog development, correct? Mm-hmm. But isn't it true that development cannot occur unless there's infrastructure to flush a toilet and unless there's infrastructure to, turn on a water faucet? And isn't it true that the only entity that controls that infrastructure is the city of Fresno? The county doesn't run sewer plants?
Not true.
Does the county run sewer plants?
County does county service areas, CSAs, and they are basic, for instance, up in North Fresno, north of Willow, it's called Monte Verde. It is a subdivision, county subdivision of multi-million-dollar homes that has its own sewer and water system. But that's not what's being proposed. It's multi-million-dollar homes that can pay for that infrastructure. And then I'll give you other examples. The county can authorize and has authorized subdivisions within the county, not what we see as traditional subdivisions, but a confluence of homes that has a centralized sewer and water system that is financed or handled and managed by what's called the county service area that the county manages. Right. And I would tell you
so
that
they could authorize like county pockets.
They're county pockets, and you just will see them even if you drive up Bryant Road, you'll just see like this, there's like 25 houses here, or there's 15 houses here. And those are served either, depending on the amount of homes, could be individual wells and septic tanks, or a small, a water tank system with wells, and some sort of small sewage system.
Is the county authorized to authorize subdivisions within the city of Fresno sphere of influence without our approval? Yes. Is the county authorized to force us to connect county islands into our water and city sewer system without our approval?
They cannot connect to and Brock, step in here if I misspeak, they cannot connect to our system without our approval. That would require payment and fees. Right. And frankly, we would prefer residential houses to be on a sewer system because it's better for the environment and it's better for the water aquifer. So they can't force us to take them into our system, but they can certainly attempt to accommodate water and sewer on their own.
So is it fair to describe that if the county was to choose to develop to authorize sub-county islands within our sphere of influence without our approval, they would have to provide police, fire, in their case sheriff, fire, water, sewer, parks, road infrastructure. They would have to provide everything, parks, everything that people should anticipate, correct? They would have to resolve those amenities and those essential services. We would not be on the hook to provide those things, correct?
Correct. Although I would tell you, there is likely going to be overlap with police and fire in the event of an incident where there's mutual aid, and if they only have 1-2 sheriffs on patrol, yes, we're going to come in. Same thing with a fire incident.
But their insurance would be extraordinarily high if they can't demonstrate that they have access to fire services and only depend on mutual aid.
I can't speak to that.
Right. It's what you get in the mountains. You referenced this West Area specific plan and sequencing of that plan. What is the estimated number of units that this West Area plan, when approved, would produce?
So it has a total capacity of approximately 80,000 units, of which about 30,000 are already existing. So the net new capacity is about 50,000.
50,000. How many building housing permits on average does the city approve a year?
Approximately, it ranges, but 1,800, sorry, is a nice average.
It's about, so the last amount I saw is between 1,500 and 1,800 a year.
So on average, for the past 20 years, the city has averaged 1,500 to 2,000 housing units, right? Not individual single-family homes, but housing units per year. So that is actually, we didn't say that all of a sudden we're going to have this giant building boom when we looked at absorption rates. We looked at the actual capacity of the building market to serve our market. And where is that going to go? Where do people want to go when we looked at our demand? So we do anticipate 1,600 to 1,800 building permits per year, at least through 2049.
Okay, so, and excuse my very basic math, because again, we got this recently, but if the council was to approve the West Area plan, and it gives us a net of 50,000 additional units, with, at the high number, 1,800 permits approved a year, we're talking, we still have 28 years worth of new housing.
That's assuming everyone wants to go just to the West Area,
Correct.
right? So you're assuming 100% of market demand, and so that's why we did a market demand study.
I'm not assuming anything.
Right?
I'm assuming that the simple math is you're suggesting we have to do Southeast development because there's a huge demand for housing and we have no capacity. The fact I'm pointing out is if the West Area plan, which has been under development much longer, if that was to be approved, that would give us enough capacity at least for the next 27 and a half years, based on the current estimate of building permits being granted for houses. So it's not like Southeast area, not approving SEDA would mean that the city would have no growth. We would still have 27 years worth of growth already in the system. That's
you just subtract out the demand that exists in this area. So just subtract out the demand and assume it's going to go somewhere else, either built in the county or another jurisdiction.
Well, I would argue with you on that one too, because what we've seen in the Madera model is it was all great when there were new homes and there was no traffic jams. And there were new homes and there was plenty of water. Madera doesn't have sufficient water for the river stones that they already built. They're struggling with drying wells. The traffic going to Madera is a disaster. It's a LA commute, traffic jam. Those two indicators do have an impact on whether people are willing to live also in those areas. Not to mention all the other variables of we still are the regional magnet for the region. People still come to the city of Fresno and work. So, but let me go to your slide 12. You indicated that the housing study that you keep on referencing is the study that we won't get access to for another couple of weeks, correct? In addition to the finance proposal?
Listen, we can get you the market study next week. It's the financing thing that we're doing the final review.
Fair enough.
We can get you the housing, the absorption study.
And I would think it's very helpful, not just to give it to us, but to put it on the website and make it public. I've never received as a council member more letters from the public than on SEDA. And I think fundamentally it's unfair for us to have a workshop that's extremely informative and educational without telling the public the time and location of that workshop so they can, be present and fully get the same information we do. So my request is the next time that this is discussed, we actually time it so people know to show up and to hear the same information that we're hearing. What worries me about this reference on the finance study and the housing study and this workshop is essentially it feels like we're putting the cart before the horse. You're suggesting the market demand is there, is going to pay for itself, but we don't have the documents yet that you're basing that assessment and determination on. I feel a little hesitant to make decisions without seeing the documents. Not that I don't believe staff, but myth and facts is all based on your lived experience and your association to the question that's being asked.
Council member? I would note that a specific planning process has never required market studies, financing option reports. It's never been part of our specific planning process. There's been specific plans that have been adopted on this
Absolutely
council
right.
without that information. But because of the information that has been out there, and I agree, the number of letters that have been received that perceive SEDA in some instances something that it isn't, we've gone to that extra level to try and provide even more information. But we've never, it's a plan.
Yes.
It's a plan.
And I would make this distinction, City Manager. The mayor announced a $20 million deficit. We have been told that and demonstrated that sprawl doesn't pay for itself. The only way some folks, including former member Chavez, sold folks on SEDA was to say it's going to pay for itself. I've never seen, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I've never seen a project or a subdivision pay for itself completely. I've never seen that, and I'll give you an example. We recently just built a new fire station northwest Fresno, correct? How much of that fire station construction came from impact fees collected by those property owners?
I believe, I wasn't here, but I think at least 50% because
Right.
it's only whatever new development impact.
Right.
So if it also assisted the existing
Yep.
city, we wouldn't have been able to do 100% impact fees.
The Francher Creek Police Station, was that fully paid for by impact fees? Or was there a general fund?
I believe both, Scott? General fund.
Fully? And what was it, $10 million-ish?
I honestly don't remember.
7
to 8, he's saying.
Right. And we have another potential fire station in northwest Fresno, right? That's be paid for by bonds, potentially?
Station 12 is a replacement of an existing station.
That would also serve new developments.
Which is why it's partially paid for with impact fees.
Okay. So that's my point is whenever I've seen a public safety capital investment, whether it's a police station or a fire station, we're continuously told impact fees are not sufficient to pay for it. So we ask, at your request, we oblige and provide general fund dollars that would otherwise be available to go to existing neighborhoods and fix existing roads. We've supported all these improvements because if we don't have firefighters to turn off a fire, then we can't allow people to move in. So when it is suggested that this development will fully pay for itself, I'm going to spend a lot of time understanding that formula because thus far that's never been true. No development pays for itself.
But
It's
the council
always
has
subsidized.
never I'm going to just tell you,
Yeah.
it's really could be up to this body. It's been the choice of the city, either directly or indirectly, to subsidize development.
Absolutely.
As we have put into place CFDs, multiple CFDs, we've gotten farther and farther away from subsidizing, but that was a conscious choice by the city to make that decision.
And as I told my residents in every town hall meeting I have, the day that the city pulls money away from police and fire to fix their potholes are nowhere near. Because that's when 2/3 of our general fund goes to police and fire, it leaves very little for everything else that people expect to occur. The vast majority of the city, southern portion of Shaw, relies on general fund, right? They don't have facilities maintenance districts. People are not paying that extra cost. No fault of anyone, but that's the reality. So the majority of the city must compete with police and fire to have their infrastructure improved. The fringes of the city, in order for them to receive police and fire services, they must get a subsidy from existing infill neighborhoods to complete those capital improvement projects, because impact fees do not pay for that total
But
cost.
it's not a subsidy. They are paying property tax and sales tax, right, as residents, which goes into the general fund, which then ultimately pays for police and fire. So they're getting, theoretically, their proportionate share of the tax dollars that they're paying in the form of part of their public safety service.
Theoretically, because I've never seen a formula demonstrate that they're paying for that amount. As an existing infill resident, we're not seeing brand new fire stations and police stations in the interior of the city. So we're technically not getting any of our property and sales tax going to new capital improvement projects. All those are happening in the fringes of the city, which I understand why. New neighborhoods, response times, but it's not happening. So let me go further on Madera. On Madera, you indicated that there's 16,000 units, 16,700 units that have been approved, correct? On slide number, I forgot my slide.
10 approved, 5 in
14? Is that what that means?
So it identifies specifically which ones have been approved and which ones are in planning. So
Correct.
5,000 is proposed, it's in planning right now, and 10,000 are approved.
Okay, so what I looked at the HCD, and again, I'm not an expert, just got this last minute homework. According to HCD, about those thousands of units in Madera, only about 500 have been built. So how many have been built from all these that you've listed?
So Tesoro Viejo and Riverstone, thousands of units have been
How many?
built.
Of the 4,700 residential units in Tesoro Viejo, that's their full build out, right?
Right.
According to this, how many of those have been built?
If they can't find the number, we'll get it
Okay,
for you.
that-
So hold on.
We'll get
she's
it.
got
We'll get it to you.
Yeah.
We wanted to identify what else was around
Yes,
us, right?
yes.
So what is our competition? Riverstone to date, and this was as of last fall, nearly 2,000 new homes have been sold. Tesoro Viejo, as of last fall, over 1,000 new homes had been sold. So 3,000 new homes sold in that prior to the fall.
The point I'm trying to illustrate is approximately 500 new homes are built a year in Madera. According to your information, we grant about 1,800 permits a year. So I don't want it to be suggested that the city is not building and authorizing permits and that we're being outbuilt by a small unincorporated area nearby. We are much larger, and we are approving a lot more. You guys, as a planning department, according to your records, are approving 1,800 permits a year. Madera's at 500 a year. So I understand they're building, but I also know their wells are running dry, and they have traffic things that they got to figure out. That's why I just recently passed a statewide county transportation tax, because they got issues to solve. The other reference I want to understand is on Clovis. We all know they're building, but we also know that the approval of permits have not been increasing year over year. So in my research of HCD's data, they're looking at 5 years of declining approvals year over year. So their growth is slowing down compared to their record boom years. On the VMTs, you suggested that the current SEDA is about 45 VMTs. The full build out of VMTs would be 5. Is that what I understood?
Yes.
Again, I'm not an expert, but I did some Google searches that might be completely wrong, but I need you to confirm for me this data before we make a decision. According to the state, the VMT in San Francisco is 10. The VMT in LA is 9.3. The VMT in New York City is 17. So I don't see a world in which a VMT can be 5 in the fringes of the city. I don't see from this plan how they would be essentially building a second downtown level of development where we would be able to reach 5 when LA, when San Francisco or New York is nowhere near reaching 5 VMTs. So I also understand Caltrans is insisting that we invest more in public transit to try and close some of that VMT and pollution impact. And what gives me pause on this is we have a Measure C that's about to expire in 2026. If Measure C is not renewed, they're one of the largest subsidies of public transit for the city of Fresno. What would be an alternative funding source for us to meet the public transit requirement of environmental impact report for SEDA if Measure C expires in 2026 and we expect the first homes to be built in 5 years?
Our VMT program, which is, what are we doing right now? The EIR is on the street? What?
Yes, so the EIR will be, it is? Oh, okay, it's going to be published, I believe it's next week or within the next 2 weeks, but it's anticipated to be back in front of council in August. The VMT program is what pays for that delta, right? So each house, based on their...
How much would it generate?
Well, it depends on
was
how
that,
many
Councilmember? I
units
didn't
are
hear
built.
you.
How much would the VMT program generate annually? And again, you don't have to give me information right now.
It'll be part of what gets circulated. We can.
The reason I ask is I have a number that I don't want to repeat because it may not be accurate on the Measure C annual subsidy for the fax system. But I think it's in the millions of dollars annually that we get Measure C funds to subsidize
It would be completely
fax.
dependent on development, right? So the per VMT fee that is charged each development based on square footage if it's commercial or units based if it's residential, that will get you the number.
So
it
worst
depends on
case
the number.
scenario, Measure C renewal does not pass. We lose tens of millions of dollars that we get to operate fax. Our only option to meet that public transit requirement under the EIR is VMTs that's based on new development. How do we, I see us cutting public services, not public transit services, not adding if Measure C fails. Does that make sense?
I understand your point. It seems a bit of and then we might as well just shut down the city because there's no public transit anywhere in the city then. So if we want to go down that path.
Would you argue that if Measure C fails, we would not be in a position to cut fax services?
Would I argue that we wouldn't be in a position?
Correct.
If we did not have Measure C revenue for transportation, I think that, yes, there would, and unless the state and federal government made up the difference, which a huge amount of money comes from the feds and the state for fax, that there would probably be some reduction in service.
Right, because then the only other option would be the general fund, correct?
Theoretically, yes.
All right. If you can give me numbers on what we anticipate VMT to generate for public transit and also what we get annually for fax for Measure C, just to give us an idea of what we're looking at. Mayor, you like the mic? And
I do.
How are you?
I actually want to stand here and say I agree with so much of what you've said today because it is true, but it is based on past practices prior to the last 4 years. So, for example, you talked about that we have to build new fire stations, new police stations, and the general fund ends up picking that up. And the truth is, yes. And one of the biggest reasons is that past administrations have waived police and fire impact fees. And so we did not have impact fees, for example, when we built the Southeast Station, which was $7 million. There were impact fees to do that, but at that time, a decision was made by the prior administration to utilize one-time funding for that of $7 million. That's not to say we couldn't have used impact fees at 50% to cover the costs. That was a plan. The same thing holds true with Fire Station 12 and the same with Fire Station 18 that we built when we came in. So we stopped all fee waivers for police and fire. And so the city manager does not do that anymore because, quite frankly, it was an impact on the general fund. The other thing is that historically, new development hasn't paid for itself, which is exactly why we created the CFD program, Community Facilities District, to pay for all of the maintenance. And then when I came into office, we created CFD 18, and that was to pay for public safety, which is what we have today. So does new development pay for itself? And the answer is yes, it does pay for itself. I want you to know the difference that I think is because you guys are hearing this for the first time, and I've had the ability to hear this over the last few months because I was dead set against opening up to SEDA. I was, based on the fact that it was going to cause an incurred liability on the part of the city for ratepayers to have to pay for the infrastructure to go in, and that the return on investment wasn't going to occur, in some cases, for decades. And that was because the direction we were going as a city was one end, which was up north. In order to accommodate that, you can't piecemeal sewer mains. So in order to build water mains and sewer mains from the north end down the Temperance trunk line all the way over to our wastewater treatment plant, it was going to cost us a lot of money. In many cases, it could have been $1.5 billion. That return on investment would have taken so long, it would have been on the back of ratepayers, in my opinion, which is why in our meetings, it became very clear to me where we need to start is South SEDA, 1S. Why? Because that trunk line with public works projects, with laterals, is going to be far less money. And I'm going to tell you the money, about $91 million to develop that. We were going to give that to you later with a financing plan, but it's about $91 million. And we would be able to open up development very soon, probably within the next 3 years. So the return on investment for that $91 million was going to be very soon, and it wasn't going to be very much. And the other thing is that makes South SEDA so appealing is because of the way it's already laid out. About 50% housing and about 50% flexible, which would allow for industrial development. And we know industrial development's leaving our city and going to Visalia and other places. We know housing is leaving our city, going to Clovis as well as Madera. So this was our opportunity to do all of that. You know, I get a kick out of the state of California creating vehicle miles traveled. And what it ultimately ended up doing is increasing vehicle miles traveled because the people that build in Clovis or in Madera, they work in Fresno. Yeah. And so what we ended up doing is shutting down the city, thinking we're going to just do infill development, and people move to Northeast Fresno and Madera and still use our freeways, tear up our roads, and come into Fresno to work. So that is why I was sitting in my office and I couldn't take it anymore. Sorry, Georgianne. But I wanted to say the things that I think need to be said today because I'm not sure, I think they were doing a great job. But I just wanted you to know why I came to the conclusion that I think South SEDA is the right direction for us to go as a council, and it's not going to be on the back of ratepayers.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yep, thank you.
And speaking of infrastructure and ratepayers, legal counsel, isn't it a violation of law to have existing ratepayers pay for construction of new infrastructure that doesn't serve them? Is that a Prop 218 issue? Can we just get back to us on that? Yes, I want to understand, because my understanding has always been under Prop 218 and other rules, you cannot have existing ratepayers subsidize new ratepayers.
That's accurate, but you can borrow money from the utility as long as you are you have the legal process of making sure that the ratepayers are kept whole.
So your vision would be to, as we're looking at increasing water rates, to increase water rates on existing ratepayers and then borrow money from those ratepayers for future funds?
No, that's not what we're doing. I'm just telling you that.
Manager, what I'll do is forget that conversation. I'll wait for the financing plan and then we'll get clear on how you're proposing.
You are going to have options because the council deserves to have options, and I don't want to make that decision. But part of those options are private-public partnerships. or three Ps where they would go out and do the financing on that. So you're going to be provided options. They've been meeting with a group of private investors. So we're going to be able to figure that one out. But it will be done at this openly and with you guys.
Thank you.
You got it.
Mr. Mosier, if you can come up really quick. And I know you're multitasking, but you're probably the best expert at this question. And I know you've been intimately involved in infrastructure and roads and sidewalks. You, on a routine basis, inform us of what's the outstanding broken sidewalk infrastructure that we have in the city. You have a number, correct?
Yes, we do, Council.
What is that number to fix all the existing broken sidewalks in the city?
The existing curbs, gutters, and sidewalks, that's estimated at roughly $300 million of deferred maintenance.
350 million?
About 300 million.
300 million. And that would have to be a responsibility of the general fund, correct?
Currently, the only general fund that goes in that work is what council appropriates through council infrastructure funds. Otherwise, that is a combination of SB1 and Prop 111 gas tax revenues for curb, gutter, sidewalk repairs.
What's the number that you have as it relates to the needs of the existing roadways that must be improved in the city? I know we have a number 2 that we prepared for the Measure C renewal this last time. What is that number of the existing road improvements that are needed?
Just to clarify, as far as repairing roads, pavement?
Yeah. Did the city undertake a assessment of the road conditions for all the network of city streets? And then there was a number tied with deferred maintenance or improvements?
Yes, we did. And so that total was just a little bit over $500 million in 2021 when that was assessed. Then that has, consistent with what was shared with the council at that time, that was projected to increase due to pavements degrading faster than we could improve them. There's an update underway right now, countywide through the Fresno COG for that update. But with post-pandemic cost increases, everything else, we estimate we're over $1 billion of deferred maintenance on pavement.
So it's about $1 billion for deferred maintenance on the roadways and about $300 million on deferred maintenance on sidewalks. Is that fair?
That's accurate.
And thank you, Director. And I won't disclose closed session information, but the fact is we've been now in the path of settlement of a lot of claims for people being injured on our broken sidewalks and people being injured on broken roadways. And in recent years, those claims have become more routine and they become more expensive. And as we have been processing these claims, we keep on asking ourselves, isn't it cheaper just to fix the roadway or fix a sidewalk versus having to have somebody be injured and then pay off a settlement? And we end up in the same place. A lot of needs, not enough revenue. My concern is that as we expand to the fringe of the city, the interior of the city continues to age. And the interior of the city continues to rely on the general fund, which 2/3 of it goes to public safety, personnel costs mostly. So I'm not sure how we can make the math work to continue to reinvest in existing neighborhoods when our history has demonstrated our inability to do that. As the mayor indicated recently, we've changed that history, but that's thanks to a lot of federal money in the one-time nature. Unlike other cities, we use that one-time money to fix existing neighborhoods versus put into salary compensations and ongoing cost commitments. But that money is behind us, not ahead of us. Especially with the current president we have, I doubt he'll be giving us any new money to fix any existing infrastructure. If anything, he's threatening to take away the very little money we get for transportation road improvements over his agenda of immigration deportation. On the self-finance and developments, is there any example that staff can provide to us, not now, but as follow-up, of a community that is self-financed and pays for itself in whatever definition you decide pays for itself means. Is there a city? Is there a suburb in a city? Is there the development within the city of Fresno? The mayor said new development just pays for itself. Is there anything you can provide to us that we can see how the formula works and how we arrived at this notion of self-finance? Can you guys
I think
provide
with
us
the
that?
exception of the 41, I think Riverstone and Tesoro Viejo are the closest examples. They, I know with Riverstone, they invested an enormous amount of money to front load the infrastructure and have a number of financing districts that are imposed on the residents out there.
And that's the same Riverstone and Cerro Viejo that just received a $20 or $40 million earmark from Jim Costa to fix
For the
the
41,
traffic.
and I said with the exception
Right.
of 41. So it is a bit ironic that, you know, you want to talk about sprawl and leapfrog. That is sprawl and leapfrog development, and it's being assisted by our government entities.
Yes. And when I was on the FCCA board, the new CEO suggested that we install a payroll or, you know, toll road, and that way we can add more lanes, and this notion that if you're rich and you can afford to pay more, you'll actually get through traffic. If you're not, you get stuck in shady roads and you know, traffic jams, which I don't think that's going to go anywhere, but that was their solution.
Councilmember, can I just want to just correct something that you said earlier about the state.
Ring the bell.
The state, you had said that the state is requiring us to adopt. The state is not requiring us to adopt, but if we don't adopt, we'll have to pay the money back.
And that's a really good comment. My comment was, I don't see in the contract agreement that we signed that it indicates that we shall adopt or we shall pay it back. So unless you can point me to something in writing, I didn't see that in the grant agreement that I read.
So the grant agreement says if the city does not perform the work product, and adopt the plan or the work product, that the city is at risk of repaying the funding. I have spoken specifically to the regulator who said they will require us to pay the money back.
And how much is the money?
$625,000.
Okay. $629,000 compared to whatever cost it would cost us to develop this area. Understood. The other questions I had, VMTs we've covered. Piecemeal development we've covered. Environmental. So is it staff's conclusion that we don't have to republish the environmental if we approve this one section of your SEDA plan?
No, so phasing would not require recirculation because we evaluated the impact of the entirety of the project, and now we're just saying we're going to start with this phase. There would be no requirement to recirculate.
If the council adopted all three phases up front, would that require any adjustment or amendment to the EIR?
No.
So water infrastructure, as you noted, the plan would be to borrow money from somewhere and pay for it up front?
I didn't say that. Stop saying that.
I'm asking for clarity. This is your place here to provide me clarity. So how would we pay for the infrastructure?
Let Brock
who cash
jump in,
flows
but
it?
Brock, you want to talk about how development pays for water infrastructure?
Good afternoon, Council. Brock Buki, Director of Public Utilities. In regards to the water infrastructure, we have a water capacity fee. So as development occurs, it pays into that fund, and that is used to construct the large mains in the half-mile streets, typically 16 inches in diameter, wells, surface water treatment, recharge. All of that is built into the water capacity fee fund.
So Brock, the manager and the mayor indicated that we already have an existing truck line in some portion of this area, right? If the council was to approve development where a new trunk line would be required, how would you finance that up front? Where would you get the money for awarding the construction contract?
Are you talking specifically about sewer? or water?
Both.
So water would be handled by the Water Capacity Fee Fund. For the sewer, we would be looking at, that'll be part of what's presented in the finance plan, but, that could be a bond. The one thing I would kind of highlight is going in this phased approach, we are only building this in segments that make logical sense. If we start in the south, we extend the trunk across north and a short way up Temperance. If we're trying to build in one end, we have to build the whole thing all the way up there, and that's very expensive.
So Brock, two questions for you. The Water Capacity Fund, that would pay for the expansion of new water lines, correct?
Just for the large stuff.
Just for large stuff.
The half-mile streets, the production, the smaller stuff within the subdivision is on the developer.
Understood. Is there sufficient funds now to pay for SEDA? Or is it contingent on council increasing water rates?
It has nothing to do with water rates. That is a separate charge that's collected. So a developer comes in, they do their track map, and as they're building the lots, they're paying the fees associated to those lots, and we collect it as
so the impact fee that they paid, whatever that rate is sufficient to pay to cash flow all that?
Yeah, I mean, this was adopted in 2017. Everything was looked at, and it makes sense to go back and look at things periodically.
No,
but
there was I just want to assess whether the current fee, whatever that amount is sufficient to cover the increased costs that we anticipate of that infrastructure, or if that has to be adjusted.
When we developed the water capacity fee, it was for the build-out. So they looked at all of the infrastructure that would be required for the build-out, and that is part of how the water capacity fee was developed.
So we don't have to adjust it, is my question.
Listen, we always have to update fees for, current construction cost and any modifications that need to be made. But generally speaking, we have a pretty solid fee.
And City Manager, is that particular fee part of the annual master fee schedule that we adjust, or does that require a special study?
That is not part of the master fee schedule.
So that would require a special study that you all do for Nexus?
It's a Nexus study that are done as part of the impact fees.
Fair enough. My second question, Brock, is recently we had a main break on Olive First, right? And I think the pipe is 100 years old, probably.
It was constructed in the 50s.
In the 50s, so, okay, 80 years old-ish. What fund do you use to, if we can borrow money to build new sewer lines, can we borrow money to replace all the old existing sewer lines that we are experiencing breakages in?
That might be an option. I mean, it would make more sense to be, pay for some of that on a pay-as-you-go basis, and then some of the larger projects with bond funding. You don't want to get into a situation where you've put out so many bonds that the revenue you bring in from charges is eventually fully utilized just on that debt service. So you want to maintain a balance between pay-as-you-go and the bond structures.
The reason I ask is that the criticism I get from residents is, why is the city willing to borrow for new development but not willing to borrow to replace existing pipelines that are breaking?
We borrow all the time.
So we have the bonding capacity to replace the mains in the existing city right now?
Well, that we would have to investigate, that if we had enough capacity. Right now on the water side, probably not, because we need a rate increase. Wastewater is not carrying as much debt. They need a rate increase as well, but they would be able to do it a little bit easier.
I recall that part of the benefit of the governor's investment is having the state pay for our underground infrastructure upgrades, correct? The water lines, sewer lines that we're updating now?
Those were the downtown grants specifically only. I mean, it's great that we got that, but it's not going to cover the entire city.
So with that, with the state essentially bailing us out from that downtown infrastructure, it meant that we didn't have to go to ratepayers to upgrade that infrastructure, correct?
Well, I think that was more a function of economics of downtown development, and It's very, very difficult for people to get private financing for downtown projects. I think, if you talk to any of the people who've been successful in downtown. And so this was our attempt to try and find a way to buy down their pro forma to reduce expenses on them so that they would be able to have a more commercially financeable project.
And I fully understand that, because as I'm dealing with infill development projects, the biggest barrier is we ask the developer to upgrade the underground lines that are really old and really expensive to upgrade and to update. But it seems to me that by us borrowing for water and sewer line infrastructure in the fringes of the city, we rationalize that as, okay, it'll pay for itself because they're new property taxpayers or new sales tax revenues, things of that nature. We don't seem to use the same rationale to justify borrowing for replacing sewer lines on First Avenue, on downtown, and everywhere else, and we're experiencing those breakages.
I would say that as we're looking at, developing rates for water and sewer now, we're looking at these things, and one of the things that I just spoke with our rate consultant about this week is looking at adding more bond service so that we can do exactly what you're talking about, Councilman.
Well, thank you, Brock. My last comment on this, City Manager, is you will not find me being supportive of increasing rates on ratepayers for water and sewer that in any way create bonding capacity for development of the fringes of the city. If we have bonding capacity in our water and sewer, accounts, it should be used for replacing proactively existing water and sewer lines for existing ratepayers instead of, doing the Band-Aid improvements that cost us $1 million once they break. We're experiencing this with sidewalks and road improvements. It is getting extremely expensive to a point of 6 and 7 figures each time somebody litigates us for a broken sidewalk and a broken street. So at some point, we're losing way too much money in the back end. And my fear is by expanding the city by whatever square miles more, we're only going to increase that pressure on those type of activities. But I appreciate all you guys' work on this, and I look forward to the information. Thank you, Director.
Okay, is it morning yet? No, I'm only kidding. Next speaker will be Council Member Esparza. He is punched up, but I think he... Yeah, did you want to go again? No, I'm sorry, I was wrong. It was Councilmember Maxwell, then Esparza. I'm sorry, I forgot it's been that long. Okay.
Thank you, Council President. I think most of the pertinent questions probably have been asked in some form or another. I don't know that I have many. More so just some general thoughts. I think for as long as I've been aware of Fresno politics, SEDA, opening it, developing it has always been the third rail of Fresno politics. As long as I've kind of been aware of what's been going on in local government, and I think rightfully so. Many, if not most, of the concerns I've heard from my colleagues today, I think are valid, and many of which council does not have answers for just yet. And I look forward to getting a lot of that data and some of those reports that you mentioned before. But that being said, I think not specifically City of Fresno, but California as a whole, that politicians have been their own biggest enemy when it comes to housing. I think that we no longer have the privilege to be picky in the state when it comes to housing. I think if you were to ask any politician on the local level or state level what the number one issue facing the state of California is today, they would probably say housing. Again, bipartisan response would be my prediction that housing is the number one issue. Everybody wants more housing, but I think we're getting caught up in the weeds. We want more housing, but we want it developed by a certain group. We want more housing, but we want a specific material, or we want it targeted towards a specific demographic. We have got so caught up in the means of building housing that we've forgotten what the end result that we want is, and that's more housing, more affordable housing for the people of Fresno and across the state of California. But I think we've lost sight of that, not again specifically locally, but across the state of California. I think we've lost sight of what's important, and that is that we need more housing and that we don't have the privilege of being picky on all of those issues that I discussed earlier. Mayor Dyer, I mentioned to you a moment ago that I think a lot of us up here want to be champions for more housing. I mean, it's the top issue we hear about, not just housing, but we want more affordable housing. And we know that the more housing stock that we have, the more affordable it is to our Fresno families. That being said, though, I think in politics, everything comes at a cost, right? Everything is a trade-off. You want to build more parks, that's less money for police. You want to build a senior center, that's less money for paving roads. And so I think for me, it's just going to come down to the brass tacks. How can you convince my constituents, some of them who have not had their roads paved since LBJ was president of the United States, that building more roads is in the best interest of the city? How are you going to convince folks that this is going to generate more revenue for more services for their neighborhoods and not bleed Central Fresno, my district, Councilmember Esparza's district, to subsidize SEDA? That's what it's going to come down to, I think, for me. I look forward to seeing the plans and the studies. I think we're going to need additional workshops on many of those things because this is a lot of information, and as everyone said, this will probably be the largest decision we've ever made. But I think if it makes sense, if the bottom line pencils out, I think that we need to be champions for more housing in the city. I think that we need to get out of our own way when it comes to developing more housing. Again, not so in an irresponsible manner. I don't think anyone up here wants to open up the entirety of SEDA. I don't want to open it up if it doesn't make sense for the people of Central Fresno or the families that have lived in Fresno for decades, who have been operating a business in Central Fresno for decades. It's got to make sense for everybody. Want to be that champion, hope I can be that champion for additional housing, but it's really just going to come down to what the documents and figures say. The $91 million you referenced, what is the plan to pay for that? That's not going to go onto the backs of folks purchasing houses. Those are supposed to be not necessarily affordable housing, but it's supposed to be affordable to middle-class families. And if they have to subsidize part of that $91 million, I worry could be issues there. I have concerns about the city of Fresno subsidizing with general funds. We're already struggling to pay for many of the services that we offer already. So I look forward to the continued conversation. I think there's a lot of questions that need to be answered. But at the same time, I'm looking for ways that we can cut the red tape, looking for excuses to say yes to more housing in the city of Fresno. So looking forward to what you have to offer. Thanks, Council President.
Great, thank you, sir. Now it's Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Council President. I appreciate it. A lot of good questions have been asked already, and the administration has an answer to each question. I think when it comes to SEDA and District 7, I have a very eclectic mix of neighborhoods. And I want to say first and foremost, we have to have these discussions about the future and growth and the expansion of our city. But as city leaders, I think our responsibility is to the residents we represent right now, not necessarily the future ones. And so when it comes to the neighborhoods in my district, I have this eclectic mix of primarily of older neighborhoods in the city, the Central Fresno neighborhoods that Councilmember Maxwell mentioned, but also the newer neighborhoods in the city that border up against the SEDA area. But regardless of where in District 7 you live, actually I'd say regardless of wherever you live in the city, I'm not sure that SEDA expansion really makes financial sense. And I'll have to look forward to the financing plans to confirm that. But you have to forgive my skepticism because we have an ugly history here in Fresno of expanding on the backs of existing residents. And so it's really difficult to believe without really seeing or feeling that we'll be able to do it differently this time in terms of expanding into the SEDA area. In our older Central Fresno neighborhoods, we have dilapidated infrastructure that has been neglected and is overdue for maintenance for a very long time. I know Director Mosier had mentioned a figure of $300 million. I think that was with respect to just the sidewalks, curbs, and gutters. When you include the paving that's needed, when you include streets in addition to the curbs, sidewalks, and gutters, we're much closer to the $1 billion mark. And for decades, the city has expanded, and every expansion has only stretched our city resources thinner and thinner, pulled police, fire, parks, every city service further and further away from neighborhoods that I represent, neighborhoods where I live, where all of us live in Central Fresno and South Fresno in particular. And so that should be abundantly clear. But even in the newer areas that I represent, the very eastern edge of the city, the Clovis East neighborhoods out there, those newer neighborhoods, as new as they are, still lack a great amount of infrastructure. Fax bus stops, green space, fire stations and police stations, basic signal lights, and a combination of traffic. And so even in those newer areas, that's another prime example of how we stretched ourselves thin, didn't really have the funds or capacity to be able to accommodate, everything. The sewer infrastructure is another example, to really accommodate that expansion. And I believe in a lot of those neighborhoods out there on the eastern edge that I represent in District 7 that border up against SEDA, we do have several layers of community facilities districts already where folks are paying. And so despite having these different layers of CFDs that do account for some of the city services, there's still a gap. There's still very much a gap. And so regardless of whether you live in a newer neighborhood here in Fresno or an older neighborhood here in Fresno, expansion and growth that doesn't pay for itself hurts every city resident within the city of Fresno, no matter what district, north, south, east, west, or central. And so I'll very much look forward to the financing plan, but it's going to, I think, to get my support, probably require assurance, permanent assurance, that not a dime of our money goes towards subsidizing the SEDA area. And I think that's a tough sell because we do need housing. We have needed housing. It's not to say that there hasn't been a benefit to the subsidizing that the city has done over decades. I mean, we've expanded. We have hit neighborhoods and homes, and folks are able to purchase those. And if we hadn't subsidized, what would be the price of those homes? And if we expand into SEDA and we truly do not subsidize, we're not putting any of our city money towards that, what is that cost going to be? I think there's a real gap there between this kind of barren land that we have with no infrastructure and then the lower incomes that we have here in Fresno. So when you account for all of that, you account for the purchase of the land, the development of the infrastructure, all the fees, you have to think about the final product, what those price tags will be, and who we're really serving. So, I'd be much more eager if we had a history of kind of generating net revenue for the city and generating net revenue into our inner city neighborhoods that have been left behind. But we have a history of quite the opposite, unfortunately. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this is different, if at all. It sounds like there is some efforts, but again, even the expanded areas on the edges and the fringes of the city now where folks live, they're still very much struggling with basic fundamental infrastructure, basic day-to-day quality of life issues that we can't afford, and we haven't invested because we can't afford. We can't afford to fully implement the infrastructure in newer parts of the city, and clearly with $1 billion in deferred maintenance, can't afford to finance and all of the existing deferred maintenance. So I have a question. I'm not sure if this is for the city attorney or for the city manager, but I mean, what kinds of assurances? Let's say we roll out these infrastructure financing plans. We have options, and there really we'll say that there really is an option where we're not investing any city money or city general funds. What's to stop a future council? I mean, what kind of mechanisms could we implement that would prevent a future council from waiving fees or from dismantling kind of those agreements or those policies and then allowing the city money to flow towards? Because I think, you jump off the cliff with good intentions and, I mean, we're here today, all 7 of us, in 18 months from now, 19 months from now, I mean, this dais will look a lot different. In a few years, the mayor's going to look different. It'll be a different mayor. So I worry about, our intentions now, what we want to do, and the vision we have in mind, and our priorities. I am concerned about what future city leaders may do, and kind of just reverting back to the old habits of Fresno. So much of the time we spend here at City Hall spinning our wheels over and over and over about essentially permanent problems that were created in the last 3 to 4 to 5 decades that we can't fix. I mean, they're just structurally, we're structurally stuck with them. And those mistakes manifest themselves in a number of ways that structurally impact the quality of life for existing residents today. So we are very much talking about one of the most consequential decisions we will make with respect to the future of the city. But again, we're looking towards the future. I encourage us to take into serious consideration the impact on existing residents today, right now, that we represent, that put us here to be their voice. So that's my first question is just, I mean, what kind of mechanisms, preventative mechanisms do we have from allowing a future council to open the floodgates of subsidizing the SEDA area?
So I just want to comment quickly on our existing fee waiver programs. Several of them are focused not on any sort of fee waivers for residential development, and except for there'll be one, I'll get to that in a second, but most of them are related to job creation. So I Defer is one program where we do some fee waivers in exchange for jobs being created, predominantly industrial development. As you know, we have the infill fee waiver program, which is for infill projects, infill housing, which is funded by, I think, a portion of the real estate transfer tax revenue that we get, and sometimes general funds. So I'm not aware of any fee waiver programs that we have currently for any sort of market rate housing. Scott, are you aware of any fee waiver programs we have for market rate housing? Okay, so anything is predominantly around affordable housing projects or infill. And so the fee waiver programs we have now are authorized by council resolution. So if you wanted to make any sort of modifications to that, the attorney's office can confirm, but you can do that by modifying the enabling resolution that created the programs.
And council member, we can get you a more detailed analysis, but we've generally advised in the past that it's very difficult to bind a future city council. Contracts are a little bit different, but we've generally advised it's hard to impose it on a future council. They could always reverse it. So, but we can get you more details.
Yeah, and that's my point. I tell residents at town halls and wherever I see them in public, not anything, but most anything can be changed any Thursday at City Hall. Nothing is really absolutely permanent. I mean, so we have layers of resolutions, ordinances. I suppose what kind of, insulation does, say, a ballot measure have? Some kind of voted, some kind of, measure that went to the voters regarding SEDA.
Again, we'll look at that, but I mean, the ballot measure is a little bit different from your day-to-day decision-making.
A little more permanent, I'd say. Yeah, it could only be reversed by a vote of the residents here in the city. So that's what I'm looking towards. Is just once we jump off this cliff with perhaps good intentions, that we revert back to our old ways, whether that be in the next 18 months or the next 18 years. And ultimately, the neighborhoods that we represent continue to suffer in every single corner, every single part of the city, because everybody pays.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on something, because your point's well taken, and in terms of we all know the streets that are in decay in our infill, which is why we've talked about, we'll be talking about it more publicly on the Pave More Now, Pay Later program that I believe all of you are supportive of at this time, which is $100 million for paving. But I do want to talk about a couple of things, because I only talked about the CFD for road maintenance, the CFD 18 for public safety. But I think one of the missing elements is that when we open up this area, and there's a potential for 7,500 to 10,000 units, in what that is going to generate for the city in property tax. And currently, property tax now is 40% of our revenue for the city. We're not getting it in sales tax. That number is going down. So the more housing we build in our city, the more money we're going to generate. And that holds true for any type of industrial development within that area. It's going to generate property tax as well as jobs. We all want to do affordable housing, and, thanks to the support of this council we have. I know in 2020, we subsidized, facilitated, or moved forward 85 affordable housing units in our city. This year, we're on target to do 860, and in 2026, 1,500 affordable housing units. That's the good thing. People can move into affordable housing units. The challenging thing for the city is we get zero property tax for affordable housing units in our city. We have to figure out a way to balance adding more affordable housing units, adding more market rate units, because that is what's going to pay the bills for all these things in the future. If we continue doing only affordable housing, I promise you we won't have money to pave any streets in Fresno. So that's the balance I think we got to find. And I think when we do our financing plan, it's not just about how the CFDs pay it back and how some of those things happen, but what's going to be the potential generation of revenue for property tax to our city.
No, Mayor, you make a good point about having a balance. But again, considering the history of the city, we're far from balance. And so, I mean, we have, again, just the $1 billion in deferred maintenance alone requires a lot of making up. A lot of making up before we can kind of get to this balanced approach. So, I mean, it feels like in the last 10 to 12 years, we finally have made a concerted effort to focus on infill and take in somewhat a more balanced approach where we've continued to expand lightly in the fringes while focusing our efforts on infill. But, I mean, we really need quadruple the efforts in infill right now. And what I'm trying to say is eventually, at some point, we do have to expand into SEDA. I'm not sure if that's at this time. I'm not sure if that's even this generation. But the focus that we finally started to put focus into the inner city and our infill, and it's not that it's half-hearted still. There's a lot more we could do.
We're not going to back away from our infill housing. That's a commitment I've made, or I wouldn't have pursued the money we did for downtown Blackstone Quarter. You're championing that effort. So we're going to continue to do that, Blackstone, the infill development. But I do believe we are losing people to Clovis, and we are losing people to Madera. and we're losing those property taxes. So I just want us to be thoughtful of that. So
And it's primarily the property taxes. You know,
Sure.
the sales tax. I mean, our daytime population is well over 1 million. It well over doubles all the people coming in to work, to play, to shop. So you know the sales are here, right? I mean, Fresno is we are the metropolis of this valley.
Yeah, it's only 30% though is what I'm saying. It used to be a third on revenues. Now it's not. Sales tax going down, property tax revenues going up. So we want to continue to capture that. I'm greedy. I want both, right?
Yeah,
So.
you know, not having trade-offs is nice.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, property tax revenue, objectively, we're going to get it. But objectively, what is the cost benefit of that?
Yep.
Yeah, we're bringing in property tax revenue from these homes and some of this commercial property. But what did it cost us to get there? And I mean, the infrastructure is incredibly expensive. So you know, and it's not even to say, you know, that subsidizing housing, you know, market rate housing, it's not even to say that that's wrong or evil or anything like that. You know, if that's where the values lie for folks. Sure, and again, I mean, if we hadn't, I mean, imagine what the price of homes on the edges of the city are now would have been. And so that's sort of the conundrum of this is, yeah, let's find a way to not spend. Let's let the market do what it's going to do. But the market doing what it's going to do, I just don't see affordable affordable market rate housing coming out of this.
Well, we'll make sure you get the data on the market demand for housing because it's not easy to just look at and understand. So I want to make sure that maybe we need a workshop for that too. But we'll make sure you have the financing option plans that includes everything in terms of what the impact's going to be financially to the city. So with that, thank you, Council President.
I think City Manager.
Yeah.
I would be remiss, Councilmember Esparza, as the resident economist, if I didn't call your attention on the map on page 39 where we're showing 1 South. And I want everybody to note the predominant color on that map.
Let's get on the screen, please, if we can. It's 39, right?
Yep, 39.
In the 1S, yeah.
It's purple. That's job creation. What's the best way to grow our economy and grow our revenue is job creation. So I don't know, I think it looks like just about 2/3 of that property. I know we're spending a lot of time talking about the housing because we're in a housing crisis, but I think it's really important to note that is a huge opportunity for the city of Fresno. As we know, we have a problem with having available, industrial land in our city to attract business, and this is a huge opportunity and a potential revenue generator for us. I just wanted to make sure that you saw that.
Oh yeah, no, that portion is clear, but I think there's a difference with respect to the commercial property and the housing. I mean, just the difference there in that you're looking at a commercial kind of for-profit operation, where we're talking about businesses versus families, if you will.
Yeah. But they need to have jobs, so to be able to support their hopefully spending money and generating sales tax. So I think the housing and the job creation goes hand in hand.
We have, if you built this even without that housing, there's ample demand for this kind of development. All the purple that you pointed out, I think, is it up on the screen yet?
Yeah, it was.
Okay, yeah. So, and all the purple you pointed out, I think there's ample demand. I mean, we're turning away folks left and right, I think, in the city that want to build, and we have other issues. It's a whole different can of worms.
Right.
But I do think the issues I described are different because clearly from a for-profit commercial perspective, they're picking up the tab versus our history of subsidizing housing.
Understood.
Throughout the last several decades.
Understood.
All right, Council President, I'll
thank you.
Save the rest for June 12th, I guess.
Okay, thank you. Now, I do have some comments on this item before we close out. However, Council Vice President has promised me 30 seconds, but let's see what that actually is.
I did qualify by saying 30 Mexican seconds.
Is that worse than 30 Persian seconds? We'll find out.
It got to be worse than that.
Okay.
A couple of things. I do want to take the mayor up on his offer that the financing plan should be a workshop after you've released it for some time so people can read it, can assess it. This is a very tense conversation. And I also want to point out that, as Member Esparza indicated, it took the city of Fresno 113 years after the Muir Elementary low neighborhood was annexed to give them sidewalks. 113 years after. After we opened up and sprawled into Northwest Fresno or Central West Fresno, it took us decades after this McKinley opened up, and we still don't have sidewalks at that school. Under progress. We just put sidewalks and an intersection light at Tilly Elementary after years of it being operational. Although we have these plans that say, hey, after certain houses, you should put an intersection light, what we find ourselves in is there's major accidents, people get hit, whether it's Northeast Fresno or Northwest Fresno or Southeast, Southwest. The tragedies end up forcing us to make a huge infrastructure investment that development was supposed to have made for us and that development was supposed to have paid for. And that comes at the expense of existing neighborhoods that could also use that intersection light, decades earlier. So I'm not concerned with Madera and what Clovis is doing, because I do believe they're engaging in a race to the bottom. They too will figure out, soon that development on its own doesn't generate enough revenue. That's why they had to increase their sales tax recently. Right? The city of Fresno has one of the lowest sales tax in the county. Every small city that that built a model based on growth had to pass new sales taxes. Several cities in our county have maximized their ability to raise sales tax. So I'm not interested in engaging in a race to the bottom with Clovis or Madera when they've already proven that in order for them to sustain basic public safety services like police and fire, they have to go to voters and increase their respective sales taxes. I think in the long term, that's a strategy that is going to result in less revenue for them as cities and businesses will locate to Fresno, given that we maintain a lower sales tax. So I just want to be thoughtful of that. Thank you, Mayor. I look forward to the next workshop and having this conversation publicly again.
Actually, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. Okay. Okay, thank you so much. This definitely has been a really interesting discussion. It's a conversation about the future of Fresno and how we're going to be able to pay the bills. As the mayor said, that is exactly what this discussion is about. And how we're going to be able to grow our tax base as a city that has big city problems and big city needs. And we are a service business. We have city employees that provide essential services in every department to the public, but we have to be able to pay their salaries. So a couple of questions for staff. Just as a baseline, just to be very clear, this is more for probably city manager and mayor and then director next. So what is admin's position on SEDA? Or South SEDA, just to be clear.
My position's very clear. I won't dance on the issue.
I'm not saying it's not.
I believe we need to move forward during my administration with opening of South SEDA and South SEDA only. I don't think we should do any further phasing in the next whatever years, 4, 5, 10 years, for 1N, 2, and 3, because I think it's cost prohibitive, and I do believe all the things you mentioned today about the cost of that and not being able to realize it and the potential for that to fall on the general fund, our ratepayers, I believe it's all true. Opening up South SEDA, I don't believe any of those things are going to happen because of the limited amount of investment required to do it. And when you consider how many houses, 7,500 or 10,000 housing units, and the industrial development and all of those folks paying back in to that initial investment, the return on investment is going to come very, very quickly to us as a city. And the demand to live in that area is high, just like I believe the demand to live in the West Fresno is very high. And I don't think they compete with one another at all, quite frankly, the demand's there. So my position's clear. I think we need to open up South SEDA as once we get all of this stuff done with the financing, et cetera. So that's my position.
Okay. Appreciate it, Mayor. And I wasn't suggesting it wasn't clear. I just wanted it to be as a baseline. So who was the maybe for Director, no. Director, who was the mayor, who were the mayor's administrations when it was called SEGA back then? What administrations were they when this whole thing started, when it was kind of created? This concept of expanding the city and growing out in this area of Fresno.
Back in 1984 or 2002 or
2002, around that era.
2002 would be Mayor Autry, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and that was Mr. Iovino?
Yes.
Yes, Nick was the...
And then anything in the following administration by any chance?
Yeah, and then it transitioned, I believe, some of the trigger language of the requirements of doing so much infill before going to SEDA, I thought was during the Swearingen administration and Keith Bergthold. Keith was under Nick originally, and then Keith Bergthold took the helm.
I just find it interesting because he's one of the biggest critics, yet it was created under his watch here at the city. That's just a point I want to make. The SEDA process, as you put in your presentation, actually has more steps and public comment opportunities and outreach than the normal specific plan process. Is that correct?
Yeah, we've had significant engagement throughout the process. So phase one with Keith leading with the community over a very large steering committee, 20 plus public meetings, some of which were so large needed to be held at the convention center, and then fast forward to receiving the grant, and we've had a number of public engagement opportunities, at least 7 community workshops where we really talked about the process and the land uses and what it meant. Including some engagement with folks who were really opposed to SEGA to really understand their position so that we could try to modify the policies and try to mitigate the impacts in the plan and in the EIR.
So it's a fair statement. If somebody was to make a criticism, the city hasn't made an effort. The facts are we have made repeated efforts throughout time to solicit feedback and incorporate that feedback into where we are today.
And meaningfully consider comments and incorporate them, absolutely.
Okay. There was a slide on surrounding jurisdictions, and the reason that slide really stuck out to me was, do we have any financial data? For example, the development that we have, let's say some in Clovis, or the leapfrog development at Riverstone and Tesoro Viejo, the wealth flight that we've had that left this city to go there. Do we have any data on that whatsoever?
No, I can't. I do not.
Okay.
We don't have information on who has purchased or moved into those areas.
Okay.
I've stopped putting GPS devices within our residents.
Okay. And the point I'm trying to make, though, is, I mean, and I've asked this before, what is the largest consistent single revenue source for our budget every year?
Well, it's property tax now.
Right. When sales tax fluctuates, property tax consistently grows. And so just for the public's clarification, if I live in Madera, I don't, by the way, I live in District 2, but if I lived in Madera and I commuted to Fresno, used our roads, worked in Fresno, used services during the day, but then I go back and I sleep in my home in Madera, who gets the property tax revenue, Fresno or Madera?
Madera.
Okay. And that's a big problem. The mayor talked about, we've been building a lot more affordable housing, which is actually great because we need all types of housing. But when we lose people that live in condos up there or single family homes or these communities, we're losing wealth. And that's a big problem, I think, for our finances as a city. So my real question is, you talked about a study that shows demand, and it's not just for SEDA only, it's really demand in our city. You identified 7,000 potential units that could be built of all kinds in SEDA. My question, and this is not meant to be redundant, it's a straight up question, if we do not build more housing of all types, whether it's affordable or market rate that's affordable like a starter home or something more than that, how do we prevent leapfrog development? Because this isn't just, our plan isn't just SEDA. It's the Blackstone corridor, it's the west area, it's even parts of North Fresno and maybe even parts of Northeast. It's the whole picture. But my concern is if we don't also embrace the potential with SEDA, does that mean that the demand will be there, but they're going to go somewhere else, and by virtue of not meeting market demand, we'll create more leapfrog development, which is more VMT, which is far worse for our environment than doing nothing?
Is there a way that I can stop people from building somewhere else? No.
I mean, if we
don't
create opportunities here, is what I'm saying, that might prevent them from going somewhere else.
Are there additional locations that we could expand our sphere, or we could?
This is my fault for asking a very long-winded question.
Okay, sorry.
I think I know what you're asking.
Oh, go ahead.
If we create more opportunities for housing, including SEDA, does that in a way help prevent builders from going to other parts of our county or out of our county?
Yes, and I would argue that our previous attempt by confining growth to infill only first before being allowed to expand to the exterior, I think is when we saw Madera County pop up. Because if there's a market for the traditional single-family home, I've said this multiple times, unless we build a wall around our city and we don't let anybody out and the only options they have are the product that we allowed to be built, they're going to go to buy the product that they want where it exists. Right. And if it doesn't exist in Fresno, they're going to go to where it exists immediately. It's a quick, even though there is traffic on 41, Madera County is a quick hop on 41. Clovis is right there, 168. So they're gonna, that's why we did the market analysis, was to find out, is there, we felt like there was the market still, and the study showed there is a market for that product. Now, there is also a market for the traditional infill, and it's not either or, it's both.
Okay.
It's both.
And we'll get to that, the false choice of either or. That's part of my questions here. And I think you make a good point, City Manager, because we can say, hey, we want you to not have a car. We want you to not have a backyard, whether it's a small backyard or a large one. We want you to live this way. That's not our role. The market will dictate that. And when we ignore the market, we actually hurt our environment, because they will go somewhere and there will be a builder and there will be a friendly community that says, if Fresno's not doing it, we're going to do it. And I think that this mayor and this council has inherited a lot of this from a tax sharing agreement that was negotiated that actually penalized us and gave a big chunk of our money away to the county if we developed in Copper River, where the property values are high, or in Northwest, or even now Southeast. And thankfully, we've negotiated a better agreement that kind of levels the playing field a little bit there, because it was very unfair. Or other policies that unfortunately led us here by saying, we don't want development here, go to Madera, because we're not going to build single family. And the market said, nope, we want what we want, and people are willing to drive a little bit further despite the impact of the environment. So you mentioned, okay, another question. So I really like the myths and facts slides. That actually helped me a lot, because we get a lot of folks that come here and talk about SEDA. Some of them are folks that live there and are really concerned about the rural lifestyle. And I know it's something that we also worked into the tax sharing agreement, but I thought Councilmember Perea did a really good job of asking you to explain that, so they can know they can preserve their lifestyle and that we're not going to go in there and take their land. That's unless they want to sell to a developer, it's on them. That's really helpful. So thank you for making that clear. But it seems to me we have a lot of folks that, it's interesting. They have this blind hatred of growth. And a lot of our folks, the folks we represent that are our voters, they don't know much about SEDA, but what they read, and they hear these myths out there. They hear these things. And the trouble is, we have a responsibility to address them, because this can be very, very damaging to our city. The idea of a false choice, that if we put any money to SEDA, that's going to take money away from Northwest Fresno or developing infill on Blackstone. Why is it either or? Where does that come from? Why is there a false choice? Why can't we have both? There are going to be some folks that want student housing by Fresno State. They're going to want affordable housing, whether it's on Blackstone or wherever they are, or downtown, and they're going to want single-family housing throughout the city. So do you have any idea where this comes from? I would love to know, a lot of these naysayers, what do they really want? I really want to know. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Patience. Actually, we can meet. I like that, Patience. We'll meet about this. I'd love to know, because we've talked about the environment, we've talked about VMT, we've talked about the financing about it, and we're doing everything we can do. What I don't want is the trauma of the past really influencing this council and this administration from embracing the opportunities of the future. because we know that doing things the way we do and not expanding our tax base and sending all that wealth outside of Fresno, it's going to lead to layoffs in this city. It's going to lead to less services and higher crime because we're going to have to lay people off from every department. So it's not sustainable. This is what's at stake. So if you're a regular person out there, you don't know anything about SEDA, and you're really worried about your cost of living going up, it's because we're not growing. And this anti-growth agenda is dangerous. It's blatantly dangerous. Even when we make every effort to address the fair criticism they make, they're still saying not good enough, not good enough, not good enough. We have a responsibility to pass a balanced budget. We have a responsibility to our city employees. And I think it's very, very important that we embrace not just SEDA, but the West Area Specific Plan, and not put a monkey wrench into these operations. So I'm sorry, I got back on my soapbox. Let me get back to some questions. Just one last point on leapfrog development. So I think the mayor hit on this. To be clear, so when someone lives outside of Fresno, they pay their taxes outside of Fresno, but they use our services, they don't pay us anything for that, right? They don't pay a toll. We don't have an agreement with Madera where they pay us some money because of them using our roads. So
no, I
someone
mean,
has
theoretically, if they shop in Fresno, they pay sales tax. So we'll capture some of their dollars
For now,
in the
until-
stores that they shop in
right.
Fresno until they get built in Madera. But we do get some of their sales tax revenue.
So I would argue then, without doing SEDA, it's actually the residents of Fresno that are subsidizing Madera.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's true.
Okay, so I think if we're going to have a conversation about who's subsidizing who, and the idea that new development, even though it's paying more than ever before, is being subsidized by the inner city and other parts of Fresno. No, the bigger problem is we are subsidizing another county. So we have to come together so that we can actually open up multiple areas of growth and give options to consumers and follow the market rather than trying to dictate whatever is the popular issue today. And this is the last point. The idea of VMT, this is the new model of development where it's work, live, play. Is that correct?
I would say that the market has started demanding over the last 5 to 10 years more of that resort-style living, right? Whether it's in an apartment building or in a neighborhood, a compact neighborhood where all of the amenities are very close, and there is less demand on that homeowner or that resident to care for their own property, right? That is what the majority of residents are demanding, whether it's here or somewhere else. So yes, that compact development we're seeing has blossomed in the last 10 years.
Great, thank you. So I'm just one of 7. I'm not saying I'm automatically in favor of this. I'm going to be, of course, looking to the council member for the area, our new colleague, Councilmember Vang, because his constituents, these are his future constituents as well. So I'm very sensitive to the impact it'll have in his neighborhoods, as well as with the West area, the impact it's going to have on my residents, Councilmember Pereira's residents, and Councilmember Arias's residents as well. But I do appreciate the administration's position. I think it's a responsible position. I do appreciate staff's work, and I will be looking at the actual helpful criticism and how we can implement a plan that is responsible and answers as many questions as possible, but we can't do it all. And if you're going to just move the goalpost, you're going to lose my interest, and I'm just going to move forward. And that's just, again, I'm just one of 7. So I do have one more council member punched up, Councilmember Pereira.
Thank you, Council President. Just to clarify the administration's position, you said you support opening up South SEDA. That's correct. But what's coming before us is to approve a specific plan for the entire SEDA. So how would we go forward if we just wanted to support opening up South SEDA?
I think Jennifer's going to have to answer that because I don't have the ability to in terms of what the environmental impact study does or what has to be done. So, Jennifer.
Yeah, and I just want to learn, Mayor, what you support, how would we implement that versus, maybe we want to open up half of the specific plan and not the entirety of it. Just wanting to know options.
Certainly there are, so the council in its adoption can identify specific triggers for phasing. So it can say that until X number of units or acres are developed in a certain area before the next phase of infrastructure planning could begin, or certain benchmarks of infrastructure cost collections are met before the next phase could either start planning or start opening. So you could have multiple benchmarks, this many units or this many acres developed before you start planning for the next area, this many acres completed or this much collected in infrastructure before you move to the next phase, right? So there are triggers that the council can place in its approval of the plan as a whole, with saying phase one will be the initial, or South SEDA would be the initial phase.
One thing I want to add, and I recognize that this is unlikely, but I would not rule it out as a possibility. I wouldn't want to do anything to reduce the planning area or the plan area for this reason. There is a possibility, the way, we've seen a lot of changes in our economy, post-COVID, pre-COVID versus post-COVID. And if you would have told us that, there wouldn't be a news industry anymore that's not run by venture capitalist firms, if you would have told us that 10, 15 years ago, I don't think we would have believed it. But there is a possibility that the private sector, a segment of the private sector could come in and say, we want to target this part of SEDA, and we're willing to finance 100% of it with no impact on the government. That could happen. Would we want to eliminate that? So I would encourage us to continue moving forward with the entire plan area. But as Jennifer said, our priority for what we are going to do the work on for the infrastructure planning is limited to South SEDA. But if there's a private sector interest that wants to come in and do an infrastructure plan and finance it for another portion of SEDA and put in a trunk line on their dime, I'm like, why would we not want that? If there's a market for it, and if it's not on us.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Nowhere in the comment letters did I read anything about anyone asking for a moratorium on housing. I think the general sentiment was just, how do we grow in a way that where we deviate from past practices of not growing smart, and how can we do it in a way that doesn't come at a complete detriment of our existing constituents? And so I'm open to learning more about what it would look like to focus on South SEDA. But I do need to learn more about what that would mean, because coming before us is the entirety of the plan. So this was a good discussion. Council President, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Council Member. Believe it or not, there's no other council members punched up. So with that, that is our last.
One comment.
Uh-oh.
Just a thank you.
Okay.
Honestly, I'm not sure this conversation would have been happening. Well, I'm sure it would have been. But it's, if not for Annalisa Perea, Mike Carbasi, and Tyler Maxwell negotiating the deal with the county to increase our contribution in the southeast development area, we were at 38%. Now what is it going to be? Do you remember?
50? I think it's,
No, it's more than that for southeast development area.
Oh, yeah. 55. 52.
Who negotiated this deal? You got short memories.
I saw a lot of numbers today. Forgive me.
I think it's 50 for some reason.
Yeah,
That's what's
it's
sticking in
50.
my brain.
Yeah, I thought it was even higher than that for SEDA, but you may be right. But anyway, whatever it is, at minimum, a 12% increase in what we're going to get on property
50.
tax
Yeah.
times 7,500 or 10,000 homes. That's considerable. So I think it adds to the flavor of wanting to open up the southeast development area in a very responsible way, which is what we're proposing, quite frankly.
I think what helped with that decision was the reality that it used to be that way. We used to get that percentage. Unfortunately, that was given away by an administration a long time ago, council a long time ago. We wanted to even the playing field because a lot of the folks who were naysayers were complaining we weren't getting our fair share. Right. This is ensuring we get a fairer share if we go this route.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to point that out and say thank you, and thank you to all the council for supporting that. Thank you.
Council President, I also would be remiss if I did not thank Jennifer Clark, Sophia Pagalatis, Ashley Atkinson, and then our own Adrian Asadorian, I don't know her married name, who probably won't be here for much longer since she's about ready to pop. We have been timing her maternity leave with this workshop and just crossing our fingers because she's done a tremendous amount of work on this as well. So thank you, team, for all of your effort. And Adrian, I hope we have you a little bit longer until you can't bear it any longer.
Well, thank you all very much. And with that, we're going to adjourn this meeting. There is no closed session today, correct, City Attorney?
That's correct. All items are being moved or continued.
Okay, and we did already hear unscheduled communication earlier, so that is it for today. Thank you so much. We're adjourning at 4:43.